What will we do with this moment? How will we be remembered? Look at the opportunities before us.
This election really isn't about the left versus the right. It's about we the people choosing our government and the choice between freedom versus tyranny.
Nobody has a chronic disease burden like we have. Why are we allowing this to happen to our children? Ultimately, the only thing that will save our country is if we choose to love our kids more than we hate each other.
What is going on here is deeper than politics. It is deeply spiritual. We are being called to rise above the hatred and the fear and the evil.
We need to remember above and beyond that we must love our neighbors, that we must treat other people as we hope to be treated.
You want to be a rebel? You want to be a hippie? You want to stick it to the man? Show up on your college campus and try calling yourself a conservative.
America is going to reach heights that it has never seen before. The future is going to be amazing!
Don't you want healthy children? Don't you want a president that's going to make America healthy again?
I come to you today as a former Democrat. I will be a first-time Trump voter tonight.
The people dreamed this country, and it's the people who are making America great again. Making black new.
How about now? My apologies, guys. Okay, they say it got us now. Okay, well, welcome everybody. Yeah, well, welcome you guys to the live stream of Survival Dispatch and Righteous Savages. We are excited about what we all kind of feel going to be a very, very good night. I got my partner in crime, Chris Heaven.
I can hear you. John, they can hear you. Listen, if you're on Zoom, that's not where the audio problem is. The audio problem is the final destination.
Yep.
You can hear everybody on Zoom.
Yeah, I can't hear you on the TV, Chris.
John Nestor can hear you on Rumble, but it looks like they can't hear you over on the two of yous.
That's really weird because it should be the same audio going out no matter what.
And we got a whole bunch of people that do have audio, but some people don't.
Yeah, I can hear it on my end at the answer now.
Okay, Chris.
It's just delayed. It's just delayed. Go ahead, just do it. It's delayed.
I'm going to kill the Zoom, guys.
You can kill the Zoom. I got it from here.
Yep.
Hang with us here. I'm fixing to send a link to everybody to get them on this.
Bye, Zoomers.
Bye. I'm going to kill the Zoom, guys.
You can kill the Zoom. I got it from here.
Yep.
All right. All right. Can you hear me, John? Hang with us here. I'm fixing to send a link to everybody to get them on this.
Bye, Zoomers.
John, can you hear me? John, can you hear me?
Yep. Can you hear me?
Testing, testing, testing.
You good?
I can hear you.
Yeah. Okay. Can anybody else hear us out there? Give us a thumbs up if you can hear us. My apologies for that. We were trying to do a new slick system, and obviously are some bugs in that system. My apologies, guys.
we're going to hold you personally responsible.
Well,
for
it
all
was
of
my
this.
responsibility to get that, and me and Chris messed around with the audio for a while, and I should have called the audio audible before we went live. So we thought we had it figured out. We did not. Still some bugs in the system I got to work out.
You are a great disappointment to your mother and I.
All right.
I'll let you take it away, John. I've got to get the word out to everybody to come.
Yeah, you go ahead and do that. I'm going to go ahead and welcome everybody to the stream. Can you guys hear me? Okay. I need some.
Yeah, Rumble looks good, and YouTube looks good.
All right, great. We are back. Only 11 minutes late, guys. My apologies. You got to see us try and figure that out all together. Welcome to Election Night 2024. And we are very excited about what it looks like, what the maps are kind of looking like, what we're seeing as far as early results. And it looks like there was a massive turnout, and we're hoping that that was for Donald J. Trump. I have with me my partner in crime, my co-host, Chris Heaven, who is feverishly trying to put the word out that we need to call an audible with our guests. Mike the Mad Bomber with us. How are we doing today, sir?
Well, I'm on this side of the grass, and I got 10 fingers and 10 toes.
Yeah, great. We have our resident intelligence officer, Mr. S2. How are you today? I see you got Mr. Grumpy Face on. Are you there? S2?
S2, you there? Cricket.
Okay, well, I'll give him a chance to get his audio going.
He's being mysterious. That's what he's doing.
All right, we got Alan Beal from Armed Forces Brewing Company. How are we doing today, Alan?
Good, doing great.
Good. Yep. And Bruce the Moose over there with his Trump hat, looking all excited to be here tonight. How we doing, sir? Yes, sir.
New Hampshire. Yes, they're doing fantastic.
Yeah. So I wanted to start with kind of a rundown of what you guys are feeling. Did you guys vote today? And what you're kind of seeing in your neck of the woods. I actually don't know where you guys are from, actually. So Chris is showing his voted tag there. I got mine. I think it was on a different shirt. I wore it at the gym today. So, yep. So, Mike, what are you? What's the feeling in your neck of the woods?
Well, dude, it's Alabama. I mean, it doesn't get a whole lot. I mean, if we were any more red, we'd be purple out here. Yeah, pretty confident. I mean, I voted 3 weeks ago, but yeah, I have zero thoughts that this is not going to go solidly red here.
Yep. Yeah. Alan, what are you seeing where you're? I don't know where you're actually from. What state are you from, brother?
I'm in Virginia. I'm in Northern Virginia. Probably the bluest of bluest areas in the state of Virginia.
So right close to DC.
Yeah. About 3 hours south, but the outskirts, Virginia Beach, are red.
Yeah.
It's a battle here in Virginia. That's for sure.
Yep. It would be interesting if Virginia was to flip. I think that would pretty much call it a night real quick if that was to happen. Which
we'll see. Governor Youngkin and the troops have been out there. We'll see tonight.
Yep. Bruce, where are you from, brother? And what are you seeing on the ground there?
Hey, so currently in New Hampshire, reside here now. Biggest turnout we've ever seen in my area, but I'm also hearing reports from other parts of New Hampshire that it's just staggering the amount of people that turned out today.
So I was actually listening to the Blaze earlier as I was getting the studio set up. It seems like it was a failure the way I set up the studio, but anyways, I was seeing a lot of people were thinking that there could be a chance that New Hampshire may be really close.
Yeah.
And that would be a very, very quick early bellwether for the night.
Yeah, I mean, just the attitude. I mean, I don't want to hurt a lot of people's feelings, but the attitude of the voters that were coming in, you could clearly see the Trump supporters versus the, Biden Harris and Tampon Tim.
Yeah, we could just call it the deep state candidate.
Yeah, their attitude was like in the shitter, excuse my language, but yeah, it was crazy.
Yeah. I've got a couple of more on deck. I'm going to pop a couple of you guys off and pop you back on because, we can do 6. So I'm going to bring Mr. Jeffrey Prather in. How are you tonight, sir?
Good. How you doing?
Good. What's the temperature where you're at on the ground?
Oh, I think it's very hot for Trump in Arizona. But I've said from the beginning, as a longtime military intelligence officer familiar with covert operations, that, he clearly won in 2020. He's clearly going to win. The real question is, it's a selection, not election. Are they going to let him win? And I'm actually seeing signs for the first time that they may actually do that because I think they've figured out a way to survive prosecution.
That's very interesting. We'll get into that here in a minute. Mike, I'm going to pop you off and pop you back in just a second. Okay.
Yeah. I want to share something quickly with our panel, with our guests. So a good friend of ours has hooked us into Edison, which is where all precincts report the results into. So we're getting the results at the exact same time that mainstream media and big parties get it. We saw that Kentucky and Indiana were clearly going to Trump long before anybody else announced it on Fox News, etc. However, the cheating is strong in Georgia right now. So I'll pull it up right now. We're looking at, we just turned it, 92,000 for Trump, 87,000 for Harris. She had a 10,000 vote edge about 5 minutes ago. So it's going for the good guys now. So we're watching this super close. You'll hear results from us long before you'll hear them from anybody else. Edison is a deal where you don't just go to their website. You have to hook into what's called an API, application programming interface. And we're incredibly blessed to have access to this data in real time. It's been fascinating to watch. That's all I had to add, John, for now.
Yep. So, and we got George here. George, how are we doing tonight, brother?
I am doing well. I'm getting a terrible echo, though. I've got 3 different conversations going on at the same time.
You might need to mute if you've got YouTube open. You might need to mute that because sometimes that can be on a delay.
Can you still hear me?
Yep.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Well, I killed Rumble, so that seemed to help. I'm in Southwest Virginia, about 3.5 hours outside of DC in Chesterfield County. And just like the Armed Forces Bruin guy, we're hoping we can flip Virginia back red. Don't really know what any of the election results are at this current moment. I haven't seen anything anywhere. So, but based off where I voted at, it looked like we had a pretty strong turnout for Trump this morning, which I kind of expected as far as, same day voting versus the early voting. It was said that 51% of this county had voted early. So, take that for what you will.
It's not enough for us to call Virginia for Trump yet, but the first results just came in. Donald Trump has 477 votes in Virginia. Harris has 405. So there's a lot more numbers got to come in.
So it's looking good then.
This all night.
Yeah, well, like everybody else, we are hoping for a landslide walk-off victory for Trump where it can't even be questioned.
Absolutely. And please do not feel badly if I have to pull you guys off and put you back in, but we got other people showing up here. I want to get them introduced, and then we're going to be working people. I try and keep it limited to 6 because on screens, if you're on a smaller screen, it's actually hard to see. But yeah, it looks like everything's kind of trending red right now, which is great. So
that is a real-time map from data, like I said, from Edison, which is where every precinct in the country reports to. And again, we're very blessed to have this information direct to us. It's looking good so far.
That's awesome. You can't beat that.
Yep. I'm going to bring in Keith from Christian Warrior Training, and then we've got, let me bring him in here real quick.
Back in on my
Mr. Todd Savage with us. We've got a large panel tonight. I'm trying to limit it to 6 while on screen, so that it's easier to see on small screens. If somebody's watching on their phone or something, it's hard if we get more than 6 up there. Todd, how are things going out west?
Things are going well. Idaho, Montana, it all goes red anyway, so that's not too big a deal. We're just focused on local elections, but yeah, we're sitting pretty here. We're good. Ammo's stacked deep. We'll be all right.
And Keith, how are you tonight, brother?
Doing good, man. I'm just fighting YouTube, trying to get a video up. My God, they're horrible, man.
Yeah.
But I tell you though, I moved. So a lot of you guys know I was in California, lived there for 50 years, and then decided to move back to the United States, and now I'm in Idaho. Thank God I'm in Idaho. Everything is looking great here. We already. I think everybody can safely call that Trump won Idaho. Yeah. It's pretty safe to say.
Yeah. It's funny. I was actually at my polling place this morning voting, and I typically vote around lunchtime, and we had almost double the amount of voters that we normally do at like 8 a.m. That what I normally see is I'm around the 100 mark, and I was like 200 something this morning. So pretty cool. We're seeing big turnout. Even though it's Illinois, we're still seeing big turnout. What's really funny, I was telling Chris this earlier, I always talk about how red Illinois is when you get out of Chicago area. Well, down in my neck of the woods, outside of Congress and the president, they're not even running Democrats. They don't run Democrats in any of the local or regional stuff. It's all Republicans. It was unopposed Republicans across the board because it's turned so red. Just mainly because the Democratic Party has moved so far to the left that even the guys that could get elected down in Southern Illinois, which is very red if you've ever been here, they can't even get votes now. So, and Chris is showing some of the tabulations that we're getting here across the board.
So real-time numbers right now, New Hampshire is the only state that Kamala has a lead in. Everything else, as you can see, is deep red, and some of the states are starting to open up. Like I said, maybe 10, 15 minutes ago, Kamala had a lead of somewhere around 10,000 votes in Georgia, and Trump has turned it around pretty quickly. The cheat is still strong in Georgia, but we're up 97,786 votes to 90,541. Hopefully it keeps going that way. If we can take Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Georgia, we get the 270 electoral votes. The other clowns who need to cheat for a week, count their ballots for a week, it won't impact the Electoral College if we take those 3 states.
Yeah. So Jess FLA is had a great quote here. I see that River City Police Department is having a watch party for Kamala.
Yes. All right. So check it out. So for those of you who don't know, I am the chief of River City, California Police Department. Go look at it on Facebook and Instagram. But here's the interesting thing. There's a captain there that is posing with from a local police department in the San Francisco Bay Area, posing with Kamala Harris, who absolutely destroyed law enforcement in California. And so I've been trolling this police department with River City for like the last couple weeks, and they have been unable to post anything on social media without getting hammered by my followers. So today I put up that we're going to do a watch party with the admin from that police department, which is notoriously anti-American, and said we're going to do it with River City. And I gotta love my followers from River City that are all joining in and hammering that police department. They deserve not the guys, the guys in the trenches. Word has gotten back to me that that is their new favorite page, and they are all in love with what's going on. But the admin, man, they are just a bunch of communists. So thanks for bringing that up there, Mike.
I didn't bring it up. Jess FLA did. God love her.
So it's funny. A friend of mine called me up today, and they are a Kamala supporter, and they said, she doesn't really want to defund the police. Well, I have 1,100 friends that would beg to differ, because the day she got appointed Attorney General in California, she laid off 1,100 drug agents with the state of California. And overnight, we had to drop cartel drug investigations, and we had to walk away from human trafficking investigations because we didn't have enough people to deal with it. So she is evil. If you hate is a strong word, but I can guarantee you don't hate her enough.
It's not.
Yeah. So real quick, I want to go around the group here. Can you guys hear me?
Yep.
I want to go around the group here, and I want to kind of get each person's prediction for the night. If you have an electoral college number that you want to throw out there, go ahead, or just kind of tell me what you think the night's going to go. I'm going to start, and then we'll go around. So historically, if I look back over the last couple of elections, the pollsters have missed Trump by about an average of 5 points on the poll. If you're talking real clear politics in the aggregate, they're missing him by about 5 points. There's a couple of things that lend themselves to that, and it is that Republicans historically, and actually even I think it was New York Times over the weekend actually said something like this, that on average it's between 16 and 20% less Republicans, conservatives want to take polls. And that's how they miss these polls so bad. To me, that sounds like we know we're going to get our butts kicked, so we're trying to hedge our bets. But if history is an indicator of future, if they missed him by 5 points, as close as this is, because he is a nationally, I think 0.6 below Harris nationally, that's not looking at the battleground states, it would end up being a massive blowout. If they missed him by 5 points in all of these states, he wins every battleground state and ends up winning the Electoral College very, very handily. I think we'll know if that's the case very early tonight, because if one of the Rust Belt states, if you see a crack in the Rust Belt early on, that's an indicator that it's going to be a really, really quick night. So my prediction is I think he's going to get, I think it was 316 Electoral College votes, and I think he's going to be close but narrowly lose the popular vote. I'm taking my shot. Could be completely wrong here, but I do only think there's only two outcomes. It's either really close, narrow crap like 2020, where we got all these shenanigans going on, or this thing's over pretty early in the night. I don't see a Kamala blowout. I really don't. I think the only way she can win is by the nefarious and very questionable, we'll say, means that 2020 was won by.
They check out the data dump that just happened in Florida. 3.8 million for Trump, 3.3 million for Harris. And that's a pretty big deal, because Florida starts at Jacksonville and ends at St. Augustine. And everything south there's an extension of Michigan, Ohio, Pennsylvania, and New York. So that big a spread at this time of night, pretty big deal in Florida. I'm not really seeing any surprises as the numbers roll in just yet. We've got Virginia marked red, but we haven't got a whole lot of reports in yet. Yeah, we're still at 477 to 405 votes. So insignificant. We can't call that one. Although we need to talk to Bruce again, because something happened in New Hampshire. We had the lead going on there. Or was it Vermont? One of the two. We lost one of them. Close, about 700 votes different in New Hampshire.
Yeah, New Hampshire was red for a minute there, and then it turned blue. Yep.
Yeah, the night's young.
Bruce, go ahead. Since you're talking there, go ahead and give us your prediction for the night, what you kind of see, and based off of what you're seeing.
I've heard 305 a lot. I don't know if that number really exists, but I've kind of heard different people talk 305 for a bit.
That's what he won in 2016, I believe.
Yeah, so I think it'll be 305. My whole deal is, Chuck and I wear the tinfoil hat a lot on the Sting podcast, so I think there's going to be a lot of violence in the streets though after he wins.
And I agree with that. If it's close, if it's a close win, I think that if you have the blowout where it's just, I think there's going to be violence either way, but right. I think it'll be lessened by if it's a decisive win where there's just no question. It's like, no, you can't even, if he's even close in the popular vote, you won't even be able to argue that stuff. So yeah, I would agree. That's a good call. All right. George, what are your thoughts on how the night's going to end up at the end of all of it?
I'm still banking on a landslide victory with the popular vote and the electoral vote. That's where I'm going to throw my hat in at.
Your lips to God's ears.
We hope.
Yep.
But based on the 2020 election here, it was about 2:33 in the morning out of Northern Virginia came one of those mysterious data dumps. And ultimately, that's what flipped it in 2020.
You mean the ones that are 99% for one candidate, even though that doesn't happen anywhere in the United States?
Absolutely. There was a lady on YouTube that tracked it, and she showed it in a real-time graph of when they dumped it and the outcome of it. But here it was never contested. So, but I'm still leaning in the landslide victory. That way the Kamala Harris campaign can't come out and say, well, we're going to have it investigated.
Yep. Agreed. All right, Mike, what are your thoughts on the evening?
I think we're doing really good. I'm just, I don't want to jinx it by saying that he's going to beat 305. I really don't. That just kind of gives me the willies, but I certainly hope that we do. I think Trump's going to win, and I honestly think he may actually win tonight. But yeah, I don't know. I'm kind of going with the Zen master side here and saying we'll see.
Yeah. Yep.
But I do agree with George. I think we're going to have violence either way.
Yeah.
It may not be tomorrow, but it'll be soon.
Absolutely. S2, what are your thoughts on tonight as we get the night rolling?
I don't think we're going to see the results we need to see tonight. The reason being is that you have several states who have enacted laws that basically state that they can take up to, I believe it's 10 days to publish their final results, which basically means they can go out and see how many more votes they can go out or ballots they can have to make up to inject into the system. So I think it's too early, but if I had to throw a number out there, I would probably say it would be more like 307, 311, somewhere in there.
Yeah, I'm going to disagree because if we take Pennsylvania, North Carolina, and Georgia, that puts Trump at 270 electoral college votes. I believe that we will have by midnight 270 electoral college votes for Trump, and the other states that are cheating and need a week to 10 days, that will count towards the popular vote, but the electoral college will be won tonight if we take Pennsylvania, North Carolina, and Georgia, which I believe we will.
So Pennsylvania is it's a must win for the Democrats. We can actually win without Pennsylvania, but they can't. It's almost impossible because of the way that the Rust Belt works. So yeah, it's going to get interesting. Todd, what are your thoughts? Where do you think we're going to end up at the end of the night?
So I think we're going to be, the end of the night, possibly Trump, but I think in the morning we'll have some issues. And my major issue is I think it was in 2022, the revised Electoral Count Act, the ECA, made a bunch of changes. The biggest one I see is if there's a dispute for the electoral votes and it's not settled by a certain time, though Congress can disregard those electoral votes. So nobody's really talked about that. So if there's a disputed state that is going to remove it from Trump and give her the edge, I don't know. I think we're in for 60 days of insanity. I don't think we're going to be happy tomorrow morning, honestly. Now, is he going to get all the votes to actually win? Of course, but that's not the point. It's not who actually wins tonight. It's who is sworn in, right? And again, another January 6th is coming up. What's going to happen? And we can talk about this later in the show, but are they going to not ratify? Are they going to do 5 other things? Probably. I'd probably put my money on it. So those are my concerns. Tonight, obviously, I think it's going to be a blowout. But tomorrow morning and the rest of the 60 days, I think we're going to not be happy. That's my opinion.
Well, I mean, anything is possible because I do think that this will not be an easy win. But yeah, it's going to be a slog. I just hope that if the pollsters missed, as I said earlier, if the pollsters missed by the way that the amount they did in 2020 and 2016, it actually will turn into a blowout.
Sure, but the issue is, what are they going to do behind the scenes? I mean, it's against federal law to vote, not being a citizen, and they blatantly don't care. I mean, this, of course, we can discuss later, but I'm pretty concerned about what's going to happen after this.
Yeah, I gotta jump in here and say maybe I'm the FNG guy here, but I have a lot of experience with Iran Contra and with Fast and Furious.
Absolutely, yep.
Sure, he's going to win, but are they going to let him win is the real question. So the steal's real, but is it too big to rig is really the question. So Pennsylvania, I agree. Pennsylvania is key, but the urban turnout is down 381,519 votes from 2020, and female turnout is down 450,802 votes, and that's according to a Democratic data poller, Tom Bonnier of Target Smart. So that might be too big to rig.
How big of an impact is that, Jeffrey? Because that was something I heard as well earlier, and I don't think people are talking about it too much, but I think that's a massive thing.
It is massive. And then as far as you didn't ask me, but I'm just butting in because that's the kind of guy I am.
You were next in line anyways.
Oh, okay. Well, there's good timing, but Atlas Intel, which is the most accurate poll. So I don't believe pollsters at all. It's metrics, so everybody messes with them. And the real problem is the electoral votes, because remember, for the first time ever, DHS and Secret Service have taken control of the electoral college count to issue it. And, Butler is how good they take control of events. But Atlas Intel gives Trump 312. And they are the most accurate. So is he going to win the popular? Sure. Is he going to win the electoral? I'm not that much of an expert, but I'll go with their expertise. But they still have something in their back pocket, which is DHS Secret Service running the electoral count. You have more crises come up in between then, as I've said, a cascade of polycrisis. They just had the kid who wanted to shoot up a YMCA, and then he turned around and wanted to hit power stations with a WMD within a couple months. And that was all because they brought in FBI UCEs, undercover employees who were experts in drone technology because they hooked up fake bombs. We got an EOD guy here. I'm sure he's following that. Mad Bomber Mike. I was funny to see the UCEs come in because the regular agents and the CIs didn't have enough expertise to do that. So this hapless kid comes in, and that was yesterday. So I think all that factors in, but it looks good.
Yeah. Yep. Agreed. And guys, we all lived through 2020. We know what this is capable of, and I do think that the deep state is very, very worried about a second Trump term, considering the people that he has put around him. He's not going to be blindsided like he was before. So, Alan, we'll go to you and see what your thoughts.
You made a good point there. I think Donald Trump's going to squeak by on the Electoral College and win. I think it's going to be very interesting to see what happens after tonight. There's going to be some uprising there. They don't want him to win. They don't want him in office. There's so many things that they're afraid of when he gets in office. And again, it's also going to be interesting to compare this election to the 2020 election, the outcome of that as well.
Yep.
And I'm watching Virginia right now, and with about 11% reporting, Harris is in the lead by about 16%, somewhere around there right now. But that's going to flip flop back and forth. But I think Donald Trump is going to
coming in and when it's coming in.
Yep. I also want to throw this in there. I think the Trump administration or his campaign people, he doesn't make a mistake twice. And they have been under the leadership of Laura Trump. They've got lawyers out there. They are organized better this election than they were in 2020, watching for the shenanigans out there. So,
Yep. Agreed. Todd, did I get you or did I skip you?
No, I brought up the Electoral Act changes that we talked about.
Yep. Gotcha. I'm going to pull some people out. It does limit us to 10 in the studio. Please don't leave. We'll get you back in there, but I'm going to rotate some people in and out because we have some people waiting. So
you can pull me out.
I'll rotate some people out real quick, and then we'll get you back in shortly. So next, I'm going to go to Keith, and then we'll go to Dave, Craig, and Jeff down there.
So you can't really trust polls because people are lying. We talked about this. They're lying in the polls. There was just an interview with a bunch of Zoomers, Gen Z, where it was something like 40% of them lied to pollsters about who they're voting for. And a lot of the Gen Z were actually trending conservative because they get hammered with, all the millennial crap that's been going on for so long and they've been suffering. So I think Trump's going to end up winning. I think he's going to squeak by. But the problem here is, and we've mentioned it before, they're not going to let him win. I've talked to some people working in JTTF, Joint Terrorism Task Force, some people in the fusion centers, and it's very apparent that there is going to be a lot of civil unrest if Trump wins. And I go back to they're not going to let him win. You've heard a lot of Democrats come out and say that they're going to do the insurrection clause on Trump or try to, whether they're successful or not. They're going to do all sorts of shenanigans to keep him out of there. I do not think that we're going to find out by tomorrow. And I think that we're in for a rough road. And yeah, I just think it's going to be a tough time, but I think he's going to win overall because I think people are fed up.
Yep. I agree. Mr. Dave Kemp, my fellow righteous savage. Welcome, brother.
What's up, Savage? Hey, so yeah, I think in the last day or so, even the crazy talk from the media, the liberal media, about Trump being a Nazi and he's unfit and unhinged. They're setting themselves up to have to take action. There's zero chance that they can accept the results of the election. Even if Trump wins by 5 million votes or 10 million votes, they still will be zero chance of them not doing anything because they've been saying for weeks and days, and especially just the last couple of days, that he is unfit. There's no way he can be president. And so they are going to go all out. And I don't think the Antifa, the protest riots will be the worst. I think the worst enemy he's going to have to fight are the Democratic politicians and the liberal media who are going to go all out to keep him from being in office. And on top of that, my prediction is there will be more, if not one more, assassination attempts on Trump, especially if it is close. And all the talk of him being a Nazi and a racist and a white supremacist, and we can never let him be president. Yeah, I don't think that's over either.
Yeah, I agree. It's kind of insane to me that people talk like Trump hasn't been president already. Like, that's the thing that blows my mind is like, guys, we went through 4 years of him being president. Like, he wasn't an authoritarian, quite the opposite.
Yeah, and they talk like Kamala hasn't been vice president for 4 years either.
Exactly. It's like, let's memory hole this whole last 8 years and just tell you guys what we want you to think. Agreed. Craig, what are your thoughts on where we're at, where we're going?
Hey, John. Hey, everybody. But largely everyone here already knows he won 2020. He's going to win again. And there's a few things that are different in that. Watching now a lot more closely. The 240,000 poll watch now was that Lana Trump that initiated that. She's done a lot of work there. There's a lot more awareness. Legacy media doesn't have back in 2020 where they could influence, and it hasn't stopped them from spewing out the propaganda drivel, right? But far more people are wise to it. Everybody knows that they cheated back in 2020. Everybody knows that the J6 was a Fed-led setup. And so I think a lot of people are going in this with a different point. And because they're watching, it's going to be a lot harder for them to pull it off in terms of an outright cheating in favor of Kamala. I think Trump's going to win, and they're going to do everything that you think they can do, they're going to do to try and not have him take office, including the fabrication of votes that would suggest that he cheated. They've already started that language over the course of the last couple of months with Raskin leading the way on that, accusing of cheating, and others have echoed that over the past couple of months. My gut would tell me that they're starting that conversation to influence the idea that Trump has cheated to win, and they're not going to ask, is there cheating going on? They're going to go into it as though cheating has happened, even if they have to fabricate the votes to prove that he cheated. And if they're given 60 days to do it, they could probably, make a case for it, and we'll all know it'll be fraud, just like it was. But whatever they can do, they're going to try and do, including violence and burning things down. And we need to stand our ground and be resilient and vigilant and continue media like this, the podcast media that is undermining the legacy media, calling them out wherever it happens. And, at least here as patriots, before at our doorstep, etiquette.
Yep, absolutely.
Hey,
Jeff,
John,
I'm going to give you a chance to. Oh, did somebody say something?
Yeah, I just got a note from our friend Tactical Carl in the Houston area. He's a deputy sheriff. His unit, which is a SWAT team, has just been activated for violence at polls in Houston. So, one, he won't be joining us, and two, he's on his way to that call right now. So just an update for everybody. It appears that there's violence is broken out in Houston at voting precincts.
Well, prayers for Carl. I hope that he is safe tonight. And Texas, honestly, I think if there was a state that's going to be surprisingly closer than we think, I think it might be Texas, just because of the influx of liberals in that state over the last couple of years. I don't think it's going to flip. I don't think that Ted Cruz is going to lose his seat in the Senate, but I do think that it's closer than what most people would think because of, how leftists do. They destroy a place and then move to a better place and destroy that too. Jeff, I'm going to go to you next, sir, because you haven't gotten a chance to speak yet. So go ahead and give us your take on where you think the evening's gonna wind up.
Well, like I said, I've said for all along that it's a selection, not election. They're going to cheat, and they have to because it's a zero-sum game. They've killed so many with the bioweapons. They've pimped so many kids with the illegals that they got to play this out. But I've recently seen these tells saying that they may have figured out a way to let Trump have his win and not get prosecuted. So, they could find an AG. Paxton would be a great AG. They could hire back some 1811s. I'm not going back, but, my friend Steve Friend and Garrett O'Boyle could go back and actually prosecute. But they could all then point fingers at Pedo Joe and say, hey, I was just doing what I was told. And then, of course, he would be found incompetent to stand trial because he'd be insane. So I think they have a way to have some authenticity, because if you're going to run all these intelligence operations, that's what all this is. Our government was infiltrated through espionage and interdicted through sabotage. It's exactly what happened. It's what the CIA has done overseas with Iran, with Ukraine recently. Now they've done it with us. But their real question is if they can survive it. And I think they may have found a way to do that by pointing the finger, the fall guy, the literal fall guy, because Pedo Joe falls down all the time, and that could work. In the meantime, I think what Dave said is really crucial, is that it doesn't have to be decided tonight. They could even let him win tonight. And like I said, Atlas Intel is saying 312. That's huge. The real thing is January 6th. A lot of stuff could happen in between January 6th, especially since DHS and Secret Service are running that. They can gin up more war. I think they're trying to create, I think the whole Gaza thing, I called the October 7th thing as a stand down. And General Flynn actually backed me up. He seems to have backed away from that now. But even the IDF troops have come out and said that they stood down. A lot of the first to die were the female Israeli units that actually watched the border, and some of them are still hostages, and they ain't coming back. But they want to gin this religious war up in America, because I think the race war in America has failed. I think they tried to emulate the South African race war where the blacks are killing the white farmers. I don't think it worked. I don't think it failed completely. But I now think that they're really pushing this race war. And that's why they're bringing in the Iranians. That's why they killed Nasrallah, who is a direct descendant of Muhammad and Shia. And Iran is 90% Shia. I think all of that is to stir the pot here. And they have several options to do that between now and January. But to operate in the human terrain of intelligence operations, of psychological operations, which I've spent my whole career doing, you have to have human capital. The only way you have human capital if you have some authenticity. That is, if you don't believe that I'm going to pay you, or if I'm going to WITSEC you in a program, then you're not going to ever work with me. And nobody believes them anymore. Nobody believes the FBI about anything. Nobody believes the CIA about anything, even though they got TV shows, the FDA, the FCC. So this is a way for them to maintain some credibility, to continue to come back and plunder and pillage the system in another 4 years. But if they get really nervous, they've got some time. That's kind of a sophisticated or complicated analysis, but that's how I see it.
Yep. So real quick, let's go to other Jeff real quick and give you a chance to talk, brother. Go ahead and take it away.
Oh, hey guys, it's good to see everybody, and good to be part of this discussion tonight. I just saw your Ohio numbers where it shows Trump at 247 and Kamala 197. I believe that this is such a joke as far as the numbers that they say that she's getting. When she ran for president, she didn't poll 1%. She never got one delegate. She's got word salads all over the place. I wish we could just truly see a real, authentic, honest election. It would be so blazingly one-sided for Trump. It's ridiculous. As far as the victory tonight, I believe it'll be called because I don't think anybody in their right mind is going to say that she's a legitimate candidate for victory. And I do think that they're going to use the rest of their ammo for lawfare, to try to convict him, to send him to jail, and then maybe try to Epstein him while he's in jail if they can get him there for a while. But I believe, and I hope that there's some good players behind the scenes. I listened to General Flynn's interview earlier today. He seemed pretty confident that victory was in hand, but like a commanding general, he wants everybody, we need to get past the election and start fighting. And, you know, we really have to crush this enemy. I mean, no mercy, and take them down to where they are just dead right there, DRT. And I just think that there can be no mercy or quarter shown to these people until they're prosecuted to the full extent of the law, and those people that are guilty of treason be executed for their crimes against our country and humanity. But we need to see some victory. We need a victory.
Yep. 100%. 100%. So it looks like, what state is this here? Ohio? Yep.
Yep, that's Ohio. Ouch.
Not worried about, and I think that North Carolina, we're seeing a massive lead for Harris in North Carolina, but that's probably because the first stuff that came in was urban votes. And
and they've only got 3% of the vote counted that were they were expecting to come in. So that's way too early. The polls just closed at 7:30.
Yep. Agreed. So let's sit that out. Everything is, we're gonna have to do a little bit of waiting on some of these states, but everything's trending the right way. Let me go ahead and give Mr. Chuck Nagel a little bit of time here as he just joined us. How are you today, brother?
I'm good, gentlemen. How are you?
Good.
It's been a long time coming. We waiting here with bated breath and just kind of picking up some of the news chatter before I jumped on, and I see that law enforcement's reportedly responding to multiple bomb threats in DeKalb County, Georgia. I mean, this is insanity,
Losers.
Oh, absolutely. And
and the FBI is blaming it on Russians.
Crows don't make threats.
Nobody's going to buy the leaky water pipes this time?
No, I don't think so.
It's MAGA extremists.
Yes.
Pro bombers don't make threats.
Yeah, it's going to be a very interesting evening. I don't know that we'll have anything definitive by the time we cash it out, but it's America. It's a different place. I'm 58 years old, and I've never seen anything like this. I've never seen guys like us come together. We haven't had the tools like we have today, and we're able to communicate by means that we never dreamed of. I'm from the era of a bag phone was a big deal, right?
Yep.
And look, technology and just the ability to communicate. Unfortunately, there's a sect of people. You talk about, they're ignorant. They just truly are ignorant to what's happening because they either don't care or they're one-sided, and they don't have an open mind. They don't think logically. They don't aspire to much of anything. And they're pulling the lever blue just because mom and dad always did, or it was the thing to do. And unfortunately, there's a lot of people that truly are brain dead in our society. And we may have to deal with some of those ramifications. Now, I'm not saying that there's not a whole lot of, shall we say, deception and cheating going on, because we all know there is. But there are just some that are set in their ways, and it's unfortunate. But look, it's a new world. It's a world of not necessarily kumbaya, but it's a concerted effort to rid the world of our deep state. And if you don't believe that, you're just not in tune with what's really happening. So, again, I look forward to this being kind of not an end all be all here tonight, but the start of something pretty incredible. Because let's face it, there's a lot of lifer generals and people in the military that have given their entire careers to this country, and they're not going to allow it to go to shit. They just aren't.
Yep.
And I can't wait, you know?
Yep. I agree. I think that this could be the beginning of a big shift back to just, what we all know America is supposed to be, what it was founded to be. And, you're seeing this, you talked earlier, Chuck, about, just the way that people are coming together. Who would have thought that Donald Trump, a billionaire from New York, and RFK and Elon Musk and Tulsi Gabbard and yesterday Joe Rogan and all of these people would start to unify around, a central idea of rebuilding this country to what it's supposed to be.
Yeah.
And
there are others that would say that, the Hollywood left is unifying around P. Diddy and Kamala, and they're unifying for different reasons, because they're, as we say on the Sting podcast, they're cornered, wounded, injured animals. They have no other choice. They know that treason equals death, and they know what they've done. Listen, what's going to be the glue that brings us all together? And I don't care if you're conservative, liberal, left, right, black, white, purple, it doesn't matter. But if you can condone the blatant abuse of children and women, with what's happening across with the human trafficking and just ultimately as a bartering tool, and what the Hollywood left has been doing under everybody's noses. And when the reality comes to light, listen, it's good versus evil. And if you think that that's okay, just because there's somebody that you admire on a basketball court or on a movie screen, then you're just as evil as they are. You just are. That's it. And even those with their head in the sand, when they finally wake up and say, really? He did that to that child? Well, I didn't know that. And they're going to change their tune. And we have to be willing to open our arms to those folks and say, look, we were duped too. Everybody was duped. And you just, you took a little longer, and that's okay. We'd rather have you on board the bus than to be, ignorant, right? Because that's what it boils down to.
Agreed. Absolutely.
Hey, John.
Yeah.
So with all the smart, high-tech people on here tonight, and I've been wondering this for a long time, but surely there is a way for us to vote differently, some way electronically. Or there's so much stuff we do on our phones, and anytime I bring up, hey, surely there's a way we could all just vote at high noon on election day and know the results in 10 minutes and do that on our phones. And everybody's like, well, it'd be easy to hack, and it would be, hard. How do we know that, the votes aren't fake? But there's got to be a different way to do this. If we just keep voting the way we're doing now with ballots and mail in and showing up, and the polling places are all jacked up, this will never continue to get better. If you think it's going to be close to this time, just wait 4 more years and see how jacked up. But I'm just curious if anybody else out there has thought about this, like a better way to vote, a more secure way to vote, and what that might look like.
Blockchain.
Fingerprints.
Well, let's start with voter ID. That would be the first thing. In all honesty, to me, it's crazy that a country, a country the size of India can vote and get all their votes counted, have voter ID, and do all of this stuff, but yet we, the most advanced country in the world, can't require things like that. And when you look at polling for that kind of stuff, it is astronomically in favor of voter ID, in favor of, things like term limits. We don't get, we don't, you don't get to a point, in my opinion, and the panel can kind of weigh in on this as they want to, you don't get to a point where you're allowing this kind of, rampant cheating to go on, because if you don't have voter ID, guess what? That's easy to cheat. And so if you don't have that as a very basis for your elections, then you're just trying to muddy the waters, in my opinion. But does anybody have anything to weigh in on that?
Well,
I think there needs to be a hybrid solution. I think there needs to be a hybrid solution put in place with this, where blockchain is good, but blockchain only shows proof of transaction. And I think you need something a little bit more than that to be able to provide collaborative evidence that a person who is a citizen voted, and then have the blockchain record that as a transaction that took place. Once you get past that initial stage, I don't think there is a complete technological solution to this, because anything electronic can be hacked.
And even let's say somebody came up with the holy grail of secure electronic voting. How does that work as far as nationwide? Would each state still have to, approve of that voting method, or could, Congress pass a law saying that's how you would vote? I'm sure that would probably be even more complicated than coming up with the solution in the first place.
Well, not only that, is you also look at another situation with that too, is right now we have electronic voting machines that we're using that were never certified. They've never passed the certification process in any state to be used in our elections, period.
Hey guys, Philip Tapino from Loft. I just wanted to chime in. It's amazing that we're in Florida and we kind of lock things down here pretty well with regards to voting. And it's amazing how the rest of the country hasn't caught up yet.
Yeah.
That's because you kicked the feds out.
Yeah, Governor Ron, he takes care of us.
Yep. Florida will have, I'm going to make a prediction that Florida will have 90+% of their votes counted within 3 to 3.5 hours of the polls closing. And ever since good old Ron DeSantis down there in Florida kicked all of those crooked electioneers out and the federal government out of the state elections, guess what? Florida has, and you think about it, go back 24 years to the hanging chads and all that stuff and the 2000 election. You look at that and you look at how well oiled of a machine Florida is now. We should be looking at those states and say, every state should be looking at what they're doing and saying, okay, how can we copy that? When the reality
how do
is,
we go another 4 years without fixing the problems that we have? I mean, it's inexcusable, and no, it shouldn't be no one should stand for it.
Yeah.
Well, as far as the voting goes, people talk about fingerprints and whatever, and you got maybe your phone and you vote. You can't have your vote tied to your ID, because sure, it might not be a big deal now, but it might become a point where somebody knocks on your door and you're really on a list. I don't want anybody knowing who I vote for, and there's got to be a way to do it anonymously. And even since we have so many people in the country, even if we went back to paper ballots, where you put your coat at a restaurant, you get a coat tag with a number on it. Everybody, and it's random. Okay, you tear off your receipt. Here it is. You punch the ticket and actually have it punched through instead of marked. And they go to a secure facility and marked. If there's an issue, people can come back. Hey, let's check the votes. I have this ticket, and at that point they can check and make sure the vote was correct. But I definitely don't want my name associated with voting in any way. That's a concern. Blockchain or elsewhere, they're just electronic. We have to go away from it. Even if it takes a week to vote, November 5th to 10th, whatever, but everything's secure and locked up and it's counted and those are put away. And so what? It takes a little bit longer. But if we knew it was secure, then we wouldn't care, right? At least that's my opinion on the matter.
Yeah. Chris does.
Here in Virginia. Sorry, go ahead.
After you.
Here in Virginia, we have paper ballots, and you still have to show your ID at the polling station. But ultimately, at the end of that road, after you filled it out, you load it into an electronic machine. So I guess if it is contested, they can at least pull the ballots out and hand count them. But again, you're still feeding it into an electronic machine, and it tells you, like in my case today, you were voter number 23.
Mr. Danny, I see you on there. What's up, brother?
Hey, we're here in Tennessee, so just south of Nashville. Pretty conservative state consistently. Incredible turnout today. Talked to the poll workers when I went and voted this morning, and they said it's just been nonstop, all long days and stuff during early voting. And today they were like, it's just been nonstop all day long. But I think the polls just closed here now. And aside from a few parts of the state that are very liberal, but very small parts of the state, I feel pretty confident we're going to have a good day here for us.
That's good. It never was in doubt for Tennessee. We're just north of there in the southern tip of Illinois, so probably about 3.5 hours north of you there. So no worries there at all, in my opinion. Once Chris gets done showing this, we're going to take a real quick break to we do have sponsors that allow us to do this on the stream, so we're going to do a quick sponsor video. This hour is brought to you by CCW Safe, and so we're gonna do that real quick here.
Unlimited defense budgets, unmatched legal expertise, carry the same level of support of police officer staff, carry CCW Safe, the highest caliber.
All right, we are thankful for CCW Safe for sponsoring this hour of the stream, and we'll go back to our panel now and take it away. So I'm going to move on to Mike. You haven't spoke in a minute, so I'll give you a chance to kind of talk about what the concerns are of these bomb threats in Georgia that we're seeing pop up and all of this stuff.
Oh, they're crap. That's the bottom line. I mean, dude, the only pros that call in bomb threats were the IRA. And the lads were gentlemen. So that was just the ground rules set by that war. Yeah, pros don't call in bomb threats. Yeah, that's all amateur night stuff. That's somebody just doing disruption operations. That's all that is. Get out of here with that crap.
It's the FBI's obsession with pipe bombs. It's some kind of phallic thing, I think.
Oh God, I'm telling you, you go to any of their training rooms, Jeff, and it's like pipe bombs all over the place. You go,
they can't resist.
Is everything okay with you guys? Like at home, are things all right with you? And then they kick you out of the room, and yeah, nobody likes you when you say stuff like that. And then especially when you start calling everybody from the FBI gay, and it all turns into a problem. And next thing you know, you're not teaching at their school anymore. Who knew? No, bomb threats are just that. They're threats. They're hollow threats. Nobody that actually does bombings calls in threats. It's disruption operations. That's all that it is there.
Agreed. Yep. Just like water pipes bursting and everything else that happened last time. It's a lot of noise to get people all worked up about really nothing in the grand scheme of things. So we are seeing this map steadily updating. So we're seeing vote counts and tallies come in. North Carolina's kind of flipped back and forth. Pennsylvania, obviously Philadelphia is on the eastern end of Pennsylvania. It's a large metropolitan area. They're going to get their votes, start getting their votes in. It's that rural western Pennsylvania, that's fracking country, that's oil country. Those people, those votes will come in later because they're in rural areas, and that's where the maps will start to close. The vote counts will start to close. Pennsylvania is the big one. And as the night goes on, that's going to be the big one to first watch in the Rust Belt And the Rust Belt is a key because typically if you can peel off for the Republicans, if you can peel off one, if not two of the Rust Belt states, you pretty much write your ticket on that. So if the Rust Belt stays together blue, then it's really hard to get through. Now we can. We take Nevada and Arizona, I believe we can, but we do need one of those Rust Belt states to make it a little bit easier trek for Donald Trump. Jeffrey Prather. So as far as what we see in the swing states and the way that they just ridiculously slowly count their votes, what do you anticipate seeing as the hours progress through the night?
Well, like you said, Florida threw out the DOJ monitors, which were really election saboteurs, so they're able to count in one night. All the blue states which are the swing state areas where they can control that, they're going to drag this out, and that's just going to give them more time to count their options. But I got to go, but I have one final point to make, and thanks for having me, because it's a great panel with lots of experience and some friends on here as well. But I don't think really tonight is deciding, even though Atlas Intel says 312, and of course he wins overwhelmingly. It's really about the January electoral votes that DHS and Secret Service is taking control of. But the FBI, and I graduated from the FBI Academy in 1990, and I worked a lot of cases alongside FBI because DEA was always right there with them. But it's a totally corrupt organization now. But the FBI came out, well, not the FBI, but the fake news came out with a statement saying that they've got some P. Diddy sex tapes with Kamala. And so if that's the case, then they've got Kamala, and the FBI is going to do what the FBI does best, which is election interference. And they're going to wait to see until January which way they are going to let those electoral votes swing. Because that's what you do when you recruit somebody and seduce them like Hunter, and then film them, and then you've extorted them. And they've certainly got that on her. And so if they don't want her in there, then they will change that, and the metrics will change. So I think the real thing is not tonight. I think they give some authenticity back to themselves because they need it by letting Trump win. But they may decide to change it with the Electoral College votes in January. Exactly how they do that, I don't know. They do that electronically, or they do that with more religious war crisis in the Middle East, or they scream Russia, Russia, Russia again. They just reinvigorated a July story where Russia supposedly sent sex toy bombs on a couple aircraft. That's all dangle. That's all to distract from what's going on. But I don't think it wraps up tonight by any means. I think they got to see what they can live with, if they can make Joe a fall guy. And they need the economy restored too, because the average income is $43,000. The average cost of middle income life is $100,000. What's Trump? Trump's a businessman. If Trump can do anything, he can fix the economy, not worrying about prosecuting Hillary and Obama and Pedo Joe. But I think that may be the ultimate plan as I see it.
Well, thank you, sir. We appreciate your time tonight and a wealth of knowledge that you've shared with us. And we'll see you. We'll see you very soon, sir. Thank you very much.
Thanks for having me.
Yep. All right, let's go to Philip. I want to get some further insight, being down there in Florida and seeing kind of where things are going as far as that. I know we're not worried about Florida necessarily, but let's talk a little bit more about, the example that Florida can set for the rest of the country. And I do think one of the biggest things that Trump needs to do with another term as president is we need to go on top of all of the stuff with the deep state. We need to go hardcore in our election process and fixing our election process and getting all of the garbage out of the election process. So I'll give you a chance to speak to that, sir.
Appreciate it. Yeah, thanks for having me. Super majority in Florida, so we kind of take things a little bit for granted. The cool part is that since Ron DeSantis has become our governor, we've actually moved, and I think we're over 1 million now voters on the Republican side that we've been adding as everyone around the country kind of flocks to us in Texas and all the other, red states. It's amazing to me to see how anyone can still vote anywhere else. It just election integrity is everything. And amazing people think about Florida as that we're all red, but there are pockets of blue that everyone kind of nestles where you go. We're in Lake County, but you go 10 miles to the east and you have Orlando, Miami, the little pockets of that where it's not all freedom. But it's amazing to me how in this country, with everything that's happened, and how anyone can continue to go down that path and not vote for, you see what's working. And I think Elon Musk said it best, where like, this is the election where I think it'd be really good to get the panel to also kind of chime in on, one way or another, how do we stay with education and continue to fight for this country, which is worth fighting for on the education point. Because that's the other big part where it's like, there's a lot of patriots out there listening to you guys. And that's why Survival Dispatch is so awesome and why I'm honored to be a part with these awesome panelists. Florida is doing it right. And it's the unpopular, and you see what's working. So that's something we want to reach out to. And that's something that we're working with our legislators here to also take trips and be a resource for other states to follow the election process.
Yeah, I'll give the panel, the people we have in here, a chance to talk to that and how we can maybe help that happen in our own states.
Okay, I'll kick that off.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so one of the things that I've noticed the trend of over the last several years has been people pulling their kids out of public schools. First thing we do is we get rid of the Department of Education from the federal standpoint. We send that money back to the states. We stop collecting federal taxes to apply to the Department of Education because they're useless. And we start giving people the ability to create this parallel educational opportunity. We're seeing a lot of homeschooling that's being done, particularly in my state, and where people say, oh, I can't afford to do that, and I can't afford to homeschool my kids. Well, here's a fact that I've seen, and I've talked to people that actually have started these things. We have somebody here in my state that actually started an entire school based on homeschooling curriculum. And they don't charge an exorbitant amount of money. It's kind of like it's on a sliding scale. If you can't pay anything, you don't pay anything. But if you have a certain income level, then you're going to have to pay something because you can afford to. But when you start in getting the kids away from the public school curriculum where they can't read, they can't write, they can't add 2 and 2 together without a calculator, which may come up with 5, depending upon where that calculator was manufactured. If you can start getting people back to the proper points of education, which is the basics, the reading, writing, and arithmetic, then I think you've got a good basis for something to build on. Unfortunately, right now, we are in a technological age where a lot of kids that are behind the 8 ball right now are going to have to catch up with a lot of things. And the other portion of that is we have to reform the college education system as well. And that requires getting a lot of these colleges off of government subsidies, because the more government subsidies they get, the more weird teachers and professors they get in their midst. I don't have a complete answer for this, but I'm just telling you the trends that I'm seeing and what has been working so far within my circles of what people have been doing. Homeschooling, if you can't afford homeschooling, find a pod. There are people possibly in your region that have these homeschooling pods that they've set up where they have teachers that are teaching groups of kids. So find them, support them, help them support their families by paying them what you can pay them. That's my first step in the solution. Get rid of the Department of Education, get your kids out of the public schools, start doing homeschooling curriculum, and move on from there.
It's so refreshing to hear someone like Elon Musk talking about how there's 400 departments in the government. And he says we can get by with 99.
Yeah,
and you're looking at
absolutely.
yeah, we can get by with 99. Yeah, we can make that work.
Yeah, I don't
I mean,
know.
look at the FCC. What does the FCC actually do anymore? They don't do anything. They just tell people that you can operate on ham frequencies. Yeah, you can fly drones here, but you can't fly drones there. What exactly do they do anymore?
One of many.
Well, yeah, I don't know if anybody caught Joe Rogan's interview with Elon Musk a day or yesterday, I believe, 2 days ago, where he talked about the Department of Government Efficiency. And that guy is just a savant when it comes to efficiency. He runs, 5 companies. And I have a feeling right now, it used to be right versus left, and the government was neutral. Hey, whoever gets elected, we're good to go. I think it's right, moral, patriot people, constitutionalists versus the government and the left. It's just a tyrannical organization now, and they're afraid. The CIA, FBI, the FDA with RFK Jr. coming in, he'll gut them like a fish. And the department that Elon Musk hopefully will run, there'll be thousands and thousands and thousands of jobs that are going to go away in the federal government, and they're scared. They don't want it either. Hopefully one of those is ATF. We all agree on that one. But I think
Amen,
right? And the fact that if the government ran the way Elon Musk runs his companies, it'd probably be a great government. We'd all, both sides, well, not them, but we'd certainly be happy about it. And him buying Twitter, I think Joe Rogan commented, you're saving the republic here. I think you used the word democracy. I hate that word, but constitutional republic. And if it wasn't for that, I think we'd have a major problem. And they're going to go after him if she gets in. I think Rogan asked, "Do you think they can shut you down?" He goes, "Absolutely. They'll figure it out." He's in a situation where it's illegal for him to hire in SpaceX in the organization because it's considered the technical term, but there's military technology there with the missiles, right? So you can't have asylum seekers be hired. And so, but DOJ is suing him for not hiring asylum seekers. He goes, "You're damned if you do, you're damned if you don't." There's no winning with these people. They've gone so far, and I'm just not sure that there's a way back at this point. Hopefully Trump gets in, but I think his comment was, "This is the end of this country if he doesn't win. We're down the tube."
Yeah, what I want to leave the panel with is just something that people always ask, because we teach scenario safety down here in Florida at WAFT, and they're always like, what do you think of the left? What do you think of people on this side or that side? And something I like to talk about is whether you're left wing or right wing, the American eagle needs both to fly. And regarding safety, your predator targeting doesn't care who you voted for. And it comes down to everyone's safety. So what's really cool is that's something I challenge all the panelists and everyone listening to this, where a lot of times we find that it just comes down to education. That when you educate someone, and we really target left-leaning politicians and just people, and we want to educate them. And when they become educated, they make educated decisions. And so that's the cool part where it's one of those things where after this election, Trump is hopefully going to win. And if he doesn't, we're in a lot of trouble. And the question is, what do we do now? And I think, again, this country is going to get saved with education. And we believe it's worth fighting for, and the fighting in the sense of education, by the way. But that's just something that you guys feel free to use that, because it is, everyone wants safety. And that is what matters. Family, safety, and people can get caught up in, one specific thing, but without freedom, and as you guys all know, without freedom, without Second Amendment, it protects all the rest.
Yep, absolutely. Absolutely. And I think that's one of the big keys is like that Harris has been, although it was kind of funny how she went on, I think, one of the NFL shows last Sunday and said that Trump was going to try and take away Second Amendment rights, which was laughable. But to me, that shows a lot of fear on their part. having to reach and kind of get away from their main talking points. I mean, for months she's been running away from her record and trying to steal Trump's record. So yeah, I don't think that the way that this campaign has been behaving the last 2 months is that of a campaign that's winning. I think it's actually quite the opposite, in all honesty.
In football, we call that a Hail Mary.
Yes.
You know, they are getting desperate. And, you know, what's up with SNL, by the way, of putting her on, and how many rules did they break by not giving equal time? And it just, the list goes on and on and on. And all of us on a daily basis are watching this, and it's just, it's rules for thee. And, you know, it's unprecedented times, the largest social experiment of our time.
Yeah.
Currently, know what I saw, Philip, that I want an answer to? This is specifically for you, Philip. Pete Buttigieg running around campaigning for Kamala. How much government money is he spending to run around, flying around the country campaigning for her? Can you say Hatch Act, anyone?
Absolutely.
Yep.
Absolutely.
Yep. Absolutely. 100%. Real quick shout out to Righteous. This is a co-stream of Righteous Savages and Survival Dispatch. So I'm going to do one of our sponsors next, and that is Maverick Tactical. And Maverick Tactical is a great company for body armor and any other kind of defensive gear. They sell body armor, plate carriers, and it's all made in the United States and North Carolina. Great faith-based guys. It's a family operation, so we would highly recommend that if you guys are in the market for body armor and or plate carriers, even pepper spray, go to them. And if you go to their website, maverickTactical.com, code SAVAGES10 will get you 10% off your entire order. If you guys have ever ordered body armor, 10% off is quite a bit, because body armor is not cheap. But want to just give a shout out to those guys. And anybody that's ever bought body armor, good body armor, can attest to that. So
yeah, it's so important. It's so important for us to support each other. That's another thing where it's in conservative in nature. People are always like, well, what kind of deal can I get? Can I do this? Can I do that? And it's like, I want to support others. I want to pay full price. I mean, it's one of those things where we need to come together more as a community. And I think that the other side is like the Borg, man. They are locked in. It doesn't matter. And you can go back and you look at Bernie. They X him, and Hillary comes in. He didn't ever have a chance, and then he falls right in line. And it's similar to everything on that side. And then on our side, we eat each other. So that is the big takeaway. Hopefully everyone is picking up on this, and everyone that supports this show, everyone that advertises on this show, send your dollar, support with that, because again, it's I think in the conservative nature is to say, well, I like them, but this and this. It's like, pick one thing, freedom, right, and the Second Amendment, and forget about everything else, because that's the focus on what matters. I think as a group, we tend to forget that. And so that's my 2 cents for this evening. And I'm so honored to be here.
Yep. Thank you, Philip. That's incredible. And I think that it is important for us to create alternative economies. We have to create that. If we don't, we're actually going to get ourselves into a big mess. Even if Trump wins, we have to show the Amazons of the world and all of these other companies that don't have our best interests in mind, that send money overseas to China and our enemies. We need to be supporting American companies that make stuff in America that have the same values as us. And I can attest, I know these guys personally, as I just say, Maverick Tactical, a great company. And, they make all their own stuff. And it's just a great company, family owned, and we have to support those alternative economies. Even if it costs us a few extra dollars, it's worth it in the end.
Amen.
John, I got something cool for you to check out. So as I mentioned, we're pretty lucky that my buddy Jeff, a very proficient programmer, is hooked into the API for Edison. Edison is the gathering house for all reports from all precincts for official numbers. So we're getting numbers in at the exact same time as the big networks, and we're reporting them in faster than they are. This is the back end of the software that Jeff wrote, going absolutely crazy, pulling all these different feeds. It's not a website that you go to and you can just look at it, right? Everything is in raw data format, and then you got to put it into nice graphs like Jeff has done for us. But that's an amazing amount of data.
That is incredible. Thank you, Jeff MD.
Jeff O'Donnell.
That is not sorry, not Jeff MD. I meant O'Donnell. I said, sorry. Yeah. My bad.
Jeff's been working on that for Jeff's been working on that feed for 3 years.
We have like 16 Jeffs. There's like 4 of them in the stream.
Hey! Look at Ohio.
So
look at Ohio.
Yep.
So call Jeff O'Donnell Lone Raccoon. That's what he goes by.
Nobody's won the presidency without the state of Ohio. I just turned red. You gotta love that.
Yep.
Now I see it.
Hey, John.
Yes.
I thought it was interesting. Everybody talking about information out there and education, and we just, as long as we can really truly educate people with the truth and real information, that's really kind of the key. And speaking of info, I saw a news article today about the North Korean soldiers that are joining Russia in Ukraine, and it said they're having a hard time because for the first time ever, they have full access to the internet, and they're all distracted by all the porn on their phones that they can't fight so good. So information, use it for however you want to, I guess. But I thought that was.
Let's just divert all of the porn in America to them to distract them.
So I don't know if that was a Ukrainian side.
Well, I guess North Korea is now the second largest consumer of porn on the internet.
yeah, just those 8,000 guys.
Look at North Carolina.
Yep, North Carolina just flipped back. It's been really tight. Pennsylvania, I really think that what we're seeing right now in Pennsylvania,
they're suppressing that. They're suppressing that vote.
I agree. Wait till you get the western sect of Pennsylvania.
Yeah, that's the key, and the West comes in later.
Oh, you ought to see Texas. You ought to see Texas. Trump is like 1 million votes ahead in Texas.
Love it.
Well, maybe that's not going to be close.
Yeah.
Yeah, you start getting the Marcellus Shale vote in Pennsylvania, it's going to change. You watch.
Yep. Sorry, I am trying to add people in, and it looks like we're actually fairly having 10 in. So, what do you guys think the first indicator of a Trump victory is going to be? Well, I'll just open it up to whoever wants to talk.
When the blue cities start to burn.
That's true. When they call their marching orders out. Yep.
You got it. The Obama phones and the credit cards start to be put to good use when they cross the border.
Yep.
Hate to say it, but we got a sleeping giant here. We're going to have to deal with it.
100%. I think that it's probably going to be when that rural Pennsylvania vote comes in. I think that's the first shift you're going to see, that shift towards a Trump blowout. If and when that happens. Currently, what Fox News has called, of course, I don't put a whole lot of stock in Fox News after the Arizona debacle from 2020, but currently the Electoral College count is 72 to 111 Trump. They've already called Florida, obviously. So they're talking about Virginia right now. He's very close in Virginia. He's actually overall in Virginia on Fox's call is 49.4 to 48.8. So we're and that's with a lot of Fairfax County in. So Fairfax County is a very big county there. So We are
that's close.
Man, like if Virginia goes, that's another big indicator, because Virginia, they need Virginia and Pennsylvania. At least Virginia, you could get by without the Rust Belt with Virginia as long as you get the Sun Belt. Welcome, Randy. Welcome to the stream, brother.
Hey, man. Thank you.
Yep. Go ahead and give us your take on everything going on tonight.
Well, I mean, I don't know what y'all all said, but you know what I mean? I'm just still sitting here kind of on pins and needles. I have just a little bit of nervousness, although it looks good starting out, you know. But then I also see with these, because I'm watching the same thing, you know, it's Fox for whatever it is. But, you know, some of these they've called with just barely over 1% in. So I don't know how you do that. So
I've wondered this a lot, and from what I've heard, they have some kind of calculation that these guys, and they've been pretty accurate with it. They look at exit polling, they look at trends of turnout and all of that stuff. And if it's over a certain percentage, then they call the state early.
Well, I'm sure by registered voters, correct? Like,
Yeah.
I mean, then you would know somewhat.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yep. So,
well, I do like it started out good, kind of like back when it was Hillary Clinton. However, I don't know that she got 72 this quick. So I think it's anybody's guess at this point. I think, you know, we really don't know what they've done in all these states. So,
guys, we are setting records on the stream here right now. It's pretty awesome to look at. We've got over 1,200 people in the stream, I believe. Correct me if I'm wrong, Chris, but
nice.
Actually, it's almost double that. The aggregated number that you're seeing in StreamYard is always off. There's like a 30-minute lag. So I go to them all. I add them up manually. We're about 2,200
that's
live right
awesome.
now.
That's awesome.
But do you know what I'm not seeing? I'm not seeing people hit that like button.
Absolutely. Please hit that like button. And we've got a little bit of an announcement coming up later in the stream, so stick around. We've got a giveaway that's going to be pretty awesome that we're announcing tonight. That's going to be really cool. So,
hey, John,
Yep.
Can you pull up Texas again and see what the lead there?
Grab that, Chris. Yep. Chris is running that. So if you want to see something there.
So I pulled up the 2020 election, and Trump won by 600,000 votes in 2020.
It's up by about 327,000 right now.
Yep, it was 5.3 million to 5.8 million was the last election.
well, it's crazy to me because I went around my neighborhood now. It's a large neighborhood. So I mean, the whole thing. But the thing is, I don't see any Harris signs out there hardly at all. And normally, listen, half these people that live in my neighborhood moved from California to here in the last 10 years. And there were Biden signs out. And even when Beto ran for governor, there were a bunch of Beto signs out. But I see some Trump signs way more. I don't hardly see any Harris signs. So it's kind of weird that it would be that close.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, and that's generally what I've seen across the country is that the Trump voters, they're much more open about their views and open about what they believe, but they're also the Harris voters just don't seem to be very excited about their candidate for good reason, in my opinion.
So the last two times that Trump ran, though, it was the exact opposite, right? Nobody wanted to admit they were voting for Trump.
Right. And
it was the exact opposite.
And still to this day, I there was an article, I think it was New York Times over the weekend, talking about how difficult Trump voters are to poll.
Yeah.
One of the reasons that Trafalgar Group was one of the most accurate pollsters in 2016 and 2020. They were the closest to the actual vote total, although they had Trump winning, which we all believe that he did in 2020. Is that they actually had a formula for kind of figuring out where that hidden Trump vote was. Trump has had his entire political career, which actually only spans 12 years at this point, is not even 12 years, actually, just 8 years.
Really 10. They started running 2 years out before the
So,
2016 election.
So what we're looking at here is that Trump has this ability to tap in to a voting bloc that is either been suppressed or they've not voted very much. And that's really what people are kind of thinking about, because all of the early voting, a lot of people are like, well, we could be cannibalizing our election day voting. But what a lot of people are saying is the people that are voting early are low propensity voters, people that don't vote normally. They're getting pulled in by these get out the vote campaigns by Turning Point USA, Elon Musk's team, all of that kind of stuff. And there could be this massive wave, because let's also keep in mind the early votes have not been counted yet, and those were pretty much almost even as far as party affiliation. So you don't know, where that's, because a lot of states count those later, except for I think Florida is the only one that counts them early. But it's going to be an interesting, because you also don't know how many of those Democrats. We've got a lot of Democrats that are voting for Trump. You see the Tulsi Gabbard and the RFK Juniors. The Kennedy family is Democrat royalty and has been for decades. To have their remaining political capital in RFK to go over to Trump, that's something, man. So we really don't know what this could end up looking like.
I know here in Tennessee, like we've been seeing a lot of young people walking around with their MAGA hats on, a lot of minorities that you wouldn't expect walking around with their. Today I was in Costco just talking to people, and just the attitude of everybody is like they're really optimistic and excited. And I don't hear so much on the other side of the aisle there. We had a lot of first-time voters also. Even while I was in there voting, every time there was a first-time voter, they're announcing first-time voter, and everyone's cheering with them. So I do think there's a lot more young people and a lot of people you wouldn't expect voting for Trump this time.
Yeah, we live in a very large, older, established community, somewhere around 300 homes. There were a grand total of 3 Harris Walls signs in the entire neighborhood. Cindy and I went to vote today, and we came back, and somebody put this in my yard. So this is going to meet a terrible fate tomorrow with my flamethrower, and I'll be sure to record that for our audience so they can see me burn it down. But I'm now one of only 3 Harris Wall sign owners in my neighborhood.
Yep.
Well, it's interesting how the black vote has switched from Democrat over to Trump and Republicans and patriots. They're waking up. They haven't done anything for them. I don't know what they necessarily expected the Democrats to do, but predominantly, for the past 50, 60 years, the black vote and minorities as well, Mexican, etc. But those guys, especially folks that come over here, hopefully they're legal, but they want to do good things in this country. And a lot of the Mexican friends that I have, they see value in being an entrepreneur and having businesses, and they understand that that's not going to happen under a communist rule, right? So, and I think I saw a news article, I don't know, it said head of the BLM, but I don't know if it's the head of the BLM, maybe it's a chapter, but he came out and said, I'm voting for Trump. We're done. I've seen through the veil, and we understand what's happening. It's amazing to see that happen. And of course, up in North Idaho, there's not too many African-American folks up here, maybe less than a handful in a couple of the counties, but they're all hardcore patriots. I can tell you that.
So what's the deal with Pennsylvania? I'm trying to figure this out. She's got about a 400,000 vote lead in Pennsylvania. Doesn't look like it's moved much. Although Virginia, he's still maintaining his lead in Virginia. And also, let me point this out. Florida's at like 91% of the vote counted already, guys. That's insane.
I hate to interrupt, John, but we have Jeff O'Donnell has just joined us, and Jeff is the one who wrote the software that's pulling the live feed off of Edison, putting us way ahead of the curve, way ahead of the mainstream media. Everybody, kick-ass job, Jeff. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you. Yeah, I was comparing to like I was watching Fox, and it's like for one state there were like 1 million votes behind. It's like, what the heck?
Well, that's because they don't have the raccoon working for them, man.
I suppose so.
Thank God your name's not Fred the Raccoon, though.
Right, I was gonna say.
I'm still in mourning. I'm still in mourning.
As you should be.
He-
Pretty
he was-
kick-ass job, though, Jeff. Seriously.
Well, thank you.
We're broadcasting out to 9 or 10 different platforms right now, and our audience is really grateful for what you've done. I've actually had a bunch of guys on other podcasts send me text messages and say, "Where the heck are you pulling that data from?"
Out our ass as
I'd have to
usual.
kill them if I told them. So.
I can tell you, but I'd have to kill you.
There you go.
That's right.
So Jeff is a very accomplished coder, as you can see. Jeff also did a movie that we covered some stuff on previously. Jeff, for the people who've never seen our podcast before, give us the lowdown on the movie that you did, because it's particular to the cheating that happened in 2020 and the big impetus for Jeff to do what he's doing right now. But it'll be better in your own words, Jeff.
Well, I appreciate it. Yeah, I decided earlier this year that the best thing that I could do was kind of chronicle everything that I had personally found. Not that, I found everything that's been found. It's like I found a lot of stuff. It's like I wanted to chronicle everything that everything that I've seen with my own two eyes, kind of thing. And so I put together a documentary, and it's like when I first started, it's like, well, maybe how much can I do? Maybe I got a 45-minute little podcast or something. And when I put everything together, the first cut of it was like 4 hours, and I'm like, whoa, what the heck? And so it's a little less than 3 hour documentary, but it's split up into 7 segments, each dealing with a different problem with our elections: registrations, mail-in voting, election night reporting, the machines, the hacking. I take a one chapter just to kind of go into who might have been behind all this mischief. And then the last chapter is basically my suggestions of what we could do today. So hopefully people are doing it, and that's the movie, and it's out there for free on fingerprintsofraudthemovie.com.
It's very well done, and I highly recommend those people who are new to our channel, when you have a minute, go watch it. Thank God we have people like Jeff watching what's going on, truly going on the data side and behind the scenes.
Yeah, I think, it's impossible to tell completely, but it looks like particularly in Michigan, North Carolina, I would say, and Pennsylvania, and a couple others, that we are indeed seeing the early mail-in votes dumped in first. Which is interesting, because if they're using the same techniques of fraud they did in 2020, that means that they've already made the guesses on Republican turnout, and because they like to alter the mail-ins more from what I've seen, more than the regular election day votes and in-person votes. So for instance, look at Kansas and Missouri. Right now, both of those are blue. That indicates
no way Missouri or Kansas is going
so you're
blue.
seeing, those of you who watch the movie or read anything that I put out will recognize the term Mesa pattern. And I think now that's exactly what we're seeing. The Mesa pattern describes a pattern where there's initially a lot of mail-in fraud. And that makes that pumps up the Democrat candidate way more than they should be at that point. And then the rest of it is just basically very heavy Republican, and we will see if we get enough election day vote, as I pray to God we do, that will overcome their assumptions, their algorithms.
These are very different looking curves than the last time around. I'll say that.
I admit that, and I think that's a good thing, maybe.
I'd say it's absolutely a good thing. The trends are looking pretty darn good.
Yeah, the trends are looking good. I want to see Pennsylvania turn around.
That's a pretty big gap right now.
Okay, they've already called Missouri for Trump, by the way.
What was that again?
They've already called Missouri for Trump.
Right, because they're doing that on the exit polling and stuff.
Yep.
And I understand the exit polling is really good for us. That's what I've heard. So we'll see how that goes.
So that's a pretty big gap we've got to close in Pennsylvania if we stand any chance of getting to 270 tonight. 627,000 for Harris, 297,000 for Trump. But like you mentioned, that's probably a deluge of mail-in votes. Playing a big part in that.
Yeah.
So what gives you that? What gives you that indicator, Jeff? If you don't mind my asking, of that they're dumping mail-in before they're doing in person.
If you look at what's called the cast vote records, and you plot out how the votes built over time, you see that hundreds and hundreds of counties had the same pattern all across the country, cutting across different election vendors. I call it the Mesa pattern because it was Mesa that showed me what was going on, and that pattern is a deep early influx of Democrat votes, and then a steady rise then up toward the Republican, and that is the Mesa pattern, and it if you watch it, what really clued me to the fact that it is abnormal, other than the fact that it breaks the law of large numbers into little tiny pieces. It also in the mail-in votes, it was predictive, meaning in these hundreds and hundreds of counties that we were able to analyze for this, if you take the Trump percentage halfway through the counting, just looking at the mail-ins, if you take the Trump percentage halfway through, you can predict what the end total will be within just a couple points. It's absolutely ridiculous. It's not the way people voting in mass, people all over the country. That's not how they do it. So that is the pattern I'm talking about. And so that's why I'm waiting to see what when these election day votes start to be counted.
What's interesting, you say that, because I remember last week in the early voting, it was early on, and right after the early voting started, they said like 68% of the votes had come from mail-in ballots, and I thought right then, that's got to be bull crap. There can't be that many all of a sudden just mailed in. But that makes sense of what you're saying, that they would dump all those in there. That makes perfect sense.
Yeah, and to do that, what they have to do is they have to have an algorithm that decides, based upon a lot of factors, how much registration fraud they can count on, and then what the true vote is going to be, especially on election day, and then they can make a guess how many extra votes they need to either inject with fake mail-in ballots, or as I showed in Mesa and some other places, or just flip votes if they have to. And so that's where we are, gentlemen.
And I've never seen people more distrustful of the system than obviously this year. I think we all recognize that. But I know a lot of people waited to vote day of this time, and I've always been skeptical of the early voting and mail-in voting. And you take into fact people like I have a 94-year-old grandmother who she can't get to the polls. She has to mail hers in because it's just too much. And then I see people coming in on wheelchairs today. But I do think a lot of people waited till today, and it'll be interesting to see how things get manipulated here.
Absolutely.
Hey, you guys want to see something really absolutely ridiculous? Pull up Alabama real fast. It is just the definition of a shutout.
Yeah.
10,000 to not many votes in. They haven't reported many votes yet.
Yeah, that means that the cities haven't popped in yet.
Yeah. Well, if we have to worry about Alabama, we're in trouble.
Yeah. No, I think they already said on Fox that it was calling it for Trump.
Well, of course, yeah. So I'm interesting that again, low number of votes. It's interesting that Maryland is showing red right now. That's a little odd.
I'm just blown away, guys. Florida's at 93% counted. This just goes to show you what a well-oiled election machine looks like, and how every state should be able to count their votes.
That's right.
Every state.
Yeah, well, we had to screw up a lot of elections to get to this point.
I understand that, but honestly, Florida was the most expensive swing state until Ron DeSantis became the governor there. He has cleaned house, and good for him.
Well, some of us are old enough to remember 2020. You know,
Absolutely. I remember the hanging chads.
2000, yeah. So what happened with Ron DeSantis is that there were 4 rhinos that were in charge of all the elections in Miami-Dade, and Broward County, the biggest counties in the entire state. And he got them out of there, replaced them with better people, and miraculously, all of a sudden, our state went totally red. So they're crookeder than a dog's hind leg.
Yep.
Yep. You want to know if there's fraud going on when you remove somebody that's in charge and all of a sudden things flip? That's a pretty good indicator. Hey, we got a couple newcomers to the stream, Sal and Master Yoda down there. How you guys doing tonight?
Good. Doing all right. How's everybody?
Good, good. Let's go ahead and get Sal. Go ahead and give us your synopsis of what you're kind of seeing from your view.
So I was actually just looking at Virginia. So Virginia currently is trending red. That would be interesting if we take Virginia after those voter rolls were cleaned up. It's kind of amazing when voter rolls get cleaned up how states become more red. We'll see if that turns out tonight. You know, one thing I'll remind everybody of, I've caught some of the discussion on and off thus far tonight, not all of it, so forgive me if I retread some water here, but I want people to bear in mind, I look at everything from a historical perspective, background as a history guy myself. We have to be, as we analyze what happens tonight, we have to consider the history of elections. With the unpopularity that exit polls are showing, I was just reading that exit polls are showing the 70%, you know, unsatisfied, unhappy with the current direction of the country. That never bodes well for the current regime in power. You know, we're at an all-time high of inflation. We have a terrible economy. So if we don't see I'm going to argue, if we don't see a significant Trump win tonight, then I think everybody's entitled to be very skeptical, because it's going to break with tradition. It's going to break with our history. So it's either a matter of there's fraudulent activity going on, or we're at a point now where the media is so incredibly persuasive on people that it can just keep people locked in that bubble of, you know, I guess just secluding people from reality. I don't understand how, with a majority of people struggling economically in the country, that we can see a legitimate Harris win. I just don't see it. So that's my 2 cents thus far.
Yep, I agree 100%.
I'd like to hear Carl's take on things. Carl, I don't know if you caught earlier in the stream, but Jeff O'Donnell wrote this feed that he's pulling off of Edison, where all the precincts report into. So we're getting data much earlier than other people. We're getting it essentially the same time as the big players like the networks. And would like to hear your take on what you're seeing so far. And Sal, great comments, by the way. Very accurate with the historical context. Appreciate that. So, Carl, tell us your thoughts.
Well, unfortunately, I've had a very strange day. My laptop has only been alive the last 30 minutes. I opened it and it was blank. It was totally wiped. So I had to go to a guy to resurrect it from the dead. So I am playing serious catch up. But
Chinese cyber attack. What's the over under here on a Chinese cyber attack?
So I am actually following some races in Idaho. I work with the senator over there in Idaho and a couple of reps. I'm following those. And so I'm trying to get caught up.
No problems. John, go ahead and roll into somebody else.
Yeah, so let's go ahead and move back to some of our other people on stream here. So Dave, I'm seeing that a lot of these states are trending very, very well. A lot more are than they have. in history. And we're seeing like North Carolina, it looks like when we had the swing state map up, that vote we're starting to see some distance creating as that election day vote comes in. What's kind of your idea of where we go the rest of the night and what we should look for in these next few states that are going to be closing in the next half hour or so?
Yeah, I think what we all need to start paying attention to is the meltdowns that are going to start to happen on these liberal news networks, and these people losing their minds when they start sweating on TV and starting to look at this map stuff. I just think it's very possible that we're going to know something by early in the morning, tomorrow morning at the latest, and that the vote, that's not going to be people's main concern. I think it really is going to work out, and the problem is going to be, what do the politicians and people do to Trump in the next 60 days, a little bit like we talked about earlier. And that's going to be a complete disaster. There's going to be, I guarantee you, they've been sitting around for months already trying to figure out, what are we going to do if Trump wins? And they've got, all their contingency plans in place, for the next 2 months and even beyond after Trump's in the White House, if he makes it. So, I'm kind of crossing my fingers till we get another meltdown highlight reel of people just losing their minds when this thing starts to close in for Trump.
Yep. I would agree. We're going to see some meltdowns, and my apologies. I'm like, Chris, we need to hire a producer.
I reckon we do.
It's like there's so much going on. I've got like 4 screens. I've got streams going on. I'm trying to keep track of everything and bring people in and take them out. So if just hang tight and we'll get you rolling.
There's an interesting exit poll out of Georgia, which is a big part of Trump opening up a pretty decent lead there now.
Dude, if he gets 25% of the black vote, it's donezo. It's done.
Well, that's where we are so far right now.
That's insane. That's like, what did he get last time? Like 17%, 16%? If he gets 25%, that's insane. And I'm talking black male vote. He got like 16% last time.
Yeah. That's
so
impressive.
Yeah, I think that one thing that we haven't talked about, and it'd be interesting to get some of you guys' input as I'm adding and pulling people out. So the fact that where the left is going, where the left has been going, and just the direction of the party as a whole, the leftist side, which is taking control of the Democratic Party, it doesn't actually jive very well with a lot of the black community. It especially does not jive with the Hispanic community, which is very, very still heavily Catholic, heavily religious. They do not ascribe to the gender madness and the LGBTQ and all of this stuff. So it'd be interesting to get you guys' input on that. Is like, has the left overplayed its hand and lost the very, very foundation that they need to win elections? I'll open it up. Craig, go ahead.
Can I jump in on that?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Go ahead.
To me, sorry, the icons are very small. I can't see the body language. Anyway, so I believe so, and in fact, there's other demographics we can name as well. Arab Americans, several polls show a majority coming to Trump now, and that's the first. That is the first Republican president that has polled the majority American Arab and Muslim vote in decades. So there's another example. I wouldn't it be amazing to see even a place like Dearborn, Michigan go red?
That would be amazing. It probably won't happen there, but overall, that's what you're seeing. So we're at a point where when you have people who are conservative by their nature, like Hispanics are, like blacks are, you have a very strong, for example, Baptist going, coalition, strong Christian movement, especially in the South, among African Americans. And this gender ideology madness and all these other crazy things, I can tell you what, Hispanic conservative Catholics, Arab Muslims, etc., they're not into the whole transing the kids things. They're not into it. They're not into the drag queens at the high school. They are not down with that. So I think it's pretty amazing how Trump may be the candidate who brings all of those groups into the Big Tent Republican Party, which is where they belong. Because if you are conservative in any form of religious bent, if you come from cultures that just reject this madness, then they belong in the Republican Party. And I would tell all our liberal friends out there, Trump has really failed at being a bigot. Like, he's just done a terrible job, despite everything they've had to say about him.
Worst Hitler ever.
I mean, look at, worst Hitler ever. All the minorities are for Trump. I'll share an anecdote with you all. I unfortunately live in a very blue area, and I voted early in person, of course, and a pretty extensive line of voters while I waited to get into the polls. And I noted a very interesting observation. So where I live, there's a lot of diversity, which, as it turns out, as the Republican tent gets bigger, that might be a really good thing. In an ironic way, it might be what saves the country, because to explain what I saw, you can, of course, pick up the sample ballot at the front. There's people handing it out. The Republican sample ballot is green, at least in this state. The Democrat sample ballot is blue. And all the people of color, I kid you not, all of them in the line had the green sample ballot in their hand. And we're talking Indians, Pakistani, African American, everything you can think. Very sadly, the white females, especially the younger ones, were consistently the ones holding the blue ballot. So I think that's where we are as a country.
Yep.
Well said, Sal.
Well said. Anybody else want to weigh in on that? Just how the Democratic Party, the leftists, the Hollywood elitists have just overplayed the hand to this ideology that is just not popular. And honestly, here's another thing that I would say. It's actually not popular with a lot of the people they're allowing in over the southern border long term.
Hey, John, this
there
is
was an
Bruce.
interesting. I'm sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
Is it Bruce or who, you want me to talk?
Bruce, go ahead.
Yeah, so kind of circling back to what we talked about earlier about the Department of Education, and then you talk about stepping over going over the boundary line. The lady I was talking to today, she used to live in Massachusetts. She moved to New Hampshire, and the little town she's now in New Hampshire, she's actually moving out of it. But the thing that she stressed was people need to realize that the left is going all out vaccines, right? They're still not done with the mask program yet. The brainwashing that's occurring, in the schools with the younger kids, this whole transgender push, you can tell us, but you can't tell us, tell us you want to be a boy, you're a girl, vice versa. And we won't tell your parents, and we'll help you get the surgery. The whole pedo push in the books, the gay rights stuff in the books. It was just amazing, an eye-opener to me, because my kids have been out of school for years now. But she was just like laying it out there why, she left Massachusetts. Now she's in New Hampshire. But why people need to switch parties is because when if they're in for good, that's where it's all heading. It's going to be night and day.
Yep.
I had one thing I wanted to add to that, Josh. Or John, pardon me. There was an inflection point that occurred here recently, and this was in Minnesota. And who's from Minnesota and who's the governor of Minnesota? Tampon Tim.
Mm-hmm.
The Somalis in Minnesota went all in for Trump today. They made a public announcement. There were several groups that got up in front of camera today and went all in for Trump today. So that speaks volumes as far as where Arab Americans are going.
That is pretty crazy.
Yeah, I'm surprised also that I don't know how many Amish there are in Pennsylvania, but I'm wondering if their votes have been showing up yet.
181,000.
207. Yeah, I was going to say. I think it's larger than that. I think it's 277,000.
There's 181,000 that are registered to vote that are Amish because many of them never even registered in the past.
Yeah, that's a big chunk.
Well, I think what they've done is, unfortunately for them, and hopefully it turns out to be that way, they've just picked another very unlikable candidate, just like Hillary Clinton was. And it's one of the reasons they missed their mark back then. But not that many people really like it. Just like I mentioned, I guarantee there were a whole lot more Hillary signs back out when we go back to that election in 2016. There's no Harris signs out here. And so that means they're not proud of that vote. And I don't know. I just don't see how they overcome this. I think what you just saw that it said 177 to 99. I think Fox was saying she has 111, but I've turned it off at this point.
Fox currently has it 195 Trump to 113 Harris. They have not called any of the Rust Belt. Virginia, North Carolina has not been called. Georgia has not been called, and those are all trending towards Trump. He's going to be really close to 270 with those three states. If those three states go red, he's going to be real close to 270 with those three states. Because Georgia's 16 electoral votes. North Carolina's like 15 or 16, and Virginia's 13, if I'm remembering correctly. Don't have it right in front of me right now. So those three states give him another like 45-ish to 48 electoral votes. He's really going to be down to, he gets Arizona. Like, if he gets Arizona and Nevada, it's over. He doesn't even need the Rust Belt. If he flips Virginia, which it's very close, and I'm not saying he's going to, but it's trending that way currently.
We got Major Mike Hall just joined us, John.
Hey, let me throw him in here.
He's in there. I already added him.
Oh, I removed him. Sorry, Mike. Hey, brother, how are you doing tonight?
Hey, it's probably best that you did, right?
So what's going on in the great state of Texas?
Oh, man, just got through with military exercise and, just wore out, man. Fixing to head back up to East Texas and get ready to go North Carolina again next week. Continue operations out there. So I thought I'd got the invite, so I thought I'd see what you boys was doing.
Absolutely. Well, we're just kind of counting and looking and analyzing everything that's going on. So far, everything's trending well. No big 99% Harris vote drops yet. So everything's kind of headed the right direction. Knock on wood.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
So what's kind of the feeling in Texas? I know there were a lot of people worried. It doesn't look like there's much to worry about down there. Looks like it's going to end up being a Trump state. But what's kind of the feeling on the ground down there, brother?
Man, it's always your environment, your culture, right? So around Austin, everybody thinks, well, it's going to be blue. The whole state's going to turn blue. Between Austin and Dallas, I can understand that, but I'm telling you right now, we're still a red state, very much a red state down there, especially in these smaller communities. And getting the word out and everybody getting organized from that ground level up. So I promise you, it's all about the red in this one.
Yep. Understood.
Well, yeah, I'm from Texas and I'm living here right now. I'm the same. I'm in the Dallas-Fort Worth area, but Dallas does tend to go a little blue. They have a Democrat mayor now, and of course everybody knows about Austin. But we have had so much of an influx from California. It has concerned me lately, but again, I just don't see that many Harris signs out there. So we'll just have to see. And it looks like we're trending very well now.
Yeah, there's some. So what's really interesting, Chris, you've been looking at this while I'm trying to pay attention to other things, but it looks like a lot of these states are starting to be a separation. It was real tight, and that may go to what Jeff O'Donnell was talking about earlier, where they may have counted and dropped some of this early voting numbers, which would trend Democratic, and now that the election day voting is starting to be counted, you're starting to see that trend and moving apart from the blue and the red.
Yeah. So as I go through them, and I mentioned earlier, the curves don't look anything like they did in 2020 at this point of the evening. And in most states, the gap is widening and Trump is taking a more commanding lead. But I've still seen some of them, like North Carolina right now, went from a fairly healthy Trump advantage to neck and neck again. So my prediction is that by midnight or so is when we're going to see things settle down, as long as we don't have that crazy, curve in the middle of the night again. I think we should be sitting pretty.
Here's an interesting thing. I just pulled up Pennsylvania. He was down by 400,000 votes. Mm-hmm. He's now 250,000. So he's starting to close that gap.
Yeah, I can bring that up, actually. I was just looking at that. Second here. There it is. So you can see it's starting to trend the right way.
Yeah.
Hey, Jeff, what would cause a big spike like that in the blue votes for Harris and PA like that?
Heavily Democrat or precinct reporting, or county, a heavily Democrat county.
Okay.
Reporting in, almost certainly. Either that or they just decided to add them in. I don't know.
Well, if you look, both curves were moving the same direction, just one was higher than the other. That to me tends to say something like that's just like a 70-30 precinct that's going, as opposed to what we saw in 2020, a straight up line with 99 to 100% of the votes going one way. That does not happen anywhere in the country.
So check out this page is an aggregate of graphs that Jeff put together. And for those people who are just joining us, Jeff O'Donnell is pulling a feed off of Edison where precincts report into. So we've got real-time results here, which is one of the reasons we're ahead of the mainstream media and definitely ahead of other podcasts. But you can see stuff really tightening up in all of these races. Very interesting patterns, put it that way, for this time of night.
Very much so.
Yeah.
Jeff, you want to make any comments on that?
No, other than it's just very interesting to have this kind of view of things. We've done a little bit of this for the midterms and the primaries, but of course nothing like this. So,
dude, I'm just gonna tell you, I get sensations. This must be what Neo felt like when he could actually see the Matrix.
I love it.
I was gonna say, I don't know if you know this, Jeff, but we know this guy named Jeff O'Donnell. He's got us all this great data, and it's fantastic.
So Trump has actually built a decent little lead in Wisconsin, which went for Trump in 2016. And if he grabbed at Wisconsin, that would probably put him over the top.
Wasn't Wisconsin one of the big fraud states?
It was. I am more bullish about Wisconsin than I am Michigan because Gretchen Whitmer is a diabolical character, and she has built a machine inside of those counties in Michigan that will, if one of the Rust Belts was a concern, to me it was Michigan, because I think Pennsylvania is going to even out as the night goes on.
Now, Gretchen, don't be so hard on Gretchen. She survived a kidnapping up there.
She absolutely did, by 11 FBI agent and
that's
one.
got to be dramatic when you survive an FBI-led
So
kidnapping.
by the way, the numbers out of Wisconsin are on the screen, John, and the way this breaks down is 60% has gone to Trump, 40% to Kamala.
Yep. So that's good. Of course, obviously the big counties, the big cities of Milwaukee, that's all going to be, obviously a big deal going through the night as those bigger cities come in, and you never know how this vote's going to drop, what order it's going to drop.
Yeah.
So,
You guys think the highest concentration? I don't have any hard data on California exodus people, but wouldn't you say that the majority of them leaving the madness that's there? And where would you say the highest concentration is of people that have left California?
Arizona and Texas.
I've met a few here in southern Indiana, so I can't really give strong numbers, right? But they didn't leave California.
Well, Idaho, Montana have had a huge influx, and not the best either. Mostly patriots, but Boise, unfortunately, is becoming a crap hole in that regard. And I know, like Bozeman, Montana, super liberal. Missoula, super liberal. All these big college towns, you can pretty much count on them being left wing. So. Yeah, it was nice in the beginning, but it's starting to turn in their favor a little bit, especially when we're sitting here talking about Texas. Oh, is it blue or red? Like Idaho, never going to be blue, but maybe not. That's what Texans used to say. Arizonans too. So, yeah, it's going to be an issue now and in the future, unfortunately.
Yeah, Colorado and New Mexico got a huge quantity of them as well.
So did Tennessee. I just saw in the chat. That's actually a friend of mine, Adam Cannon. Went to college with him. Lots of Cali voters moving to Tennessee. The kind of Cali voters is the key, though, because as Craig said earlier, if it's people trying to escape the People's Republic of California, then those may be more of our type of voters that would balkanize red states more than help or then flip a state from red to blue. By the way, Fox News just called Ted Cruz won his Senate seat. So that's a big thing for them to call early. That shows me Texas is not in play at all, because the presidential was going to be a wider margin than the Senate. So Texas not in play at all. That was a complete red herring, nothing burger. So that's great. We need Ted Cruz.
There was a lot of work that went into trying to unseat him.
Yes. George Soros spent something like $20 billion trying to unseat Ted Cruz. That's insane.
That's wow.
What a waste of money.
Yeah.
There's your current Texas numbers.
And you can see that trend line it's separating. So yeah, I don't think Texas is in play at all. So that's great news. And hopefully just more of that coming the rest of the night.
However, does anybody really believe that Harris got over 3 million votes in Texas?
Right.
No,
I do have a problem with that. So there's no signs out anywhere. There's no signs. And the Democrats usually have their signs. I've been through plenty of election periods to this area, and there's no Harris signs out hardly at all.
That's the ones in Houston, Dallas, and Austin.
Steve Bannon this week was quoted multiple times saying that at any point in time in any election that the Democrats have somewhere between a 7 and 10% lead because of the cheating. So that's kind of what we have to overcome, and that's a big portion where that 3 million comes from, in my gathering.
So, I think we probably need to do a sponsor read real quick there, Chris. You want to do one of our sponsor reads for this hour?
Let me get one queued up. Keep talking for a couple minutes.
Yep. I'm going to go ahead and throw one up here if I can get it going here.
Sponsor tonight is Texas.
That's right. Let me see here if I can figure this out. I'm still kind of.
I got one here, John.
You go ahead.
See you guys.
Get some.
Do we have to watch you lifting weights again?
Evan, I'm the CEO of Rival Dispatch. I was a member of our national powerlifting team for many years and won many state, national, and world championships. Even though I'm in great shape for being 55 years old, I am not immune to father time. Most of us feel weaker and make more trips to the bathroom as we get older. U.S. Army research has led to a breakthrough for the #1 water for older Americans. It's not a special sports drink, but a mix with essential nutrients most hydration drinks lack. Keyword, hydration. These nutrients are proven to enhance muscle strength, reduce soreness, and improve bladder health. A Texas doctor leveraged this research and formulated a drink mix to help you stay strong. Click the link below for up to 44% off at nativehydrate.com/dispatch, plus free shipping and a free gift. It's one of the best deals I've seen for high quality BCAA drink mixes. And that's what I'm drinking right this minute, to be honest with you. I'm almost out. They sent me a box of it 5 weeks ago, and I've wiped the whole thing out. So.
That's awesome.
That is not what I'm drinking.
Yeah, I am about empty of Righteous Savage's coffee. Although Craig's going to be sending me some of that Stay Brewed coffee here for too long. So,
yes, StayBrewed.com, StayBrewed.com for sure. Yep. I've already wiped my coffee out for tonight. But
awesome. On the way, brother.
I got
Thank
the
you.
email. Thank you very much.
Oh, he gets some, but I'm still sitting here just chopped liver. Got it. All right.
Send me your address.
Mm-hmm. Whatever.
Whatever.
If I may, gentlemen, there's something interesting, and you mentioned cruise. One thing that happened in 2020 frequently that was a little tip off of what was going on is that Trump very often had less votes than Senate and governor Republicans in their races, which was always suspicious. And it's interesting that Cruz, last update that I have here, about 3.9 million votes. Trump, if I hear my eyes are not what they used to be, 4.1 million. So almost 200,000 more votes than Cruz did. I basically take that as a very much a reverse of what we saw a lot in 2020.
That's interesting.
What's it mean? I'm not sure, but
I'll tell you what, Virginia is holding strong compared to. I did not expect to see these numbers at all. You got Trump 1.075 million to Harris 1.055 million. It's a thin margin, but I didn't expect Trump to be anywhere near her in Virginia. I mean, Richmond is the biggest area, biggest city in the state, and something like less than 10% of people who live in Richmond now were born in Virginia. It's a major enclave of liberals. So surprising numbers out of VA.
Trump continues to hack down slowly but surely the votes in Pennsylvania.
Yeah,
He's just right around 200,000 short right now.
Looks like a 20,000 vote lead right now in Virginia. The only question is, have those northern corrupt counties reported yet?
They were talking on Fox News that Fairfax County was coming in early. which I think that's one of the big ones, correct?
It's one of the the ballot generating machines in Virginia. I can say that I lived there for a few years.
Look
Fair-
at the
Fairfax
graph in
County is
Pennsylvania.
loaded.
Yeah, things are closing up in PA.
Yeah, with 75% of the vote counted in Georgia, he has a 5-point lead.
That's
couple 100,000
amazing.
votes. So, yep. Yeah, yeah, I'm gonna second this on the stream. 77 likes. Come on, guys. Like and share this stream. We're getting information that not a lot of media out there has.
If you only could see the back end here.
I actually played a video of all the terminal windows that you had open there, Jeff.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah, it's awesome. It's totally awesome. We've got rough adding up everything about 2,400, 2,500 people on all the combined live streams.
So, can we address this real quick? Because my wife was actually asking me, because she's watching the stream upstairs, why ours it looks different than the mainstream media. And I said, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, I'll just say they're using other things like exit polling and other kind of inputs, whereas ours is based off of the raw vote that is currently counted, correct?
That is correct. And it reported to Edison Research and then sent out to the New York Times and the other media.
Basically, thanks to Jeff, we're getting the same real-time data that big media is getting.
Yep.
We've been faster to report stuff because they have an SOP, I'm sure, that they have to work through before somebody approves them putting something up on the screen. But I would say, thanks to Jeff, we are on the cutting edge of this tonight. It's pretty awesome. We do not have a big following on X, by the way, because we didn't concentrate on them in the past. And I checked a half hour ago, and we were at 4,253 views already on X, which for us, that's a lot. We're at 4,794 on X now. And again, we only have a couple thousand followers over there, whereas, the other platforms, we've got 400,000 followers, actually about 404,000 on YouTube. So to have that type of view count on X, pretty darn good. But I'm seeing a lot of retweets and people saying, hey, go check out Survival Dispatch. They've got
Chris, I shared that your post and your information and the link to Rumble to several big named accounts that I follow that were asking specifically about who's streaming the live data. I don't know if that made an impact or not, but I'm pushing it.
I'm sure it did. I hadn't checked yet. I just went and had a look. I've got 116 notifications on X. So some guy named Republican Engineer, he's reporting a bunch of stuff, and he's linked back to us, which is very nice, and that's appreciated. Somebody called When Pigs Fly is getting information from us, telling people to check it out. So we owe a lot to you, Jeff. We really, really appreciate you putting us ahead of the curve here.
Absolutely.
I'm glad. I've got to pop out, guys. Thank you very much for having me on.
Thank you, Jeff. We owe you a debt of gratitude. Thanks, brother.
Jeff, you're an absolute mad scientist, man. Keep it up.
Thank you very much. Take care, guys.
All right. Thanks, Jeff.
I do have one thing to say here, guys, and I'm going to repeat this from somebody that said this, but no matter what, and this is to everybody, no matter what happens tonight, everybody please leave the damn toilet paper aisle alone, okay?
Oh, that's funny. That is funny. So I'm going to give a real quick shout out. We're going to be doing something special. So Righteous Savages has been growing on YouTube, our main channel, so much so that we decided that we're going to make a podcast channel. We are live streaming. It's our first ever action on this channel. And to kind of kick things off, we're going to be doing a giveaway of some merch and also some free training, as well as some other things. This is going to be a pretty big deal. So if you guys go over, follow, and I'm putting it in the description, all of our streams, follow our YouTube channel. This live stream is on there, so you can pop over there and pop back, and you're not going to miss anything. Or you can wait until you get off and like it and follow our YouTube podcast channel. Our first episode drops Thursday, and it's not our first podcast episode, but it's the first one on this channel. And we do a lot of really cool things within the firearms industry, a lot of things for masculinity and our faith, and just really do a lot of things in that vein. So if you guys could like and subscribe to our channel and drop the word savages in the chat. If you do that, you'll get entered into the giveaway. I'll go and curate all of those names, and we will go ahead and do that. But that's my little spiel for that, and we'll just continue on with the night. Thank you, guys. What are we seeing in the swing states, Chris? Anything? It looks like if you look at the overall Pennsylvania, it's just slowly closing. And that.
Yeah, PA is definitely moving in the right direction. Check this out. Look at the closing.
Oh.
So I would remind everybody that when we look at the national map, I'll bring it back up again. If we take Pennsylvania, North Carolina, and Georgia tonight, we hit 270 electoral college votes. It may take the cheaters another week to count their votes in other states, but we'll have the electoral college votes probably before midnight tonight if we take those 3 states. There's no way for Kamala to win if we take those 3 states. And that's why Trump has spent the past week essentially going back and forth between PA, North Carolina, and Georgia. And things are trending in the right direction in all 3 of those states. And again, I'm sticking with my prediction from earlier tonight. We take those 3 states, we hit 270 electoral college votes. It's a done deal. They can mess around with the stuff all they want in the other states. I mean, if you can't produce your results the same night of the election, you're cheating. That's just, let's put a fine point on it. But the only thing it'll affect will be what the popular vote is. I think realistically, we're going to get them tonight, and then we got to worry about November 26th as the next big date, because that's when Trump's in front of Merchant, and they've apparently cleared out a spot in Rikers specifically for Trump. So don't want to count our eggs before they hatch here, but I think, again, this is just my opinion, that we'll get the 270 tonight by midnight Eastern time, and it might be 10, 12 days before we get the popular vote. But I'm going to say that we're also going to win the popular vote, even with all the cheating that's happening and is going to continue to happen. So those are my predictions. Anybody else is welcome to offer their opinion. And
I'm pretty much in agreement. I think we're going to reach a point at some point tonight where things are going to tip. I think, and when they tip, they're going to tip in a big way, and could be in multiple states fairly quickly, because the way that it's trending, it's just completely different from 2020. It has a different feeling. You know, it's almost a polar opposite of 2020 in a lot of ways, because Trump was ahead in Pennsylvania almost the whole night in 2020. And then those late data dumps in the middle of the night, shutting down the counting, and then miraculously restarting it in the middle of the night. And it's just, yeah. So I do think that we're going to see a tipping point as the gaps continue to close.
Well, Trump carried all the states that they had cheated last year, last election in 2020, or they wouldn't have to cheat, right? I mean, he carried all of them.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I'm just saying that I think it's just a different feel, and it's a different look. Because I mean, we were all glued to our TVs on election night 2020, and is it just a different feel tonight? It feels like we're kind of in command of this thing.
Yeah, definitely. Mike Bellamere from Switch It Up Inc. and EMP Pro just joined us. Good to see you, Mike. And I brought up Jeff's movie again, Fingerprints of Fraud, just because there was some mention of what happened in 2020. If you want a really in-depth take on what happened in 2020, Jeff is a data scientist, and his work is absolutely phenomenal. And I highly recommend that y'all go watch this. He split it up into smaller bite-sized chunks because there's so much data, but it's irrefutable that 2020 was stolen. And thankfully, the team that Jeff works with learned a lot from his research and then shared that information with all the right people to try and mitigate them pulling the same shit this time around that they did last time.
Well, they're getting a little more technical this time. Did you see that video I sent you, Chris, where the guy in the voting booth is clearly multiple times
I did
clicking on Trump and then Kamala right below it highlights?
Yeah. Just unbelievable, isn't it?
This is the reason that I just don't trust the electronic side. I just don't. It's too easy to manipulate those things. And if they are manipulating, and it wasn't just one thing, it wasn't just the data dumps late in the early mornings of the early morning hours. It wasn't just the ballot harvesting. It wasn't just all of this stuff. It was everything combined, what they needed to beat Trump. It wasn't one thing. We can point to Dominion voting machines. We can point to the data dumps. We can point to all of this stuff. The reality is it was a conglomerate. It was the suppression of the Hunter Biden laptop story. It was all of these things. It was you don't even have to get to the Dominion voting machines before, you have enough to flip the election. And that's the way these things work. The difference tonight, and this is my feeling, it's been my feeling for weeks, is that there are too many eyeballs on this. We saw what happened. We kind of got taken advantage of, and we're not going to stand for it this time. And there's a lot more eyeballs. There's even people that weren't even aware that listened to Joe Rogan, that listened to all of these podcasts, that were made aware of, hey, Donald Trump doesn't seem like Hitler, guys. And they stopped, sucking on the mainstream media teat and started actually researching things for themselves. And I just think there's too many eyeballs for them to pull off what they tried to pull off in 2020. They're going to try, don't get me wrong, but I think that there's too many people watching this time.
I agree. So number one, you can see how things are tightening up now in PA. Again, if we take this state plus Georgia, North Carolina, we get the electoral college votes. But what I'd like to add based on what you just said, I don't know if you all caught it because it happened very, very early this morning. A bunch of Republican poll watchers were denied access to precincts in Philadelphia. They called the 800 number, and Lara Trump's team dispatched a bunch of attorneys who went straight to city council as well as the county council, and all of those poll watchers were miraculously granted access shortly thereafter. We didn't have anything like that in the past. And when I read it this morning, that was before 7 a.m. Eastern, I thought to myself, holy crap, in 2020, this stuff was happening across the country. There was no way that you could react fast enough to get any type of intervention.
Yep.
And you can't launch a lawsuit a month later and expect that it's going to change the election results. The public won't accept it at that point in time.
You're absolutely right. It's night of, and they're prepared for it this time. They've built a ground game that is ready to deal with this fraud. We got caught with our pants down, honestly, in 2020.
200,000 trained volunteers deployed by True the Vote, which Lara Trump is working with. Of course, she's the RNC chair, and over 500 attorneys around the country waiting to be dispatched just like that. We didn't have anything close to this.
She revised that number to 240,000, didn't she?
I don't. Last I saw it was 200,000, but 240.
240 is what she announced in I think it was one of the events over the last couple of days.
Yeah, it was a live. I think it was yesterday in PA.
Yeah. So on the raw votes, Trump is he's at 96,000 votes. He was over 450,000 down in PA. So that gap is tightening and tightening fast.
Yeah, boy, howdy, is it ever. And when Western PA starts reporting,
yep,
I think you're going to see Trump take the lead here.
If Pennsylvania goes, I think it's going to turn into a bloodbath real quick, honestly.
I agree. Yeah. So, I mean, I've said it before. I'm going to say it again for people who are new to our podcast. So we had Jason Wilson on a few nights ago from Vote for America, number 4, not the word. and he shared a bunch of their polling data with me. And when you do equal sampling between Democrats and Republicans, not one poll that they conducted showed Trump with less than 70% support across the country. Some of them in smaller jurisdictions actually showed 90% support for Trump. And I've looked at a number of these charts tonight while I was off screen, and there's a whole bunch of them that are somewhere in the order of 2/3 Trump, 1/3 Kamala. So they're certainly trending towards that. And those mainstream media polls that said it was neck and neck or Kamala was in the lead, they're trying to do a couple things. Number one, they're trying to gaslight MAGA supporters to say, don't bother voting because Kamala's got this in the bag. So that's what the first part was. The second part is if they succeeded in cheating enough to win the election, they could say, well, it was within the margin of error in the poll. And, they're selling the steal essentially. So I agree with you. If and when this tips in Pennsylvania, I think you're going to see an absolute red wave across the rest of the states. And I'm standing firm that it's almost 10 p.m. Eastern. I'm going to say within 2 hours, we will be at 270 electoral college votes on our side.
Call me to God's ears, brother.
Hey, so since we got Mike Bellamere on, there's been a lot of stuff going on in Colorado lately, Trend to Aragua and all that good stuff. Mike, give us your impression of specifically the Denver area. Is it hopeless as far as Trump's concerned, or is there actually support on the ground there?
Denver, unfortunately, I would have to say is 70% blue. Boulder, 95% blue. But then you come out into the rural areas where I live in Elbert, Colorado, and it's damn near 100% Republican red. Well, it's going to be tough. I mean, did you hear about I don't know if it's a congresswoman or a judge that leaked the passwords to a bunch of the voting machines in Colorado?
Yeah, she's the same one who tried to take Trump off the ballot in Colorado.
Mm-hmm. So there's a lot of shady stuff going on here in the system, in especially the Denver metro area.
Yeah, so there's a question for you. Is that lady who did that, was she voted in or appointed?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Just curious.
Can you say disbarred?
Right. Does anybody else know what that girl, if she was appointed or voted in? I'm just wondering if there's any chance for any repercussions, or it doesn't matter because she's done this stuff in the past and she's just going to keep on doing it. I'll take that as a yes, no, maybe so. At Mike Hall, you said y'all are heading back to North Carolina. When's that fixing to happen?
Yeah, we're going to head out probably middle of next week. Head that way, man. Still a lot of work to do. Winter's on its way out there, and we're going to be doing some airdrops, things like that. They've still got some. They've got to get generated. A lot of roads are still out. A lot of people are still displaced. Keep an eye on FEMA, making sure they're doing the right things, and come do some overwatch on them.
How long were you and Doc and the rest of the Remnant Ministry team there for that last stint y'all did?
We were there 4 weeks, right at a month. We got there 2 days after landfall, and then embedded in and got our compound set up, and then just started operations within 48 hours. So, but yeah, it's. I'm glad to see that state's red. I had a feeling I was a little worried. Of course, it's Asheville. Is Asheville's there, Austin. I didn't know about Charlotte or anything like that, but we went down there and we were invited to that rally. It turned into a rally in Charlotte, and it was really good turnout. Really good turnout. But what's going on up there in the hollers and in the smaller places and smaller towns is what needs to happen in the rest of this country. People helping people without any government assistance whatsoever. And if things were going the way they're going, like in my county down in Hayes and up there in North Carolina in the West, that hell, we wouldn't need a president, to be honest with you.
So our regular viewers, they've seen you and Doc come on and answer this question, but we've got a bunch of new people watching tonight. So I'm going to ask the question again. What was the breakdown on government assistance versus volunteers like yourself?
I was not 90-10, 90% volunteers and residential, and then 10% government. And that's the way they want it. And and that's the way it really needed to be. And even with a shout out and a major kudos to Lieutenant Governor Robinson over there, and State Senator Ted Alexander, and U.S. Senator Ted Budd. Really, they understood what needed to happen. And when I got to that airfield out there in Avery, there was Senator Alexander out there loading all day for several days, loading vehicles up and Penske trucks and everything himself. And I didn't even know he was a damn senator until about half the day in, because couldn't believe there wasn't a camera crew. There wasn't one camera there. Wasn't any staffers with him or anything. He was just out there getting after it. That's what it took.
That's what it should be.
Good for him.
Agreed.
You know, and I needed that, man. I really needed to see that, because I've been all over this country for several years now, and man, I've got a bad taste in my mouth. I don't have much faith in our society and in our people. And the reason I say that, not necessarily as a whole, but like I said on this show several times, it's gotten to where how Taylor Swift votes goes America, and we can't have that. We can't have, and simultaneously, if we get the old man back in the White House tonight, we do not need to sit back on our couch. We don't need to do much celebrating. The only thing we've really done is kept evil from occupying that White House. It's going to take us, all of us, we the people, getting this country right. He is not our savior. He's not. I think everybody on this panel knows that. It's going to take us helping each other out, us fixing our communities, us knowing who our sheriff is, us knowing who our mayor is, things like that, and our families, getting our families squared away, so the whole damn thing's red next time we have this next 4 to 8 years. Because all this flopping back and forth is just going to continue to happen. It's going to continue to happen unless we get it doesn't get fixed from the inside, which is our homes. So.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I want to mention to those people who are new to our podcast, as well as existing people, that Mike is part of Lieutenant Colonel Doc Pete Chambers' group at Remnant, Texas, Remnant Ministry in Texas, pardon me. And they have several different lines of efforts. So they've been gathering intel on the border now for a few years and relaying that information back to Texas DPS, Department of Public Safety, for y'all who aren't from Texas. They've also done a fair bit of interdiction when it comes to child sex trafficking, and they also help other people get ministries off the ground. This is a nonprofit. Nobody is drawing a paycheck. And if you're looking for somewhere to donate money that will guaranteed help the people in North Carolina who have been just devastated by Hurricane Helene, this is one of two choices. The other choice, I'm going to pivot to Mike Sterling for a second here and have Mike speak with regards to Grindstone.
Yeah, Mike, we were just over the mountain from Mike's folks over there working in Eastern Tennessee, and it's such a mess up there. I think the big thing that we started picking up is that the Appalachia has got humongous quantities of abandoned mines, and all those mines are just a haven for illicit chemical dumping. And well, you had a whole bunch of those. You had a whole bunch of those walls of water come down the mountainside and just tear entire mountainsides out to include the mines, and it blew all that hazmat and all those drums down into the valleys, busted them all open, mixed it all up into a nasty, toxic soup. There's a bunch of valleys up there that the soil samples aren't back yet, but I can tell you right now, there's a couple valleys, both in North Carolina and in Tennessee, that I think may wind up being uninhabitable because of that stuff. I mean, they're terrible.
Yes.
And I mean, I was up there specifically working in a capacity as a hazmat advisor, and man, I had to get hot on that stuff pretty quick. There's a lot of real nasty stuff up there, but thank God we didn't necessarily find too much of the bad stuff. But there's enough that you don't want to live in it.
That's right. Y'all did great work back up there, Mike. Matter of fact,
I'll tell you what, I was blessed to work with Grindstone. I'm telling you, I have never seen and I tell people this all the time. I have never seen a more organized bunch than the NGOs up there. It was astounding. I had the benefit to go to 4 different FOBs under 3 different organizations, and it was hilarious. You can tell the vets are the ones that are running them because all the FOBs are laid out exactly the same. And you walk up and you go to the intake people and you say, hey, where's the talk? They point you to right where the talk is. You go to the talk. Every talk is laid out exactly the same because apparently we were all taught in the military how to lay out a tactical operations center the same.
Right.
And yeah, so you know exactly what you're doing as soon as you walk in and where to look. The Amron guys, honestly, I think the Amron guys are probably the real heroes of this whole thing. They really are. They brought the ham radio network up into there, and they gave us communication. Without communication, you got no logistics. Right. And man, I'm telling you what, I was astounded. I was just, I wanted to hug those nerds every chance I got.
Yes, indeed.
Good folks, I'm telling you. But yeah, you can tell that the attitude up there in the mountains is all for the NGOs. Oh boy, I'll tell you, we watched the governor of Tennessee almost get himself lynched up in Little Germany. That was interesting to watch.
Yeah, I heard about that. Yeah, that's good stuff.
Yeah,
right there.
Pennsylvania is within 11,000 votes now.
Bring it on. Come on with it. Come on with it. That's what I'm talking about. The people. It's all about the people.
Keep on going.
Keep on keeping. Hey, and that Righteous Savages. Hey, by the way, I'd like to. That's good shit right there. Congratulations on that for Thursday.
Yep.
That is what we need, right? That is what y'all are doing on that end is spectacular, because that is what we definitely need that in this country. That's grassroots. That's a good foundation. It's the good root producing good fruit right there, man. So congratulations on that.
We need strong men. Oh my goodness, he just took the lead.
We just took it.
Just took the lead.
I literally refreshed the page and boom, we're in front.
By the way, guys, say a prayer for my wife. My golden retriever just got sprayed by a skunk when I went up to the restroom earlier. My whole upstairs in my house smells like skunk because my wife let her in and didn't realize. So, little entertainment for you guys tonight.
Oh.
I can actually smell it kind of wafting into the studio right now. It's fantastic.
Look at this, fantastic.
Awesome.
Vinegar and tomato sauce.
Yeah. You gotta chemically neutralize that as early as you possibly can. Lots of vinegar.
The smell, not the dog.
Right.
There you go. Oh, guys, we've been flipping back and forth. Guys, oh, man.
Well, that's because, they got to get the extra trucks with all the other ballots. They're racing to get there so they can get them counted and drive that the other way.
Right.
So I have something to say. America's voting for America. We just chose Trump as our leader in this, but America's really voting for itself in this.
Absolutely.
And that encompasses all the different races and religions and opinions. People are voting for America, and you're starting to see it all over the place. And it's important that we remember that it's not just Trump. It's America that we're voting for here.
That's a very good point, man. And it's, I have 3 flags in my yard. And it's the Texas flag, American flag, which fly equally high, by the way, as allotted to us in this state. But also has the Gladstone flag, and that's of course the "Don't Tread on Me" flag. And I don't need a Trump flag. I don't need a Trump sign. I don't need any of that in my yard. I need those 3 things right there. And it's not just the flag or the T-shirt of the week. If we can remember that too. I had a couple of buddies of mine that had the Gladstone. I asked them what that was. I said, "Don't tread on me." I said, "Oh, well, give me the history of that flag." Now I think it was Civil War, and I almost choked him to death. And I had to give him the history lesson of, General Gladstone. That's a revolutionary. Even the Marine Corps adopted that on November 10th of 1776. as the as their naval infantry, amphibious infantry. Anyway, so you got to know what you stand for instead of just a flavor of the week, and that's what we're seeing here. I think finally turning, and I needed it, boys. I needed it bad because between the media and me being on the road, seeing people not be able to spell and read and write, and hearing my teacher friends and my recruiters and my my drill instructors telling me that they're done and this nation's done. I needed to see this. So you're right.
So check out the Electoral College votes from Fox. That does not include Georgia, North Carolina, Virginia, or PA, and it's at 205. So I am sticking with my prediction that if we PA, North Carolina, and Georgia, it's all over but the fat lady singing.
It's a lot of red on that map. It's a lot of red.
Yes, sir. Bleed it.
Yeah, but unfortunately, the left side is going to be all blue.
Yes, it will. That's true.
I'm having a hard time believing that Wyoming is blue. Honestly,
It's well, as we said earlier, it's we're looking at raw vote totals. The way that the media, the mainstream media, they have several things that go into calling a state. In fact, let me look. I'm trying to see.
There's your PA numbers, by the way, updated. We're putting a little bit more space between us and them.
So they have several things that go into calling a state. We're just looking at raw vote totals, so we don't know where those come from right off the bat. Like Wyoming, currently 4884 to 4944. Less than 100 votes separating those. So it's real early there. I wouldn't worry about it.
Did Fox call Wisconsin by chance? I didn't see.
They have not yet. Let me look.
Here, I'll bring it up. I've got it already. I got it here. There's the Fox map.
They already called Wyoming, by the way.
Hold on a second. Sorry. There's the Fox map.
Yeah, they already called Wyoming, by the way.
Yeah, because all 19 people voted.
Come on, there's 24.
There's 24.
I'm sorry, I forgot that family from Utah moved in. My bad.
Yeah.
They had to go. Oh, Lord have mercy.
There will be a big, obviously when California closes here in a little while, that's gonna flip straight up to her, and you'll see a tightening. You might even see her take the lead with like the Oregon, Washington, California, but she'll stagnate at that point.
Yeah, well, the problem with the western states is we need to draw a line right down the Cascades, because everything on the right is going to be red and everything on the left will be blue.
Amen. Ready when they are.
It's okay to separate that. CBS just they're chatting away, but they're basically saying Kamala looks like she's going to get it. 51% to 47% right now.
Where?
In Michigan.
Oh.
Yeah, she'd have to win 10 of the remaining 17 states to pull it off. I don't think that's going to happen.
No.
These are the Michigan numbers. I'm just looking for the line that's got the president race. Come on now. All right, what the heck?
It was up there, boss. It started with Terry.
Yeah. So, all right. So there's the current numbers in Michigan right now. Harris 506,000. Trump 475,000.
Nice. Okay.
So not terrible.
Arizona's tighter than a tick.
Has Colorado closed?
It might. Do y'all's polls close at 8 p.m. like us?
We closed at. We're 2 hours behind, so we closed at 7.
Okay.
So you think New Mexico is going to go to Trump? That normally isn't the case.
It should. So I have a lot of local employees down in Clovis, New Mexico, and they were straight liberal. But with everything going on, a lot of the Mexican families that I know that work for the company, they're all swinging red.
Well, I'll be damned. Huh. Good.
Yeah, that's surprising.
Very surprising.
Man, we're getting more traction on X tonight than we ever have before, and we've only got 2,600 subscribers there. Nothing compared to the other platforms.
Hit those likes on all of those stream channels you guys are on. Share it. We're getting real-time updates on this stuff, guys.
Yeah, for those people who are just tuning in, our good friend Jeff O'Donnell from fingerprintsthemovie.com, he's a data scientist. He's pulling all of the raw data from Edison. Edison is where all official results are sent by every precinct. So our numbers are as accurate as it gets and as fast as you can possibly get them. We're getting the data at the same time organizations like the New York Times are getting the information. They have a whole SOP to go through before they post anything. We don't have to do that. So that's why we're reporting stuff earlier than anybody else. It's a very unique piece of software that Jeff built. He's been working on it for a couple of years now, and it's amazing. It's absolute. As a high-tech guy, this is amazing stuff, what he's done.
Could somebody real quick cover Georgia again? You know, I'm in Idaho, so I'm not privy to back east, and I just figured, my opinion, just good old boys down there. It should be red all the way. But why is that a swing state again?
Atlanta.
Atlanta.
Fulton County, which is Atlanta. It's a Democrat stronghold, but it's also the epicenter of all the cheating that happened in 2020.
They're trying to turn it into Chicago light.
Yeah. So here's the thing this week too, Todd, is that the people in charge of the election opened up 4 new precincts and didn't mention it to the board that has oversight on all that stuff. And when it went in front of a judge, the judge said, well, there's not enough time to react to this, so it is what it is. So basically what happened is there's 4 precincts now in Fulton County, Georgia, that have no election observers at all.
Wow.
Surprise.
Right.
Yeah,
Yes.
imagine that, huh?
Yes.
Cheater's going to cheat. So here's the Georgia numbers. And we're now at, Trump is almost 2.3 million. Harris is 2.075 million. And I would expect that will hold and potentially be even bigger. I can tell you, as soon as you leave Fulton County, we own property in Georgia. So we have a home in the Blue Ridge Mountains, about 10 minutes from the Tennessee state line. And there's like nobody in that area who has anything but Trump signs. And on top of which, there are people in our community up there, and keep in mind it's very rural, that have been flying the same Trump signs and Trump flags since 2016.
Yep. That's Texas too.
Yes,
all those barn flags are still there from 2016.
A question for Mike Hall. I don't know if you talked about this before I got on. So with everything that happened in Florida and Carolinas, do they have voting centers like remote? How are people able to get their ballots in and vote in those areas?
Man, I was actually very concerned about that. I didn't think they'd do it in time, deliberately, very deliberately. I didn't think they would have it set up in time, but thanks to our friend Mr. Musk and the Starlinks and things like that, even the most remote out there, like at Chimney Rock and Bat Cave and places like that, they're able to vote now. So it should be good to go.
So I was just perusing my Facebook, and one of my friends on Facebook said something, and I don't know if the media has been reporting on this. Milwaukee is having to do a recount of some of the machines that weren't locked correctly, which prevent tampering post polls closing. A Republican watcher saw it, and they pulled those machines, are going to have to recount them. So it looks like we caught some more possible potential fraud there, because if they don't lock those machines, then they can be got into from networks or the back end. So could be some more potential fraud being caught there.
That's
I haven't seen anything. in the media, but it looks like the Republican poll watchers are catching this stuff, and that's very good. Very, very good.
They caught us flat-footed in 2020. That ain't the case this time around.
Yep, absolutely.
Look at the map. Look at the current map. I'm telling you, we're going to get the 270 tonight. It's going to be a bloodbath.
Blood
we got to
red.
worry about them actually certifying the election or not using the 14th Amendment to disqualify him, or putting them in jail and Epstein them. That's the next battle.
Murder.
That map looks awesome. I'm starting to get shades of Reagan. It's this.
Yeah.
I mean, we lost Wisconsin, and that's it. And I was old enough to remember watching it.
I was skeptical to call that, but do you know, like back in '84, the polls were very sporadic too. And historically, when the polls are really sporadic, as they've been, I mean, we had an Iowa poll that came out showing Harris was going to win by 3 by a very reputable, although Democratic pollster. But when there's volatile polling, historically, that typically turns into a blowout because they're not accounting for something that's very clear in the polling.
Right.
By the way, I just did a rough calculation, and we are now at 3,100 people watching our stream. A little over 3,100.
Insanely awesome.
Yeah.
Hit that like button if you are watching. Hit that like button.
If you love freedom, you better hit that like button. Otherwise, you're a communist.
This is commie, just a dirty.
Hey, that's their play.
Communism, like our stream.
So for all of you, the Vegas betting odds are rebounding back towards the inevitable. Trump's odds right now are 69.9%.
Elon Musk predicted 69%.
The magic numbers.
Yep.
Saying.
And as I mentioned earlier, Jason Wilson from Vote for America, when we do equal sampling, the polls he showed me, 70% support for Trump.
There you go.
The number's right on the money. Yeah.
And it's up 8.2% too. So
right on.
Well, I'm looking forward to all the sales on guns and ammo for the Trump victory.
My industry could use a boost.
I think it's fixing to get it.
Really needs a boost.
Yeah, man. I'll
So-
tell you what, that's you've got some new viewers too on SDN. Chris and John, man, you got Dr. Molly out there at the Avery Airfield in North Carolina tuning in, and she and her staff have been freaking amazing. You talk about, I mean, they got a triage clinic right there in the airfield that they all volunteer work. Been there since day 2. And they are killing it out there. And Dan Nunez and his wife started with 1 box in one of the hangars out there, and it has become a monster. It has become one of the biggest POD centers in those several counties. So just killing it out there. So
yeah, I saw a photo of that place, man. It looks like a friggin' cache.
It is wonderful, man. They're killing it.
Mr. JJ Carroll, welcome to the stream, sir.
Oh, thank you for having me. I appreciate it.
There's the man.
JJ.
So our normal audience knows who JJ is, but for those of you who are tuning into Survival Dispatch News and Righteous Savages for the first time, JJ was a special agent with CBP for 24 years. Him and his business partner, Ryan, set out to create a documentary called This Is Treason, and they got so much content. It's way more than just one movie now. It's kick-ass content. It will open your eyes. JJ, go ahead and give a shameless plug on y'all's work, and then we'd love to hear what your impression is of the results that are rolling in so far tonight.
Well, you can find our 2 documentaries called under thisistreason.com, thisistreason.com. And we have 2 documentaries just for a total price of $9.99. The first one, which I think is sets the tone, is What is Treason? Trafficked, all about the child exploitation and sexual trafficking of unaccompanied alien children across the open border. And the second one is What is Treason? Invaded, about the open border. It's all tied to the hip. This is all done intentionally and strategically by Biden and Harris. And then, so your audience knows too, that under 4 years under Joe Biden, 30 million illegal aliens have crossed into America. It's not even disputed. It's just agreed upon within the ranks of Congress, people in immigration, 30 million. And the NGOs have signed them almost all up, registered them all up to vote when they bring them into the shelters, the NGO shelters, or the hotels that they hold. So that is one of the things I'm worried about in this election, is the millions upon millions of mail-in ballots that are just sitting there in some container, in some shelter in New York, North Carolina, Florida, wherever, all across America, just ready to be used and dumped in the middle of the night.
Yeah, legitimate concern. JJ, check this map out. A friend of ours, Jeff O'Donnell, and he did a very exhaustive documentary on the election being stolen in 2020. He's got a data feed where he's been writing this piece of software now for a couple of years, where he's pulling data from Edison, which is where all the precincts report into across the country. So we're getting the data at the same time.
Yep.
Big media is getting it, but we're reporting it faster than them. So what you see when we display stuff on screen, that is like the current numbers. And we can dive into the states. We've been watching Trump slowly catch up to Harris in PA. And wow, check it out. Now, we were just a tad above her maybe 10, 15 minutes ago. We're going to run away with this when Western PA starts reporting in. That's precisely what's happening. What's your prediction, JJ, for the results?
I think if this is fair and honest, Trump has a landslide, electoral and popular vote. I just believe it. I just don't know. I really believe that the left is sitting in some dark room right now, making decisions on have we hit the threshold of pain, meaning will America revolt if we come in and steal it now? Will we have to flip 30, 40 million votes? And what's America's reaction? What I think the left is going to decide to do is allow Donald Trump to win and not steal it, because they can't steal it at that level. However, and I've been saying this for a while, what we really need to focus on is the time starting tomorrow until he's inaugurated. That is going to be the most dangerous time in American history. Not when he gets to inauguration, it's still going to go on his whole 4 years, but this is the most volatile time. This is when they don't have to certify the election. This is when they can cause some kind of massive chaos inside of our walls and call out martial law. Remember, I just was on a call, and Laura Logan was on there, and she was absolutely spot on. She says, these are evil people. These are people that have been strategizing for a very, very long time to retain power. They are not just going to give it away just because Donald Trump won an election. If you think that, you're a fool. He'll have his life attempted, assassination on his life attempted over and over and over again before he gets out in the next 4 years. I believe that.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. JJ, very well said. By the way, Mike Hall is with us tonight. He's in the middle Hollywood Square there. And he's with Lieutenant Colonel Doc Pete Chambers. They've been doing a lot of relief work in North Carolina, but they're good friends with Lara Logan. She tends to pop up when I'm having Zoom meetings with these guys.
No, I know Mike and Doc Chambers fairly well. Good men, very good men.
100%.
Yeah, one or two of us are.
Yeah, I'd go with Doc is probably better person.
Hey man, I've been talking about the treason documentaries on here every time I come on, man. But what we did up in Greenville and on the premiere, that said it all. It was y'all knocked it out of the park. It was spot on, brother. Spot on.
No, I appreciate you saying that. More people than not have told me that it's the most impactful documentary they have ever seen. And I would say about 80% of everyone that has watched it, that I've got in a good population of about 1,000 people reach out to me, 80% they've seen it 2 times. And I'm like, 2 times? Like, yep. It's that powerful. We need to know. But I want your audience to know that this is not just a vote for a president. This is truly good versus evil. The Democrat Party is evil. They're the party of death. And I'll state that without reservation or hesitation. You are bringing in 500,000 unaccompanied alien children from babies, infants to 17 years old, and they have lost them all. They don't know where any of them are. They're all sex trafficked, organ harvest, or they're dead. Donald Trump says it multiple times, and I quote, a lot of them are already dead. Look at what they've done.
JJ, he's been saying the number 325,000 children over the past few weeks. Does that mean anything to you?
Yeah, that's just what the Inspector General of DHS stated. They said, well, it's not 85,000 as HHS said in 2023. The real number is 320,000 missing. I know, and the people in the business know, that the number is 500,000 have come in, and at least 95, 97%, all of those children are gone. All of them are gone. They have no, do you know how hard it is? Look, I got a pen. You know how hard it is to lose 5,000 pens? Can you imagine losing 500,000 children? I have a son. He's 13 years old. He's my world. I've never lost him. I have brothers my brother and sisters have all my nieces and nephews. They have never lost their children. You see how absurd this is? But our federal government is the world's largest child sex trafficking organization in modern history. Me and Ryan Matta prove it without a shadow of a doubt in our documentary. Our government has openly, willfully, intentionally, and strategically opened our border and allowed the world to pour into America. Right now, in America, we have 50 million illegal aliens. That is 1 in 6 to 1 in 7 people that reside in America are illegal aliens. The number's not even disputed. They don't even argue about it anymore. Even the Democrats are like, yeah, it's 50 million. Let's not talk about it. We live in insane times. Most vulnerable America's ever been.
Well, JJ, the Ever Given holds a lot of shipping containers. And, folks like P. Diddy living 300 meters from the shipyard there with the little tunnel access and that whole cul-de-sac of Hollywood left that are around him. They're not out there with police boats dragging the ocean surface for no reason. It's all going to come down on these folks, and it can't come fast and hard enough. I hope they take their time and get them all,
Well, yeah. I do think, though, I'm the biggest Trump supporter. I believe he's chosen by God. God chooses very flawed people that turn out to be great followers and leaders of his. But I will be his biggest critic if he does not go full bore and eradicate our nation of all the traitors. If he doesn't, he made a tactical error, and I will give him grace on this because looking back in hindsight is 2020. When he decided not to put Hillary Clinton in jail for all of her crimes and all of her treason, he made a very tactical error because the left are criminals, and criminals see grace, kindness, and any kind of sensitivity as a weakness. And they attacked him because he was weak. I pray to God that he already has his U.S. attorneys picked out. He's already had conversations with them, and they have a hit list, meaning a list of people that they are going to go out day one, put them in handcuffs, and throw their asses in jail. Anything less than that will not happen.
Can anyone say John H. Durham and 500,000 sealed indictments? Amazing. It's coming. It's coming hard.
I hope so. I really do. I want it to happen because I want what I know I can't get, and that's justice. I want justice, and I just maybe it's because I've been in law enforcement so long that I just don't believe it exists. I just don't. I'll be honest with you guys. I just don't, and I'll be shocked if it is.
Hey, JJ, I'm going to get you to comment on this diagram that I'm fixed to bring up. We have never shown this on Survival Dispatch News. We got this information many, many months ago. You've probably seen it. I'm not going to mention any names because it's a sticky situation, but this is how a lot of children and human victims of trafficking have been brought into the country vis-a-vis the Mississippi and its tributaries because nobody's policing them. Your thoughts on that, JJ?
Nothing surprises me. To use the Mississippi, they're using every avenue to bring the children because they don't exist. I think that's the biggest thing people need to understand is all of these children, and I'm talking United States citizen children as well. They don't exist. Okay, let's look at what Biden has done. He's brought in 500,000 unaccompanied alien children that we know of. You can probably double that number to 1 million easily. In America, we lose anywhere from 400 to 800,000 children a year. That's almost 2,000 children a day. That means an entire high school, a middle school, a whole elementary, one a day disappears. Where are the children going? Are you seeing roaming groups of children in rural America or in New York City, like thousands of them? No. So the biggest question is, where the hell are all these children? And when you understand that America is the number one consumer of child pornography, America is one of the top nations on planet Earth that physically pays to have sex with children, and then on and on and on, then you make the connection. All of us here, I'm sure, would love to get our hands on the Mexican cartels and just eradicate them from our earth. Just eradicate them. However, if we're going to be honest, you have to turn the mirror on ourselves and look in the mirror and say, why are these narcotic and human smugglers doing everything they can to bring in tons and tons of hard narcotics, millions of children into America for us to just destroy sexually? Why is that happening? Because we're demanding it. Because America is in a moral rot and we are demanding it. There needs to be a spiritual awakening in the United States of America. It just has to be. And the only way that you get an awakening and a cleansing is you have to be bold and speak out and say, there's evil, there's evil, there's evil. Now we're going to go get it. We're going to eradicate it. So back to Trump. If he doesn't do this, then he just simply becomes another piece of the puzzle of disappointment, treason, go along to get along. I'm praying that he's not. I think he's learned his lesson. I think that he knows that if he does not go full go, they are going to kill him. And if they can't get him, they're going to go after his wife and his children. Absolutely they will. Because this evil in the left knows no bounds.
You're spot on, sir. Spot
Absolutely. Well said. One of our followers, John, asked us to take a look at the Senate and the House.
Yep.
49 to 39 on the Senate side. So the prediction that would run away with that is good. And on
we
the
flipped
House
one
side,
seat already, and we flipped 4 in the House.
Yep.
So they have control of the Senate. Just came across. The Republicans have gained control of the U.S. Senate.
So who do you think they're going to put in that seat that McConnell was sitting on? That's a big, big deal. Who's he going to? He's going to put John Thune there. John Thune is just a very young and handsome McConnell. That's it. So who are they going to put there? I really think Josh Hawley should be in there and let him just run wild.
That would be awesome.
Hopefully somebody that's got some stones.
There you go.
Yeah, John Thune doesn't have any stones. He might be a transgender senator for all we know. I want someone that I know is a certified alpha that's just going to go in there and destroy it.
Yep, 100%. We need a leader.
Are you all ready?
Not a politician, a leader.
Are you all ready for that?
Well, Arizona, is that confirmed?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Currently flipped. Yep.
Have they called it?
No, they have not called it yet.
Give me a second to pull up the numbers.
And they did they call New Mexico yet?
Not yet. No.
Oh yeah, Arizona's tied 898 to 894.
94. There you go.
Yep. Maricopa County is very slow at counting on purpose.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that map's looking pretty awesome.
Virginia flipped back. It looks like I don't know what the count is there.
I got it. Harris
5,000 votes.
Yeah, 5,000, 6,000, 7,000.
6,000. Yep.
Man, I mean, I didn't expect us to even be in the hunt in Virginia, to be quite honest with you. So it's a pretty good sign. Again, we don't need Virginia to get 270 tonight, though. We need Pennsylvania, North Carolina, and Georgia. That's the prize for tonight as far as electoral college is concerned.
But AP just called it for Utah as well for Trump. Wow, that's big too.
Yeah, the Mormons.
And I think strangely the Amish are going to put Trump over in Pennsylvania.
Agreed.
I really do, because they're a vulnerable group of people under
They've been
this current
registering the
administration.
hell out of them.
Yep, they have to, because they're going to be eradicated.
What's
What
the
do you
numbers
got?
in Pennsylvania looking like right now?
Give me 2 seconds. Last time I checked, we were pulling away a bit. So here we go. Yeah, we're maintaining our lead. It's not ginormous, but it's pretty healthy. So you've got 1.9 for Harris and 2.02. Well, 30,000 vote to the good side. That's pretty sizable for PA.
Well, they were saying before the afternoon came, they were saying that the urban areas votes were considerably down from 2020, and the rural votes across America were skyrocketing. So that's great, and you can almost anticipate this was going to happen, because Kamala Harris, no one's coming out to vote for Kamala Harris. They're coming out to vote against Trump, and
Right. Good
and
point.
there's not enough people that hate Trump versus who love him, and I just believe it's going to be an electoral landslide tonight. I hope.
Thank God.
Can you imagine if that map was reversed and we were sitting here hoping and praying that things turn? Oh,
4 years ago, I was sitting here in the same position, and at 1:30 in the morning, what happened?
Yep.
You know, I'm a little bit nervous, but I'm of the opinion. Listen, I was one of 5 people in the movie theater when they started showing the movie 2000 Mules. Okay,
Yep.
Nobody cared. I sat through the whole thing. I watched it. You can bet your butt, Space Force, our satellite system. If you recall, Jeff was talking about the cruise curve, right? Well, remember the My Pillow guy curve that sort of dissipated after the election, but they were showing the votes coming in, the foreign interference and things.
Yep.
I'm telling you, it's being monitored like nobody's business at this point. And I think that's why the election was allowed to happen, to basically give them enough rope and let them hang themselves again, or at least have them in the act, right? And I pray to God that, again, like JJ says, justice just has to be served. If for no other reason, for the fact that you have the goods on these people, get it over with, let the cleansing begin, do it systematically, do it by the letter of the law, and set examples, because that's what we're lacking in this country is examples of people paying the price for their treasonous acts. That's it.
Yep. I agree.
Well said, Chuck. Our good friend Dr. Jen has joined us. So for those people who aren't familiar with our friend Dr. Jennifer Stankus, she is a emergency room doctor. She is a trained attorney. She's a veteran of 2 branches of the military. She was a U.S. Marshal. She's kind of like Wonder Woman, just different. How you doing, Jen? You're on mute, Jen.
Yeah, doing well, thanks. It looks like things are going well. I had to run out for a while. I was off the grid for a second, but the numbers are looking pretty good. You know, it's funny. I think that with any other person at the top of the ticket, this would be a huge landslide. It's still going to be, I hope, but yeah, even despite everything that they threw at Trump, which was a lot, I still think they're not going to get the job done, which is really pretty impressive.
Are you and Seth home in Vegas, or are you up in Washington?
Yeah, I just picked him up from the airport. So I actually switched my residency from Washington to Nevada. We split our time between the two, so my vote would count. And so who knows? Maybe my vote will tip the balance. We'll see.
One can only hope. I haven't seen any numbers out of Nevada yet. Has anybody caught anything from Nevada yet?
Just that it's too early to call, so they haven't put out any numbers yet, but I think it's going to be close.
Yeah, check this out, Jen. we've got a buddy of ours, he's a data scientist, got us hooked into Edison, which is where all the precincts report. So we've got access to data that typically is reserved for big media. And that's based on real-time numbers that have come in. For once, we're way ahead of the curve. You know, usually I'm so far behind. I think I'm in first, but tonight we actually.
I was just getting ready to say, look at Michigan. It was 2,000 votes, and it just flipped, and now he's 10,000 votes ahead. If he takes the entire Rust Belt, it's over.
I'll tell you what, that would be amazing.
There's your 10,000 votes right there in Michigan, and
wow,
that came out of nowhere.
Yeah, he gained 14,000 votes in like 5 minutes.
Look at that curve. Oh, sorry, I got to pull it up. Here, check it out.
I hope they're not stuffing ballot boxes.
Right. Man, that's a pretty crazy curve, though.
Well,
this is what happens when you piss off the entirety of the unions up there.
Remember, they're also being caught red-handed trying to cheat. The machines, 30 minutes ago, one of my friends posted on Facebook, they were reporting that machines had not been locked down properly, and they caught it. They caught the stuff in Georgia earlier today. They're catching this stuff before it sets in, because once it sets in, it's like a stain. You can't get it out. But if you catch them in the act, you can stop this, and you can keep it from happening.
Yeah, it's the numbers are pretty interesting for this early in the evening. Check out PA. We're holding ground there.
Yep. He's 100. Last I checked, he was like 100,000 votes ahead. May not be as
1.98, 2.06. So at 80,000, 90,000 votes to the good side. Pretty impressive. What are your predictions, Jen?
I think it's a landslide. I think it's an unexpected, at least on the left, landslide. One of the funny things that happened today, I don't know if you all caught it, but Jill Biden showed up to vote.
Yeah.
All red. She's wearing all red.
No kidding.
Yep.
I'm not kidding.
That's hilarious.
I'm going to tell you something. Joe Biden voted for Donald John Trump today. 100%, because he is pissed.
He's
that
pissed.
they put a coup down on him, and there was nothing he could do about it. He is mad. He's been doing nothing but sabotage her campaign for months now.
Yeah,
I would have never thought we would see this in Virginia. Look how tight that is.
yeah, no kidding. Well, the Rust Belt is the one that is most impressive to me. That it's even close there is phenomenal.
Yeah, it is. Absolutely.
I would love to go to sleep knowing that Trump is president.
So let's take this to bed with us. So let's say we have this landslide. We wake up tomorrow and it's legit, and you start hearing the talking heads. Never forget the chess move. And why did they show the move? Remember when Matt Gaetz voted for Donald Trump for Speaker of the House? What if Donald Trump is arrested? Now, these are wounded, cornered, injured animals. They're desperate. What if they arrest him? Now he's president-elect. He wins the election. What if he's arrested and the 14th Amendment is used? Big picture. This could get real crazy real fast. And then what? Does the military step in? Do we have a constitutional crisis? These are all very good possibilities.
Let me throw another curveball at you, Chuck. A couple people last week noticed that a handful of people in the mainstream media were saying that they thought that the Trump campaign was cheating and that they would be heavily investigating the Trump team for cheating. And I spoke to somebody in the Trump campaign that I used to work with, and he said that his take on it is that the Democrats are probably cheating on behalf of Donald Trump because they know they can't beat him. And then they'll release the information and say, look, Donald Trump cheated. He has to be disqualified from the race.
Yeah. Again, these people are up against the wall. Death is on their doorstep. Treason equals death. I mean, this is no joke. And look at all of Diddy's friends. Look at everybody in the Hollywood left supporting Kamala, desperately trying to get her elected. There's a reason for that, ladies and gentlemen. It's not looking good for the blue team.
New York Times has an 88% chance of victory for Trump. Estimation Electoral College is 297 currently. That will only go up.
Wow. I don't know what the law is actually on, let's say Trump was arrested prior to inauguration. I think Vance becomes president and he can pardon Trump, which would be super funny.
That is correct. If they disqualified him or killed him, Vance would automatically become the president-elect. I looked into that a little while ago because somebody asked us and I didn't know what the answer was, but you are correct. But there's all kinds of ways this could play out. He could get in front of Judge Merchan on the 26th of this month.
Oh, God.
And be sent to Rikers. If they put him in Rikers, they could Epstein him. If they don't Epstein him, as John mentioned, they used the 14th Amendment in a way that it was never intended to be used. Then we fast forward to January 6th. If everybody survives till then, they don't certify the election. It essentially triggers civil unrest, and the DOD unleashes, the military against Americans on American soils under the freshly updated DOD Directive 5240.01, which allows the deployment of the American military to use lethal force against Americans on American soil if any law enforcement agency asks for mutual aid. So some city PD in some podunk town could say, we need mutual aid, and the Army's deployed and authorized to use deadly force. I don't think we're going to see that, and I hope to God we don't see that, but we got a lot to get through. JJ, just before you got on, summed it up pretty good, Jen. He said it's what happens from tomorrow through to the inauguration. That's the roughest part.
Right.
See, for sure.
I'll tell you what, though, the fact that Trump is even winning is phenomenal. I still cannot believe that the Dems played this the way that they did. I cannot imagine a worse candidate, a more unqualified candidate than Kamala. It blows the mind. And the fact that she even has 42 million votes blows my mind.
Yeah.
Dr. Jen, just imagine if it was Big Mike. What if they put Big Mike up there? Michelle,
I love this with Chuck in the center of Hollywood Squares here. He's got the calm, right? So hey, I'm going to duck.
What was his name? Paul? What? Paul? I can't think of it. He was great in the Hollywood Squares.
He was. I'm going to bounce out for a second, John, so that you can bring Danny in. He's sitting in the green room.
Gotcha.
I just have one question for the doctor. Is that your Christmas tree up? You are so on top of it. Are you kidding me? Wow, look at you.
That was yesterday. I know it's kind of crazy. So we split our time between two places. And so I wanted to just have a nice surprise for my husband when he got home tonight.
Nice.
Okay, good job.
I am a avowed Christmas nut. I'm not even joking. Christmas starts on November 1st in our house. I already have Christmas trees up. And I got so angry on live stream a couple of days ago because me and my sons were out decorating our front yard. They call me Clark Griswold, just for the reference. So that's what they call me. I have multiple trees in my house. I'm not going to say the number because I'll just get ridiculed. But Mike's shaking his head in disdain. So, but I just got so angry because I'm out here and I want to go into the holidays with hope for the future of my kids.
Yeah.
And I just see all of these people, especially, I'm a very, very strong in my faith Christian and do a lot of things for, men in ministry. That's what all of Righteous Savages is we want to activate men to be godly warriors, to fight the fights that need to happen, to, fight with all that's in us for the truth and what's right. And I got so angry because there's so many fellow Christians I saw online that were like, well, I just don't think I'm going to vote, or we shouldn't really get involved in politics. And it's like, no. Do we take our faith everywhere with us? Are we supposed to do that? Absolutely. And it's so frustrating to see. And I just got so bent out of shape, I guess, because it's like, you guys are going to give this away. You guys are, and not do what we're actually called to do in the Bible. It's so frustrating to me. But, I think that what we're seeing tonight is, maybe it's a miracle, or maybe it's just we are finally waking up to the fact that we've got to act and we've got to do something to turn this thing around.
It's good. I don't know. Here we are. We're doing good, and good will always triumph. Absolutely right.
Mike, what?
Oh, you're
muted, Mike.
Y'all changing the bloody subject. You guys are doing premature Christmas decorating. Some of us are over here struggling to keep Mariah Carey at bay for another couple of days.
Yes, I agree.
But you,
hey, I'm a Bing Crosby guy, not a Mariah Carey guy.
I told my daughter, I have 3 daughters, and I told them they can have 2 months of Christmas music. I don't care if it's July and December or October and January, but we don't get more than 2 months, period.
You were all a great disappointment to your mother and I.
Well, I got all the reindeer hanging around behind me here, so it's all good.
Yep. No, I think I think we're starting to see this thing crack. As I'm looking here, the Rust Belt, as I refresh before I speak to, the Rust Belt is still red, and those margins are growing. So, yeah, I think that, as we were saying earlier, now ahead in Wisconsin, 30,000 votes. Michigan, which was tighter, is about 30,000 votes. And Pennsylvania, well, let me look here. The layout of this changes every time you open it up. 120,000 votes in Pennsylvania now in the margin.
Polymarket is showing Trump the winner at 90.1%.
Yep. I put that up just a minute ago. It flashed that on Twitter.
Yep.
Or X. Sorry. It'll still always kind of be Twitter to me. But
okay. We forgive you.
Yeah. It's
exciting, isn't it?
Yeah, it's
come on.
Starting to build. I don't want to be premature celebrating, but this thing is starting to look, and even Virginia is still within a few thousand votes. So, the one thing we got to watch for, Chuck, is them shutting the counting down.
Elon just retweeted that, by the way, just so you know.
Yep.
So I heard a rumor, and I don't know if this is true or not, but Elon was thinking about buying CNN.
I know there was some talk of him buying Disney, which would be crazy.
Now, wait a minute now. This isn't too far-fetched. What did Donald Trump start about, I think 2 years ago? A company called DWAC, DWAC. Go look it up. It's poised to gobble up all these multimedia corporations when they tank and fail.
Yeah. Hey, let me show you guys something real quick. There's a big breaking thing on a winner. It's like, what? Mark Cuban is projected to win to be the aging lesbian.
That's hilarious.
If he was able to buy CNN, he could just rename it the Constitutional News Network.
Oh, that would be great.
Previous point, as leaders, we vote at the polls, so we don't have to vote from the rooftops.
Yeah, and I don't think there's ever been a more clear line of values being separated from one side to the other, where, like, depending on where you stand with your faith and everything else, you look at this and it's like there's some black and white, like good versus evil. The problem is both sides see them as the good guy and they're convinced that they're winning. But I think ultimately we probably all have more in common than we realize when it comes to everyday values. But I've been interested this year to see just the clearer line of what's right and what's wrong. and what you believe in and where your faith comes into play with all that. And it's been a bunch of interesting conversations.
Well, Danny, I think you're right. The problem is the media and how the message has been controlled and what people believe. It truly is brainwashing. It starts in the schools.
Yep.
It's in almost every media outlet. And when you truly believe that our democracy is going to be lost if Donald Trump is elected, because you hear it over and over and over and over and over again, that's why we have to take back control of the media.
Absolutely.
And
Dr.
the idea of Elon.
Dr. Jen, you're psychic. It just came over. Elon Musk says, should I buy CNN next? Their lies are destroying the country. Just now.
You know what? I have a job forever because I think about, I don't know how many millions of people are going to have a stroke all at once, but I'm going to be busy.
I saw some very left-leaning friends posting on social media, who's going to be drinking tonight? And I just responded, Kamala will be. But, yeah.
He's probably already drunk.
She might have to get that Glock out.
Oh man, I tell you what, it is, and we look forward to what it would look like with Trump in the White House again, with all of the knowledge. Just one thing I will say for Donald Trump: he learns from his mistakes, he adjusts, he perseveres. I don't know that I've ever seen somebody as resilient as him. I mean, the dude just takes it on the chin and says he's got like the Rocky Balboa jaw, just can take the punishment, the damage, and just keep marching forward. Take a bullet to the ear and just keep marching forward. Mm-hmm. And now with bringing on people like RFK for the health stuff, because, we've all talked about this stuff.
Oh, yeah.
The stuff that we are given, the stuff that is in our food is literally poison. It's turning us into fat, useless human beings. And having that and having all of the knowledge, and I really think, as he said, he's funding his own transition team that will start tonight, as opposed to waiting till January. And he's going to have everything ready to go. And what is one move that you would like to see him do in his cabinet? We'll just leave it to that. In his cabinet, what is one move? And we'll go around the circle as we wait for more results to come in. What's one move that you guys would like to see? I'll start with you, Mike. It can be cabinet or appointments. Judges are a part of that too. So,
man, there's so many things that I want to see, but I'm not going to go for the low-hanging fruit. I'm going to go with what's close to my heart, and I want to see a whole bunch of these Clinton-era generals just, you're fired, you're fired, you're fired, you're fired, you're fired. Get them all out of here. All these dirtbag generals and admirals that are more concerned about their position at Lockheed Martin when they retire than they are about the troops under them.
Yep. That's a good one. Go ahead, Master Yoda.
Clean up law enforcement. Give it its teeth back, make it do its job, build prisons, put people in them. Let's clean the streets up. Put the bad guys in jail, let us roam free.
100%. JJ, what's your call there?
My call, I have to get off the line right now, but thank you for your time. And my call is going to be, I'm ready for the world's largest deportation force, and I want a man by the name of Tom Homan and I hear he is not going to be appointed DHS or ICE. He's going to be the border czar. That's what I'm hearing. And if that's true, he is a very bold man that has no fear, zero fear, and will go in front of Congress and dress them down because he knows the law. And that's what I hope that's the first thing that he does. And then he gives a moratorium on deportations for a week or a month, whatever it is, in order for everyone to get the hell out of our country. And then we're going to come hunt you down and remove you. That's my Christmas wish that I'm going to wish on doctors Christmas tree sitting in the background. So thank you.
You can
All right.
quit or you're fired.
That's it.
Yep.
That's it.
Good one. Thanks, JJ.
All right,
Thanks
thank
for
you
stopping by,
guys.
brother.
All right, man. Have a good
Yep.
one.
Yep,
God
we'll see
bless
ya.
Trump.
Yeah. All right, Todd, go ahead.
All right. I think the best thing I think that could happen would be to tax every stock trade a fraction of a penny, maybe a tenth of a penny. There's hundreds of millions of stocks that are traded every minute, right? And if you took that and pulled it, you could eliminate the federal tax code for citizens, right? And we'd be done, and everything would be fine. And you run the numbers, it's 100%. And the other one would just be we can get rid of the ATF. That's about where we're at.
100%. Dr. Jen, you kind of jumped on the screen, you jumped around on the screen on me. So what do you say?
Boy, there's so many things. The first one I think is getting back to health, and we don't spend a single dollar on health. We spend all of our dollars on illness, and I love that RFK Jr. is going to come in and be a huge part of this, and not only just for health, so people can be happy and healthy, but I am super concerned about our military. And the lack of numbers just in terms of people who are eligible for service, let alone the people getting kicked out. And I'll tell you what, the standards have changed. I don't care what you say. The standards have definitely changed. I still work as a contractor in the military environment, and it is not the same as what it was 10, 20 years ago.
Yeah. Agreed.
Can I do one more?
Yes.
Well, I'll let everyone else go first. You might have other ideas.
Yeah, I was going to say, come on, Jen. You show up late and you brought a Christmas tree. And now you're wanting to do two? Come on, what are you, special?
And I look like I have a halo, which is sort of true, I guess, but not really.
Dr. Angel Jen.
Yeah.
All right, Chuck, you're up, brother.
So we have to find a place in the administration's cabinet for Elon Musk. At some point, I don't care if he takes over for Buttigieg as transportation secretary. I don't care what it is, but I need to know why we haven't seen the Fauci files drop. He's done all the other Twitter drops, but yet he's not dropped the Fauci files yet. So my podcast is called The Sting. I believe we're in the midst of the greatest sting operation the world's ever seen. And I've had that out for 4 years now. The point is, I believe, and I really truly believe, that COVID-19 was released upon the world at the hottest, white hot time of Trump's economy. If you recall, the GDP was at 4.2%, which is blistering. Obama in 8 years never went over 1.9% in his GDP. It was done intentionally. It was released via the underground biolabs in Ukraine and or Taiwan, and was brought over to the Wuhan lab. And someone needs to be held accountable, because we're looking at 20 million dead worldwide. Come on. I grew up Auschwitz and Hitler was the evil. I grew up 55,000 men killed in Vietnam was the evil. This is 20 million and people barely know it's happened. So there's got to be some big revelation at some point. And I think Musk is the one that can probably be the catalyst here, if not Trump and the white hat military generals. That's my take.
Yeah. Danny, what you got, brother?
As a father of 3 daughters, I'd really like to see the whole protect women's rights, as far as keep men out of female spaces, keep men out of women's sports, that being handled, and wherever that gets handled in there. I just think it's time that we finally solve that.
Yep, I agree. Chris, did you throw that up there? I think he did. Looks like Pennsylvania is just continuing to widen there.
Isn't that a beautiful thing?
It is a beautiful thing.
Yeah, I put that up there just because it's we're getting legs.
Dude, if they lose Pennsylvania, they are cooked.
Yeah, that's what I said all night long. Pennsylvania is the key to the whole wall crumbling, and he's ahead by about 2% in Wisconsin. He's ahead by about the same in Michigan, or Michigan's a little bit closer. Arizona's pretty tight, but it's holding strong there.
So I just got a feed. Kamala Harris's campaign is reportedly preparing its concession speech.
Where did you see this at?
Take that for what it's worth. General McEnany's page, he just put it up.
That would be a refreshing end to the evening.
I honestly don't know what we would do.
Text that link to me, Chuck.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
So, okay, so who did I have left? Craig, go ahead and give me your what you would like to see in a second Trump term, cabinet, judge appointment, whatever.
Yeah. Well, it was a little unnerving having to sit backstage while you guys all talked about Christmas. I might be a bigger Christmas nerd than any of you that were confessing that. I had to listen to Silent Night to calm me down a little bit. I'd like to see what JJ said was Tom Homan take over, and maybe JJ Carroll be put in there and track down all these pedophiles. And I'd like to see somebody get the FBI and all of our intelligence agencies to come clean with who's on the Epstein list and the Diddycrat list and hold all of them accountable instead of using that as blackmail to using it to blackmail politicians and to extort and to, all of the above. That's how you know that our agencies are corrupt, because they have that information and they use it to manage those people instead of holding them accountable.
Yep. Agreed. I've got one myself, and this is kind of a crazy one considering he just won the Senate seat. Ted Cruz to the Supreme Court to replace one of the aging judges, Mike Lee as the other Supreme Court justice. Let's go ahead and replace Alito and Thomas with those two young guys that could be on the court for 40 years and shape the court for a while. They would be bulldogs. And in all honesty, if you know much about Ted Cruz, the dude is a absolutely brilliant legal mind, and in my opinion is absolutely wasted in the U.S. Senate.
Yeah, I agree.
Guys, I've got to jump, but really, really great talking with everyone. I think we're going to wake up to a really great and happy result. You guys probably aren't going to sleep, but I am.
I can't take the chance of going to sleep. I'm staying up.
Yeah, I will. I will not be going to sleep because I still have to wash skunk out of a golden retriever when I get off of here.
Oh, nice. Very nice.
Great to see you, Jen. Please tell Seth hello.
I will. Yeah. Have a good night, everyone.
Thanks, Jen.
See you, Jen. I, on the other hand, will be going to sleep tonight because I used to sleep through mortar attacks. So, this is just an election.
I'm going to really quick give a shout out to, after we get done looking at this stuff.
Oregon. Look at Oregon.
What? Where are those numbers coming from?
I think they already called Oregon, though. Because Harris currently is at 193 electoral college votes. That's because all of the West Coast closed and they called it all for her.
I think they called it too early.
Maybe.
Yeah, because Portland is going to.
Why would they do that? It's Edison.
You can pretty much call Idaho for Trump, obviously.
Yeah.
So Trump is now up 150,000 votes in PA.
That's great.
Out of here.
Love it.
Dude.
He is up about 70. What's that? 67,000 in Michigan and Wisconsin. He is up. Gosh, these are so hard to. He's up about 50,000 votes, 47, 50,000, something like that. Look at Arizona. Arizona, he's only up 3,000 votes, so that one's tighter than a tick. I haven't seen any results for Nevada yet.
I would say Arizona is going to go to her, unfortunately, the way things have been going.
I don't know. They were pretty. I mean, they've been ahead on in the polling and everything. It's all going to depend on how the votes fall. If Maricopa County's votes already have been counted, the outliers will push towards Trump. Maricopa is always the key there, how those votes land. And they're notoriously slow for counting.
Yeah, there's notorious corruption there, too.
Absolutely.
Donald Trump is reportedly getting ready to address the press from Mar-a-Lago.
Well, here's what I think is going to happen. I'm going to predict this. I think they're going to call Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin very, very in succession of each other, very close together. And I think when that falls, well, let's see. Let's count. Let's see. That's 19, 10, and 16, I think. He's currently at 216. That puts him really well. They haven't called North Carolina either. So they call those 4 states. That pretty much puts him over the top.
But that's more fingers than I have.
We just flipped Sherrod Brown in Ohio.
Sherrod Brown has lost. I love it. That's fantastic.
So that's another gain in the Senate.
Yeah.
That's great news.
It is fantastic news.
Yep. I know one of the guys I listened to, Steve Dace on the Blaze, he actually said that he thinks the floor for the Senate is 54.
Wow, that's fantastic. Sherrod was so entrenched for decades, just never could get him out of here. Bernie Moreno. And Trump endorsed him big time in the end.
Yep.
That's great.
Guys, I think the big winner tonight of all this is the Babylon Bee. They just reported that Joy Reid explodes live on the
air. I love it.
Now we're going to have to start looking for meltdowns. Here, I got one for you. Twitter's already ablaze with some fun things. Just a second here. It's happening.
That's great. Love it.
That's what I hear when I hear somebody squealing like that.
So Steve Dates just reported, and he's a very, very plugged in dude. Trump's currently up 3.5% in Pennsylvania with 75% reporting. Most of what's left is outlier counties that will go heavily Trump.
Right.
So it's almost a wrap. He basically said that's all but a wrap right now. They lose Pennsylvania. I really think that probably Wisconsin for sure, and maybe Michigan will follow suit.
Well, I guess if she actually has a concession speech, then that's a good thing. But if not, then tomorrow
They just
morning.
called Georgia.
Yeah.
The only downside is we'll have to listen to her talk again.
Right.
We get another salad.
Yeah.
Good for you.
One of our very loyal followers, he goes by Republican Engineer on Twitter, says that he just had a look at /r/politics on Reddit, and they're completely melting down.
So Daily Wire just called Georgia for Trump.
Oh yeah. By the way, the guy in the middle box on Hollywood Squares, Paul Lynn, just came to me.
Real quick, Rob Schneider just put Kamala Harris projected winner of president of Ukraine.
That's great. Oh,
She can do her unburdening speech out there.
yeah. She won't go to that border either.
Yeah. You don't have to go to that border to
Keep
get it.
Putin's on it.
To be within range of the artillery barrages.
Yeah.
You know, maybe we just need to have a show tomorrow or the day after that's nothing but memes the whole time.
Love it.
Yeah.
Trump's up 142,000 in Oregon.
Meme them crying.
Yeah, I would like to see the percentage of what's been counted, because that's got to be. He's up at 63.9% counted. Trump is up 3% in Wisconsin. So he's widening the gap there. I'm going off of what Fox News is showing right now. Still nothing out of Nevada. That's weird.
I'm kind of curious about.
Okay. Georgia's all but done. 90% reporting. He's up almost like 2.5%.
Nice.
142,000.
Yep.
And there's your Wisconsin numbers. He's up approximately 60,000 there.
Yep.
How about Illinois, Chicago? Did he really lose that by much?
So Illinois was within 10%.
Right there.
Yep.
They've got her up by 410,000.
Yeah. So here's the deal with Chicago. They have a well-oiled machine that can crank out as many votes as they need. That is completely controlled. It's been controlled for decades. And because of that, until somebody goes in there and actually cleans up the corruption in Chicago, which will probably never happen, it's always going to end up that way. And like I said, outside of Chicago, they don't even run Democrats in local elections down here. I'm in the southern tip of the state. They don't even run Democrats. Like every Republican outside of the U.S. Congress, which is Mike Bost, and he wins pretty handily in his district, and then president, because we didn't have a governor or a senator going this time around. Everything down ballot was unopposed Republicans. That's what Southern Illinois is.
Did Oregon just flip back to blue?
Yeah,
that's expected. I don't expect Oregon to flip.
Yeah, I was surprised. Yeah,
we should get Utah and probably Nevada. I don't know.
We'll get Utah. Utah's that's not in question. Nevada will be close, I think. Maybe not. I mean, if it trends the way that everything else has been trending.
But election officials are assuring everybody that things are looking good, and you can go to sleep, and they'll take care of the rest of the county.
100%. Go to sleep right now.
It'll be fine.
We will count the votes tonight, and we'll let you know who wins in the morning.
Well, look at what old Joe Stalin said. Is not who casts the votes; it's who counts the votes, comrade.
Yes. And if you don't like that, I will delete you from picture.
Truth.
Was anybody in here concerned about Iowa when they came out with that propaganda?
Nope, not at all.
Do you believe that?
What that actually told me was more that the pollsters could not get an actual feel, because Ann Seltzer historically has been a very accurate pollster. And so what that told me more so than anything was outside of the absolute garbage pollsters, she's gotten Iowa right more than she's gotten it wrong historically, and she's a Democrat, but she gets those polls right more often than not. And it just told me she has no clue because Iowa hasn't been in play. I mean,
right. There's way
at all.
Right.
Actually, when we covered it last night, Craig, we pulled up an interview with her, and the person was saying, these are very shocking results from your poll in Iowa. We haven't seen anything like this in many decades. Can you tell us what your thoughts are on it? And she says, well, this format is kind of hard for me to understand. What does the R and what does the D stand for?
Oh my God.
True story. And the interviewer is kind of like, his eyes are like, friggin' the size of tea saucers. He's like, R for Republican, D for Democrat. You can't make this shit up. I'll go on the hunt and I'll find it for y'all. It's good for a
It's
laugh.
like Lauren Boebert held onto her seat in Colorado.
No kidding.
That's great.
Yeah, if you can't figure out that format, ma'am, just go ahead and step into here. We're going to have you sterilized. Last thing we want is you breeding.
How insensitive.
Yep. That's me. That's why I'm here.
There you go, guys.
Yeah. Boy, did you think we'd ever be showing that before midnight? Crazy.
Man, that's
We'll
wild.
see.
I need to catch some of those tears. I feel a new coffee coming on.
Yeah,
Nice.
yeah.
Mm.
So what? There's only 2 states whose polls are still open right now, right?
Apparently, I mean, this is from Edison. It's
Right.
Yeah, this is the real data reported by precincts in real time. It's the raw data that gets typically sent to large subscribers like the New York Times, etc. So here's our friend Ann Seltzer, who produced this anomaly of a poll saying that Iowa was going for Kamala, and I'll let you all listen to it here.
Well, in the meantime, breaking news. According to Fox News, the Kamala campaign is apparently no longer responding to requests for comments.
Mike, you're talking on top of her, trying to play this video so that people can actually hear what she had to say.
It's not.
Nope. Nobody sees it.
I can't see it.
Yeah, we're not hearing it either.
It's showing as it's on my screen. That's
I heard it, but no visual.
it's showing that it's playing on StreamYard here, but I don't know. Maybe we hit a time limit. We've reached a maximum file size possibly. It's not letting me do it now. That sucks. Carry on.
What do you guys think was the point of Kathy Hochul putting out that bit of propaganda? Is New York at risk of losing some seats or something? I don't think that. I mean, they're not going to flip New York. They haven't flipped. It's not been Republican since 1986 or 1984. But are they at risk of losing seats up there?
Don't know. I am concerned about who's watching the border when these people try to flight their way to another country. You know what I'm saying?
I do know what you're saying.
All right. I just had to leave the studio and come back in.
Noah, are you able to put up that tweet? Maybe it's up and I can't see it. It's up. It's up. All right, Ann, are you able to see that?
Yes.
Okay. Could you just go through and say what you think about those criticisms?
Well, I'm trying. This is in a format that's a little difficult for me to see. What does this D represent and the R represent?
Noah, are you able to put up that tweet? Maybe it's up and
She went on to explain that over 50% of the people polled were white women over the age of 50.
Oh, Karens.
Registered Democrats, white women over the age, and that's how
Karen
she got her
poll.
numbers. Yeah,
It's a Karen poll.
that's exactly what it is.
Wow.
So let me refresh here.
not get any changes on the map right this second. I'm seeing some additional electoral college votes going to Donald Trump.
Trump is up. What is that? 170,000 votes in Pennsylvania. So that is continuing to grow. Michigan. Michigan, he's up 120,000 votes.
Wow.
So that has grown. And he is just around 70,000 up in Wisconsin. So Utah, looks like Utah went.
Yeah.
Is Minnesota trending red?
It is.
Whoa, how crazy would that be?
I've been thinking that all night because
He's up 130,000 votes in Minnesota.
Well, maybe they got some coaching from the black males in Atlanta. It's up to 25%.
Oh my gosh, that would be like Reagan didn't even get that state.
Nope.
In 84.
I think they had enough of the summer of love.
That
Trump,
would be
Trump did more for the black community than any president ever did, and they know it. They started waking up pretty fast. Everyone had jobs. Unemployment was down to nothing.
Alex Jones's print is reporting that Trump is on path to declare victory within an hour.
There you go.
It would be so much nicer if she conceded first. It'd be less.
I've got to share this with you guys just to lighten the mood a little bit. You guys will love this.
Love it.
The famous Hillary Clinton tweet. Chris, I never got what you would like to see, one move in his cabinet or judges or what in a new Trump term.
I'm only allowed one thing.
Limited to one or two.
You're not Jen. Come on.
And I gut the swamp, gut the bureaucracy. I don't know if you guys caught it today, but they were clearly, the mainstream media and all the talking heads were given their marching orders because they were all in unison today saying this threatens the bureaucracy, like that's a bad thing. So blow up the bureaucracy, smoke them. We don't need them. It's ridiculous. Department of Education should be completely done. My wife just had to go through a whole bunch of bullshit inspections in a brand new commercial building for her salon. That was ridiculous. It was one person coming in to do an inspection after another, after another, after another. And one of them was to check and see if there were any extension cords. I shit you not.
Freaking insane. So here's what I'm going to make a prediction here. I'll bet you the counting in Arizona speeds up if the Rust Belt goes all Trump.
Right.
Because once it doesn't have to matter.
Yeah.
Once it's beyond that, because they basically everybody's called Georgia at this point.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Would they dare try to jail this guy after a victory like this?
After a victory like that, I think it'd be real hard to do, but I wouldn't put it past them.
Look, who'd have thought they'd have brought him up on charges and drug him through the way they did? I know they figured they could, harm him for the election, but
yeah.
Hey, here's a good one, guys. 77% of North Carolina voters ratify embedding the state constitution with only legal citizens allowed to vote.
Which state was this?
North Carolina.
Yeah, but isn't it federal law already?
Isn't it
Except for
crazy
California.
Is it crazy that that they actually have to ratify that in a state constitution?
Yes. Does that give them
Absolutely
more?
nuts.
Did they give them more leeway to enforce it instead of waiting for federal enforcement?
Looks like Associated Press has called North Carolina. And Associated Press has him at 230. Other places have him with Georgia, which puts him at 246. He only needs North Carolina and one of the other Rust Belts, or Arizona and Nevada would put him over the top. That's all he has left. If he wins all of them, look who showed up late.
No, he didn't. Just his computer showed up.
Man, now that's a disguise right there, man.
The master of disguise.
Do you want to play this? You want me to play this peanut one there, John? I just saw it.
Yes.
Happy to do so. Give me a second to pull it up.
I'm finding stuff, now that I'm cautiously optimistic, I'm finding things to make us lighten the mood a little bit.
Yeah.
All right, here we go.
Oh, gee.
What a nasty woman.
Come on, say it.
For peanut.
Yes.
I love it. Love it.
For Peanut and Fred.
The map
good.
looks darn good here.
So good. Poly Market currently 94% Trump victory.
Those guys don't bet that money lightly.
Up
Nope.
from 91.
Well, he's widening his gap. Almost 200,000 votes in Pennsylvania.
Huge.
It's great.
Absolutely huge.
Michigan is 133,000 votes.
I see Minnesota's blue now.
3,400 combined people watching live.
That's fantastic.
Awesome.
Thanks for sticking with us, folks. It's been great.
Yeah, I think that early Minnesota was probably a rural dump or something like that.
Yeah. It's still fun to believe, though,
Oh, yeah.
Right.
Well, I still don't have Utah's been called by some of the networks, but there's no votes showing up.
Yeah. I'm surprised Nebraska's taking so long. What the heck,
I mean, it's Nebraska.
Yeah, well, yeah, they got to run from one end of the state to the other
Well, I
to get
think
the
they
other
still
two
operate on the
voters.
Pony Express out there, don't they? So Steve Day said, barring a massive Democrat turnout in California, Trump will win the popular vote too.
Wow.
If that happens, that's slam the door shut. You can't, you can whine and cry and try and burn down cities, but guess what? Nope.
No,
Because we
wait.
don't have the argument of the popular vote anymore either.
No, because they'll argue that a lot of those votes were illegal aliens.
100%.
Yeah.
100%. Well, they are. Let's just be honest.
Yeah.
They don't require voter ID. They actually sneer at you if you try and show an ID.
They arrest you if you ask for one.
Yep.
Chuck, do you want to speak to the graphic that's on screen that you sent?
Yeah, so General McEnany, he really comes up with some stuff 24/7. It's a wealth of knowledge, and it's timely. So I recommend it. I mean, we'll see what happens here, but if she does a concession speech, like you say, I hope it's before he does his. That would be great. But I just don't see it. You'd almost have to pinch me to make me believe it. It's only 11:34, right? In 2020, all the shit happened between 1 and 3. But I think it's too big to steal.
I do too, because when you look at the amount of people, in order for them to get the votes that they would need, they'd have to go over 100%. As Chris has said, if we have a big enough turnout, they can't actually add enough votes to get over the margin.
Yeah.
Okay.
You're over 100% turnout, and then that's fishy as all get out.
Not to be Debbie Downer, but last election they had over 100% turnout in several districts in Milwaukee.
Well, and I'm talking, yeah, I understand that, but I'm also talking like you're getting to where like statewide turnout's over 100%.
Do you really think they care?
Well, agreed.
No, but we're relishing in this moment of gleefulness, and you're going to ruin it with the fact that they probably are going to do something really stupid here. And,
Trump's 190,000 votes ahead in Pennsylvania, so that lead is just growing.
Good.
It's great.
If he gets to 200,000, I think that's the point where you can't.
Well, keep in mind they came up with 600,000 votes out of nowhere in the middle of the night in PA.
Well,
I was going to say,
exaggerating. It was only 300,000 votes at 3 a.m, and they all happened to be 100% for Joe Biden.
Yep. Yeah.
intern, here's my credit card. Run to Kinko's, get more ballots printed.
Yes.
They
Quick.
up their game.
Fire up the printers.
Yeah, she's like, crack open another bottle of Merlot. Everybody else is, crack open another case of ballots.
So Harris campaign just put a lid on it. Spokesperson said, "Let's get some sleep and finish strong tomorrow." Sounds like Podesta.
That is the Hillary Clinton model right there, man. That is exactly, man. You talk about sore losers.
Yeah, big time.
Well, remember in 2000 when Gore conceded and then unconceded and then conceded again.
Back in the hanging Chad days.
Oh, yes.
Oh, it was so easy.
Sadly, which is
Here
why
you
we
go.
end up with
Hey,
Canadian voting systems. We don't
this-
want to go through that again. Yeah, let's go see something 10 times worse.
Utah just turned officially red.
Yep.
Well, they were red the minute they started the election. So that's.
So I want to get you guys' opinion on this because I've been saying this since Joe Rogan and Trump. Lex Friedman, huge podcaster. If you guys don't know who he is, he's a huge podcaster on YouTube. Looks like Trump is going to win. Potential landslide. Leading in every swing state. Let that sink in. Long form podcasts for the win. I hope to see politicians from both sides doing 2 to 3 hour genuine human conversation moving forward. I actually think that this is going to have to be normalized going forward. I think that people are going to demand that level because those 3 hour podcasts, 2 hour podcasts that Trump was doing, JD Vance was doing, I think it could have turned a massive amount of the vote of the people that are in the middle that were listening to the mainstream media saying Hitler, 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 Hitler for 2 years. And they said, wait a minute, these guys don't sound like Hitler. These guys sound very much like people that I could get along with.
Well, yeah, you're absolutely right, because I think that showed people who took the time and bothered. We watched the entire JD Vance podcast. We just put it on and just got coffee and listened to it the next day. What it shows them is like, these are normal human beings.
Yep.
And
Humanizing
Kamala
people.
Harris and Tim Walz, neither one of them could even think about doing that. Kamala Harris can't talk 15 seconds once after her teleprompter croaks. Tim Walz is a blithering idiot. Neither one of them could have done 3 minutes, let alone 3 hours.
Ben Shapiro, Donald Trump is a man built for these times, built for them, and built damn tough.
Well, my wife and I were talking about, Trump and God, how can he keep up this pace? And we were like, because he likes this stuff. He was having fun. Yeah. Whereas Harris and Walz, it was a struggle. It was a task. It was onerous. Trump was having a blast. You don't need 3 hours of road. Hop on a plane, fly somewhere, do another 2-hour rally, and then go and do like 6 more interviews. The man's a machine.
He really is.
And
he really is.
8 years old. Holy shit. I'm older than all you guys because I'm 63. But I couldn't even begin to do it.
I'm 41, and that sounds exhausting.
Wait, who said that? Who's 41?
I am, John.
Well, yeah. Well, you're old. So. Okay, my wife just came in. He's up 5 points in Michigan.
Nice.
Wow.
Meme of the night.
So that's, if he takes Michigan, it's all over.
Michigan and Pennsylvania seals a deal, 100%.
Actually, one of those seals the deal because I think she has to take all 3.
Hey guys, I got a little bit of update on the bomb threats in Georgia.
What, you defused them?
No, I'm not. I'm not playing that. I'm not responding to anybody's crap tonight. Georgia. Turns out a Georgia poll worker has just been arrested for making bomb threats against the other poll workers and attempting to frame a voter. And of course, the poll worker was an avowed leftist who publicly spoke about his ambitions to manage elections in the future.
In the Soviet Union?
That's not new news.
We're surprised how?
John and I discussed that hours ago, and it's not the bomb threat that Tactical Carl was responding to.
Oh, it's a different one. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, you're right. Yep.
Okay,
Sorry.
That's from the one in Georgia. The one in Georgia is from earlier today. The one in Houston or actually 2 in Houston, are the ones that Tactical Carl's team has responded to.
Got it.
Those are that is the least surprising information I have heard in months. That a leftist poll worker called in a bomb threat to his own poll.
Right.
What's up, Yoda?
Hey, how you doing?
So currently, I'm looking at Senate stuff. We've got 50, and it looks like the Pennsylvania one is trending about 3 points up. So Trump's going to have some coattails. It looks like on some of these key states. I'm trying to see what else is out here. It's still not called.
Even at 50, who's the tiebreaker?
JD Vance.
Yeah.
But I do think I think we're going to end up with 53 or 54 by the end of the night. I really do.
We're up 50. Huh? We're up by 4 in Pennsylvania.
4 in Pennsylvania. Okay. Fox News just called something because he just jumped to 232. They're behind. Gosh, they're behind some of these other places.
Yeah, Jeff, you didn't catch the beginning, but Jeff O'Donnell built this software over the past 2 years. We have a direct feed coming from Edison. Every precinct in the country reports to. We're seeing results easy 30 to 45 minutes before anything's said on mainstream media.
And I agree with that, but perception is reality. And what you know and nobody else knows doesn't matter until everybody else knows it.
Well, we've got all total about 30,000 views so far tonight, and we currently have 3,700 people logged on. So I'd say more people than just us know now.
That's crazy.
My point is, I can declare Trump the winner at 6 o'clock in the morning.
He's officially over 200,000 votes. According to Fox News, he's at 213,000 votes ahead in Pennsylvania.
That's huge.
It's growing.
Again, we're back to my prediction earlier tonight. If Trump takes PA, North Carolina, and Georgia, it's all over. That's 270 Electoral college votes, doesn't matter what happens in the cheating states after that.
Yeah.
Here's the key. Oh, wait a minute.
If there's a Democrat official anywhere in the state, it's a potential cheating state.
Well, any state that
You're
can't
welcome,
deliver
John.
any state that can't deliver the results in the same night is cheating.
Well,
Period.
that's half of them. That's Maricopa County here in Arizona.
Right.
Let me just cue you in what we've been talking about this, Jeff, all night. Florida had 93% of their votes counted in 2 hours.
Oh, I know.
It's
They
the
are the model.
third largest state in the country.
Yeah.
There's no excuse for this stuff.
Well, it's like voter ID. If you're against voter IDs because you want to cheat, there's
Bingo.
no other reason to
100%.
be against it.
100%.
And the longer they drag out the results, the less faith everyone has in their process.
Absolutely.
That's right.
And I just ordered a new sub 2000 Gen 3 from Keltec. So it's
Nice.
ready.
We've got a huge lead in Ohio, just waiting for it to come up there. Nobody's ever won the presidency without winning Ohio. So there's your bellwether state right there. 2.331 versus, we're up by 700,000 in Ohio.
Wow.
No, I think they've already called it, and it's just been.
Ohio's done.
Like I say, nobody's ever won the presidency without winning Ohio. So the fat lady should start singing.
Wait. I thought Trump won Ohio last time, but then lost the.
Like he said, nobody's won the presidency without winning Ohio.
Exactly. 2020 doesn't count.
Yeah, well,
Right.
He was cheated. He did win.
100%. We should be walking into a Vance presidency after Donald Trump's second term currently.
I hope 8 years of a Vance presidency.
Agreed.
That'd be
Yeah.
nice.
It's the only way you can dismantle the deep state
Correct.
is to just outlast them. And
Outlive them,
you
yeah.
have 12 years and to dismantle them, they can't come back because the people you fire next year will be too fucking old to come back after 12 years.
By the way, guys, that's my
That's your what?
That's my sister, by the way.
Really?
NBC is saying Minnesota is too close to call. Yep, that's my sister.
Okay,
Nice.
she's good looking. What happened to you? You have like different fathers or different mothers, or one of you was adopted?
Adoption.
Yeah, no,
Okay,
no, that's been my partner in crime since we were kids. We beat the crap out of each other, and then we became best friends when we were teenagers.
Yeah, I'm sorry. There had to be a mix-up at the hospital somewhere. They gave the wrong baby to the wrong parent.
Oh, that's
She's
funny.
good looking.
That's funny.
Nothing against you, but
Well, if you were attracted to me, I'd have a real problem.
okay. I've got an update from my wife from Fox, so take it with a grain of salt.
No, online.
Oh, she's on. Trump has a popular vote by 4 million.
Holy crap!
Wow.
So
Wow.
if that
It's gonna be
hole,
really
if
hard
they don't run
Yeah,
up,
like Jamie Raskin to say, well, we can't seat him. Wait, he won the electoral vote and the popular vote. That would make you an insurrectionist. Maybe we should put you in.
Right.
Maybe we should get T-shirts.
yeah,
There's
Yeah, at that point, let's get jackets.
think about this, guys. Think about this. Think about the margin of victory if we didn't have all the illegals voting too.
Oh, yeah.
Think about what this night would be like if we didn't have X.
100%,
Also
brother.
true. Also true.
It would have already been called for Kamala.
Okay, I'm going to apologize in advance for my drunken stupor tonight, but I drove to Phoenix to buy a new Jeep, and I did.
Nice.
Halfway back, it took a shit.
A new Jeep?
Yeah. I mean, in check engine light, it's overheating. Of course, none of that was true, but yeah.
Was it blue?
No, actually it was black, which is dumb in Arizona, but, my wife wanted black. So you always, let the boss decide.
Oh.
So
She
it's
let me buy a gun that morning, and that was the trick. She let me buy the sub 2000, so she knew I wouldn't argue with her when it came to the color of the Jeep. She's evil, that.
Chuck, what were you fixing to say?
So, as concerned as I am with the potential arrest of Donald Trump by the desperate left, the deep state, I have my reservations with J.D. Vance. Now, I'm sitting in the state of Ohio. I'm proud that he's from Cincinnati, blah, blah, blah. But J.D. Vance spent a number of years in California and worked for a company called Ambrosia. They were in the blood business. You all know what adrenochrome is. Remember, Trump's MO is always to take his enemy and bring him into the light. He always shines the light on his enemies. And I'm telling you that I just think that there's something going to go down with Vance. It's going to come out because he said point blank, when it comes to children and the abuse of children, there are no deals. We'll make no deals. And I truly think that this may be a ploy, and he may just be there for, well, again, if he's guilty of something, he's guilty, regardless of his status. But when this all goes down, the Diddy side crowd and all the politicians and everybody else that, played the game, I think we're going to find, and JJ was, on point, but, 325,000 missing children. They're selling the body parts. That's why the children are missing. It's not about sex. That's the tip of the iceberg. They're getting money for livers and kidneys and brains and every piece of the child. I know it sounds crazy and distorted, but I think this is just the start of what we're going to see uncovered. And we're talking worldwide. And Ukraine was the armpit of the world with this black market. Taiwan too. And I think we're not even close to seeing the reality here yet. So yeah, let's enjoy tonight. But my God, there's a ton of work ahead. There really is.
Needs to be brought up.
The big test is going to be Trump said he's going to release the Epstein client list. Or not have the PD. If he does it, let's see what happens.
As he should. But
damn right he should.
They say timing is everything.
I don't care if John Wayne is on the goddamn Epstein list.
Amen.
It needs to be released.
Anybody that can do that to a child is evil in its purest form.
Absolutely.
And we have to eradicate that evil from our society. Otherwise,
Absolutely.
we don't exist as a society.
No.
That's not a civil.
I've served in Afghanistan, and one of the things they have there they call tent boys, which are little kids they bugger.
We get it.
Jingle boys.
Yeah, and
boys.
This is why when people, we got to try, Islam. It's like, no. It's acceptable in Islam to do this. Therefore, not all Muslims are bad, but there are a hell of a lot of them that are. And it should not be allowed. It should not be tolerated. It should not be accepted. It should be prosecuted and executed. That's just me.
Totally agree. I also believe that the strength in Donald Trump, we talk about his age and his vigor, it's that whole damn family. That family sacrifice. You talk about Melania being supportive, Don Jr., the in-laws, the girls. I mean, the whole family said, yeah, let's do this. They didn't have to do this. They didn't have to expose themselves to this. Why else would they do it if they weren't wholesome? You know what I'm saying? There's no other reason. They had life dicked.
You look at Ivanka had a very successful fashion company.
Yeah.
And she was everything the Democrats should have wanted. A company run by a woman. Most of the employees were women. They had mandatory maternity leave and all this stuff. Yeah. And they just destroyed that company. They did boycotts and all this only because they didn't like her dad. She was the paragon of a woman entrepreneur, and they destroyed it.
Oh. And just from the superficial beauty aspects of not using any of the Trump women on the glamour magazines and things. Yeah. I mean, how can you disparage somebody like Ivanka and Melania? I mean, well, both of them, they're both gorgeous, but they never got their flowers in a sense. They were never celebrated as first lady or first daughter, and none of that. Because
and Melania was treated like a bimbo, and it's like, okay, she speaks like what, seven languages?
5 languages, educated to the hilt.
Idiots on the left can speak too.
And they're all dummies. Look at Barron. Barron is Mensa. Barron is a brilliant mind. And you're going to find that in the back corners of all this, Barron Trump is being utilized in some way, shape, or form to play this chess game where everyone else is playing checkers.
Yeah.
It's
well,
true.
Maybe he's going to be the presidential candidate in the year 2044.
Why not?
Yeah.
I mean, I look at any of the family. If any of them ran, you'd have to give them their due. They've really given to the country a lot, even just being part of the family.
Yeah, I agree.
So real quick update. Pennsylvania, 216,000 vote margin. Michigan, 121,000 vote margin. Wisconsin, 83,000 vote margin. He's grown to 7,000 in Arizona.
Love it.
We pretty much lost Virginia, down 152,000. We don't need Virginia. The Rust Belt, as I predicted about an hour ago, it's all going to flip at the same time. I think it's all going to go within just minutes of each other because they're running out of votes to count.
So some breaking things that I'm seeing. Bezos just sold 213 million in shares of Amazon. He knows Trump is going to win.
Well,
he also knows
tariffs on Chinese goods, so
the tariffs will destroy Amazon. And 75% of new Amazon sellers are from China. Remember China? Remember how he exaggerated China? It wasn't China. It was Chyna. That's China, Ukraine. Let that sink in for a minute. Yeah. And 90% of Amazon's products are outside of the U.S. So bye-bye, Amazon. It's crazy. Absolutely crazy.
Well, what he did with the Washington Post, where he's trying to temper them and saying, okay, he saw the writing on the wall a week and a half ago. Right. He basically told his employees, get the fuck over it.
Yeah. 12 million shares of Amazon he sold for $2 billion. Hey. How insane. But
probably going to buy gold or something with it.
Follow the money, right?
Yeah.
Well, get out of the country before he gets, again, these people they're guilty. If not treason, they're guilty of child molestation and their games.
Yeah.
And I'm looking forward to, Bruce and I talk all the time on The Sting. We talk about Suicide Weekend. Maybe this weekend is time they're making adjustments.
I'm keeping my fingers crossed. Actually, I want to send a moving truck to Bette Midler's house and say, okay, we're here to pack you up. Where do you want to go?
So let's back up. What did Executive Order 13818 have to do with? Does anyone know offhand? Blocking the property of persons involved in serious human rights abuse or corruption. Look it up. It's the painted picture of Bezos and all these elites. They're fucked. Trump played 5D chess and did all this back in the day and set them up. Absolutely brilliant.
You guys are welcome for that one.
13818.
I need a new drink. I'll be right back.
December 20th, 2017. Now, was this guy psychic or what? Think about it. Absolutely brilliant.
Guys, I'm cracking a beer.
We got some static or feedback coming out of somebody's mic. There it is again.
We just took the Senate, 51, and it looks like there's a couple of incumbents that are in trouble out west. Wyoming, Democrats in trouble. And McCormick is up by 2.1% in Pennsylvania. So that would put us at 53. Montana is also, she is up bigly on Tester, who's an incumbent.
So something that nobody said, and it got quiet. Executive Order 13818. Why did Biden extend that executive order? Why? If he was in charge, if he was truly the president of the United States, most of these would never have gotten extended. But every executive order that Trump has put forth has been extended during Biden's term. Well, I'm not a conspiracy theorist or anything like that, but
yes, you are.
Something special is coming, ladies and gentlemen. It just is. And you can.
Conspiracy theorist is tomorrow's news today.
Yeah, that's right.
But it also got to remember, executive orders are not laws. And people, if you go to apply an executive order to someone who doesn't work for the government,
yeah,
they can flip you off and say, "Kiss my lily white ass, get out of here." I know, because I used to teach that course at the CIA on Executive Order 12333. It only applies to government employees of the executive branch.
Jeff, then why would an opposing party sitting president perpetuate executive orders that actually hurt his own party?
Because to exert control over said party. If I'm Biden and I want to do X, Chuck Schumer or somebody else says, I want to do Y. You know what, Chuck? Maybe you won't. Because I've got this. Now, it wouldn't apply to Chuck Schumer because he's a member of the legislative branch. But anybody in the executive branch who bucks his authority can get crushed. It's all, power. It's all about power. If you have to exercise power, but more importantly, you have to have the ability to exercise power. If Biden issued an executive order saying all AR-15s are illegal, and ATF shows up at my house to collect my AR-15, I would say, what law am I violating? Executive Order, 17899. And no. I don't work for the federal government. It doesn't apply to me. It may apply to you. It doesn't apply to me. So kiss my lily white ass and get off my lawn. The thing is, they push it because people don't push back. And if you know your rights, it's just like we want to come inspect your home. Do you have a warrant? Well, no. Then get the hell off my lawn. People need to know their rights. More importantly, they need to know the government's limitations and what they cannot do. More things happen because people are cowed by the FBI or by ATF or by anything else. They don't stand up and say, you don't have the authority to do this. And if you come through my door, that's a home invasion and I can shoot you. And I will.
Yeah, hopefully.
Come in your house.
Hopefully Trump this time is, he's learned his lesson. I think the first 2 years of his presidency, we controlled the House and the Senate, and some stuff got done. But my worry this time is there are a bunch of rhinos out there. Are they going to vote with the left and kind of stall everything? So hopefully that's not the case. Hopefully he can actually get some work done.
Paul Ryan completely cock-blocked Trump in the first 2 years of his presidency.
I think
he's a rhino piece of shit.
Yeah,
I think that with McConnell gone,
yes,
Trump will put his fingers on the scale for who actually takes place in the Senate. And Mike Johnson, it's Mike Johnson, right?
Yeah.
He was basically put in that position by Trump, so he is beholden to Trump for his position. So I don't think he's going to have near the problems that he had last time.
Well,
Paul Ryan was terrible. Absolutely terrible.
Oh yeah.
If we have a mandate in the Electoral College and the popular vote, any Republican who stands against Trump on this is signing his own political death.
100%. You're absolutely right.
He will be gone. He'll be the Adam Kinzinger of the next election.
Yep.
I
So
don't
here's
see
where we're
anybody-
at right now. Just giving you guys a quick update. The lead is continuing to grow. Pennsylvania is 218,000 margin. Michigan is 129,000. Wisconsin's finally broke the 100,000 margin barrier at 101,000.
Nice.
All of them are in the 80% counted votes. So this is getting real close to being called, in my opinion.
Yeah, well, I hope so. What's Arizona? I mean, I know they're leaning red, but they should.
Arizona has stalled out, surprise, on their counting because that's what Arizona does.
Right.
They're idiots.
Like, I mean, you're not. What is Arizona as far as population? Are they like the 12th largest state in the country?
Something like that. Something like that.
There's Arizona.
And that's the way Arizona does. It's like these drops, and it's just
Yeah. Now Pima County, which is near me, but not, I don't live in it. I can walk to Pima County in 15 minutes. Extremely liberal, always has been. The University of Arizona is there, so it's it's a college town. It's Arizona's Boulder, but even there, I think Trump's only losing by 10%. Phoenix is more 50-50, but and then Coconino County, where Flagstaff is very liberal. That's Northern Arizona University. All the other counties, deep red. All the mining towns, the ranchers, the farmers, all deep red.
Yep. But I think you guys are right. This is a mandate for Donald Trump and the Republican Party. Do something with the power. Do something. Clean up. You have the ability. You have the mandate. Clean it all up. And set this communist crap back 2 generations.
As the old guy, never underestimate the Republicans' ability to fuck it up.
Oh, I know. The one thing I will say is that the coalition that Trump has built makes it almost impossible for them to really go against it without signing their own political death warrant.
But Republicans can be up by 28 points with 3 minutes left in the fourth quarter, and they'll find a way to lose because they don't know how to lead from the front.
It's true. Absolutely true.
And I've been a Republican since 1979, and it drives me nuts to have to admit this. They have great policies on paper, but oh my God, they are total pussies when it comes to a real fight. Democrats know how to wield power. Republicans need to learn.
That's the old Republican Party. That's not the MAGA Party. What we have is a MAGA movement that's behind Donald Trump. And the rhinos and Republicans are going to disappear to the dustbin of history. This is now the MAGA Party.
God, I hope so.
He needs to clean house.
100%.
Well, he needs
So
to
does
fire
anyone-
every SES in the entire United States government, senior executive service, and they cannot claim civil service rights because once you hit SES, you serve at the pleasure of the president, and he can fire you at the pleasure of the president. He needs to fire the entire leadership of the FBI, almost the entire leadership of the CIA. All these organizations, they just need to gut the top, just fire them.
But do you really think he can root those guys out of FBI and CIA, all the minions? I mean, that's a tough go.
No. You fire them. He says, I am the president. You work for me. Not anymore. You're done. Your paychecks quit coming. Your clearances have been revoked. You're no longer allowed the building. When the FBI does it, I saw them fire a special agent in charge of a field office, which is the highest level you can be and not be in Washington, D.C. They frog marched him out with his shit in a banker's box. Like that. and he was done. Yeah, it can be done, and it is done.
ABC News, it is mathematically impossible for Kamala Harris to win per the Georgia Secretary of State and the Democrats. They have all gone home and left for the night.
Wow.
Outstanding.
Just waiting on Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania just had a big vote drop, and then the lead narrowed. They're approaching 90% counted.
Virginia's gone, by the way. That's been called for Harris.
Yeah. Last I checked, it was 150,000 vote margin.
Fairfax County and Arlington County.
Yeah, 173,000 margin in Pennsylvania. Still a pretty good size margin.
So does anyone dare tackle the question that Donald Trump posed or put to us in terms of he has a secret and the secret will come out after the election? Any guesses?
More cowbell?
More cowbell is awesome, but I'd say aliens.
Aliens, yeah. Aliens.
If you're gonna do it right, you got to have the Tsoukalos hair and say aliens.
It'll be the Earth's flat Earth.
What if it's the Brunson brothers case, which goes to the Supreme Court of the United States and it's already there? What if the ruling's been made? What if the 2020 election is overturned?
What if it's a Kennedy assassination?
Again, it's totally. Remember, he never conceded 2020. He's always said it was rigged. It's the bowling pins are set up to be shot down, and I'm just looking at it now. I think today is a formality. It's the start. The shit is really going to hit the fan, because like you were saying earlier, Jeff, you know, for the moms that are listening tonight and still awake, why are you giving your kids the jab? Why are you making them wear masks? You're accepting all these pedo books in your schools, these trans books, these mandates. Anything that's not a law goes away, right? It's not a law. So now you have the power. And I referenced the SCOTUS Chevron difference. Look that one up.
Yeah, the Chevron. Well, that's what people need to use against the ATF when they start saying, okay, we're going to ban what was not bump stocks, but what was the one for
forced reset triggers?
No, not forced reset triggers. It was the one that that allowed handicapped people to shoot a gun with one hand.
Pistol braces.
Because of the Chevron decision, which the Supreme Court says, sorry, Congress, you cannot just cede your authority to some unelected bureaucratic regulators. You have to actually put into law what you want done. And so all that ATF bullshit, they can kick out and say, you don't have the authority to make that rule. And that's what they need to do. And so they need to be able, when ATF comes to your house and says, we understand you have a pistol brace. Yeah, so what? Well, we want to take it. I don't care. You don't have the authority to make that according to the Supreme Court.
That decision's been vacated anyway. It's done. It's DOA.
Yeah, that's what I mean. But anytime they come and they say, well, we passed a new regulation that says X, EPA. Okay, you've got a pond on your land. You didn't get our approval. Don't need your approval. Show me in the law where it says I have to have your approval. Well, no, it says in this regulation. I don't care about regulations. Regulations aren't laws.
That's actually what sparked the Chevron deference being smoked. It was a farmer who had a neighbor with a small parcel of land. It was only 2 acres. And the way it was graded and the way the drainage ditch had been dug, the water was flooding one of the farmer's fields. He had the opportunity to buy this parcel of land. He bought it. He filled in the drainage ditch and dug a new one. And the EPA showed up and said that was a navigable waterway. And it was entirely on his piece of property. And we're going to fine you $35,500 a day until you put it back the way it was. He refused to do it. They raised the fine to $37,000 and change. By the time it got in front of SCOTUS, there was many millions of dollars owing. And that's why the Supreme Court ruled and said, look, alphabet agencies can't make laws. Only Congress can make laws. And so where all this came from was many, many years ago, 40 years ago, the big corporations essentially lobbied the Congress to allow these regulatory bodies to essentially make laws because they could pay them. And this is something that a lot of people don't know, but the FDA, 75% of the money that is used to run the FDA comes from donors, comes from people who make billions of dollars off of processed foods. And so, as per usual, you follow the money, right? So for 40 years, what happened is there was a complaint against an agency. When it went to court, the judge said, we have to defer to the expertise of the agency, and we're not going to hear your case. So it basically put the fox in charge of the hen house. And when that got smoked this year by SCOTUS, what that means now is that when someone sues a 3-letter agency that's out of line, the judiciary is bound. They have to now, by law, consider the case. And what we had for 40 years was an unauthorized fourth branch of government under the thumb of the executive branch, no less.
Absolutely.
So the Chevron deference decision is the biggest Supreme Court judgment in all of our lives. And it may be for, very, very long time, but it's a huge, huge thing because it's the first step to dismantling the bureaucracy. Which, by the way, as I mentioned earlier, all the talking heads on TV are having a meltdown today. They're going after the bureaucracy.
And they should.
That's the whole idea.
Chevron was great. Chevron was fantastic. The next thing they need to get rid of, continuing resolutions.
Yeah.
Because what they do is they say, okay, whatever the budget was last year, we'll add 4 or 5%, and that'll be the budget next year. We need to force Congress to do their goddamn job, which is to make laws and budget for the government. Every government department needs to have a new budget every year that is reviewed every year. You don't just go, I don't feel like looking at agriculture spending, so we'll just take last year's and add 5% and move it on to next year. No, every program needs to be reviewed every year. That's why we had rural electrification agency was put in during the Depression to make sure that poor people in rural areas had electricity. It continued, for decades later, and they were using it to put, power to golf courses and stuff like that. And it was like, no, kill it, cut it. And even Reagan complained, some of these programs you couldn't kill with a gun.
Well, you know that there's thousands of these basically decisions. And isn't this Elon's new job? Isn't he going to be the government, Department of Government Efficiency?
I mean, so.
It's going to be incredible. This guy can do all this stuff blindfolded. There's no doubt about it.
Right. Well, I can tell you guys, you think Idaho, Montana is super free, which it is, but as far as the EPA and Department of Environmental Quality in these states, I was developing a 200-acre parcel a couple of years ago, and we wanted to run a road to some building sites, and we had to go across some emergent wetland. Well, you've got to buy blocks of wetland to replace what you want to dig up or fill in. Hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars for like an acre and a half of roadway if you measured it out. It's insane. And they want paperwork and interviews, and they want to come out to the site. It's insanity. It really is.
Well, I get that here in Arizona. I have javelina, which is kind of peccary, a little wild pig. And I've got a herd that lives near me, and I'm like dad to them. And I have water out there for them. Legally, I'm going to get myself in trouble now. Legally, I'm not allowed to water them. I'm not allowed to have a bucket of water out there for these animals. Okay, it's Arizona. It's the summer. It's the desert. It's 115 degrees. It hasn't rained in 3 months. But I can't put water out for these animals. Why? Because, they're wildlife and you can't. But the state brags about putting out water for animals all over the state. And it's like, so the state can do exactly what I'm doing and solicit donations to continue doing it. But if I do it, I go to jail.
Let's, let's get some updates on the election here.
Yep. I've got.
I want to go to Peter Alexander at
Yeah, go
Harris
ahead.
headquarters to really gauge the temperature of the room. Peter?
Well, we're outside and it's a loud one here, but I can tell you if you get into the crowd here, it's particularly quiet in terms of their sense of optimism right now. That's how one Harris ally just described it to me a short time ago. I ran into a longtime Democratic source, a person who was close to the Harris campaign, and I asked them what they make of the results they've seen so far. They said, honestly, this is not looking so good for us, but then they quickly put on a smile and said, but you know what? We just got to keep smiling for the night. That may give you a better understanding of where they feel like things may be going right now. It remains early. A lot of votes still to count, but I'll tell you what I just heard from a Democratic lawmaker right now who just wrote me in part, quote, it's pretty concerning. I just keep reminding myself that 8 years ago, all the trends in the first few hours showed Hillary winning, and then she didn't. But obviously, this is not the return we were looking for. It gives you a little sense of the way that some of those people supporting Kamala Harris are feeling right now.
If they're admitting that publicly, that's bad for them.
It certainly is.
Check this out. 11 p.m. Why are boxes of ballots still arriving to Detroit's Bureau of Elections via cars with California plates?
You've got.
Holy shit.
These are not the ballots you're looking for, guys.
Hey, Obi-Wan.
All right, let's listen to this homo.
I hope the team of attorneys are there, you know?
Yeah. This guy's such a beta.
And the thing about North Carolina, and John has been talking about this before, is you do have kind of a sense of the country in the state of North Carolina, in that there are growing minority populations, and there is a growing sort of suburban, maybe more moderate population in and around the big cities. And so that is why the Harris campaign thought, with the dynamics of the country right now, that she would have a better shot. But look, the headwinds of the economy, the inflation that people are feeling, the difficulty in their everyday lives.
Yeah, she could not outrun that Biden economy.
Yeah, and the economy, Chris, that is what people are feeling every single day. I mean, we were talking earlier about whether or not the sort of women and the idea of this being the first post-Roe presidential campaign was going to
All right, let's move on to the next one here with
Wow.
I don't think this race would even be close if it wasn't for what Elon's doing with X and just showing people what's going on, enabling them to communicate. Even today, being able to show people, what's happening in real time when the games are played, and enabling us to put legal guys, right on something the second they tried shutting down a polling location or they're playing games. I think that kind of transparency is the greatest disinfectant. And if we do that, I think it's really important. I hope we set a precedent for other people to buy into this.
this on the right.
Black voters came through for Kamala Harris. White women voters did not. That is what it appears happened in that state, is that if you can't flip enough white women, and we've talked about this on this set numerous times, is that you have a state where you've got a 6-week abortion or a 12-week abortion. I think theirs might be 12 weeks.
Yep.
But it's a state where women lost their reproductive rights, where there was a very heavy push to get women to focus on not putting in place, re-electing, putting back into the White House the person who was responsible for taking those rights away and restoring them. But that message obviously was not enough to get enough white women to vote for Vice President Harris, a fellow woman. This will be the second opportunity that white women in this country have to change the way that they interact with the patriarchy. And
She's one of the most racist SOBs.
She's awful.
Ever. God, she's brutal.
It's the Democrat way. Paint others in the picture of which you would want to be painted. They do it all the time.
It's white women's fault. White women.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, maybe we can
And Joe Biden.
We can turn the Senate floor into a UFC fight.
Right.
All right.
Hey guys, can we all agree on this one? I'm going to share something real quick. Can we all agree on this? No matter what happens tonight, we're all winning because he's stepping down this month.
Absolutely.
Agreed.
The turtle's gone.
Good
Yep.
news. And good riddance. Seriously.
Folks, I'm tapping out.
All right, Mike. Have a good one.
Hey,
I will
Mike.
see you all tomorrow. Yes.
Mike, before you leave, I got a quick question. Did your parents have any male children?
Jesus Christ.
No, they didn't.
Friend.
Just asking for a friend.
God bless you, Mike. Take care.
You kids play nice now. Don't do anything that I would do.
Well, that leaves everything open.
And
Except
also,
staying up
do
late.
not turn your back on Jeff. He will take your wallets.
Thank you.
And fund black operations with it.
Remember January 6th, Donald Trump was finished. Even Republicans were running away from Donald Trump. Donald Trump is done as a national politician. I want to show you something. This is Trump overperforming his 2020 performance by 3% or more, right? This is a statewide look. We're not done with some of these counts out here, so this will change a little bit. But Donald Trump overperforming 2020 after January 6th, 2021. That's the statewide look. Look at this. Just look at this when you go to full counties. Look at how many counties across America, 994 of the 4,000 plus, 4,600 plus counties and townships, especially up this way, part of the country, they don't call them counties, they call them townships, but in nearly 1,000, 993 right now. This will change as we go through, but Donald Trump is overperforming, and look at where they are. He's mostly performing in red areas. His vote is getting higher in the areas where he wins elections. Yes, there are some blue places where he's overperforming, but just look at battleground Pennsylvania. Look at all these red counties, places that Trump wins, where he's overperforming by 3% or more what he did in 2020. Then you come out here, let's go up to battleground Michigan. These are the decisive states left on the board right now. Look at in the areas, those are his base areas. He's getting more. The same over here in battleground Wisconsin. So the former president of the United States, given up for dead, Jake, after January 6, 2021, is running stronger now than he did in the last camp.
He's a fighter.
Check
He's
this
a
out.
fighter.
This is the Kamala watch party is getting ready to do their thing.
Look at this. They all got big lighters.
Yeah, here comes the peaceful protest.
Well, as I was going to say, where are the rental trucks pulling up?
They couldn't afford to get them this year. The economy's too bad.
The inflation, they just couldn't
Yeah.
afford the rental.
Soros wouldn't shell out for the trucks.
Oh my God! Wait till you see this one here. Check this out. What's his name? Cenk
Uygur.
Uygur. Wow. Just 2016.
You know what's really funny about the Young Turks? Anna Kasparian's actually on Trump train. That's what's funny about that.
MSNBC, we're still in it. Scott Adams, we, quotation marks with a question mark, we, meaning you're on the team Kamala, you're actually admitting it.
Yeah, well,
delusional.
A lot of restless people tonight.
Breaking news, Harris headquarters is currently playing Diddy music at their election watch party.
So he has increased. Pennsylvania is holding steady at 171,000 margin. Michigan has gone up to 194,000 margin.
Nice.
And Wisconsin is at 104,000. He's increased his lead in Arizona from 7,000 to 13. So the leads are growing. Still nothing out of Nevada, though. That's weird.
we all need to set our alarms so we can watch Morning Joe tomorrow.
So check out the map that
hopefully he does himself.
You can hover over each state.
Yep.
And get deltas.
That's how I'm getting those, Chris. Yep.
I mean,
okay, what's up with Nebraska?
I don't know.
In Nevada, those are supposed to be Trump states.
I mean, but Nebraska, they've been voting Republican since 1858.
Except for that, was it 2 electoral votes that Nebraska does? Aren't they a split state?
Oh, yeah, the Omaha thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, but the state will go Trump. It's just, does he get 2 or 3?
A lot of places have him at 249. Fox News is just dragging their feet to call Georgia.
Big time.
Just
They have a-
dragging their feet.
Fox News hasn't called PA or Georgia, and they're both Trump wins.
Yeah, Georgia's at 93%. He's got like a 2.5% lead.
118,000 lead in Georgia.
Yeah.
With 93% reporting, they're done.
All right, I got to show you guys this.
I've seen that. That's great. Quick update. We are now at 3,700 people watching live right this minute.
Awesome.
They're all
Awesome.
excited.
Awesome.
You can bet on it.
You can feel it.
6,000 views on X, and we don't have a very big following on X, so that's pretty decent.
That's awesome.
5,200 on one of our YouTube channels. Another 1,000, call it 6,200 there. And let's see what we got going on in Rumble here. Another 4,000. So it's adding up. Probably about 25,000 combined views, but that's it. Some of the platforms lag behind. And like I say, we're peaking. We're over 3,700 live viewers right this minute.
Pretty awesome. Pretty awesome.
Gentlemen, it's been a pleasure.
Likewise.
Same, brother.
Thanks for joining us, Craig.
God bless you guys.
Looking
God
forward
bless.
to trying that coffee, brother.
Enjoy the next 4 years, brother.
Yeah.
It'll be awesome.
You're on mute, Jeff.
Anyone who calls me a gentleman is immediately suspect.
Oh.
Jeff, I only know you from the briefings you gave us for Surviving Man seasons 2 and 3.
I recognize the T-shirt, man.
Right on.
Yeah, Don and I have been friends for years. He's a good dude. He is one of the best dudes on the planet.
Agreed. And definitely a legend and a patriot like no other. He's an awesome guy.
Yeah, I tried to tell my wife once. I said, I'd take a bullet for Don. But we'll see.
So the last I checked, just real quick to interject here, Trump was 4 million votes ahead in the popular vote.
Yeah, that kind
That's
of fits
awesome.
with my wife's been giving me updates.
So what I said at the beginning was if they underpolled him again, he would end up with the popular vote and he would end up sweeping most of the swing states. And it appears that that's actually what's going to happen.
Yep.
So he could realistically end up with a 2 or 3 point. I've seen that one. That's a good one. He could end up with a 2 or 3 point popular vote and in that 320 range in the Electoral College.
Let's hope.
Kevin, thank you very much, brother. You're correct. It's been a long day. I've been up since about 5:30 this morning, so woo. Yeah, but we're going strong.
I can confirm because he was texting me.
You're so young. It should be no problem.
Well, yeah, that's true. But then when you stay up late, I mean, it takes a toll.
Yeah, you got to use the power of the beard to pull through, brother.
Yeah, well, there's a lot of power in that beard.
That beard or beer?
Beard.
Both.
Oh.
Both. So my buddy Tom Miner, AP says 63 million votes to 58 million votes. So he's at about what, 4.5?
But Joe Biden had 81 million votes. We can't discount that.
Well, yeah, I mean,
Well, the night's still young. Come on.
it's true.
You saw the boxes being pulled in.
Yeah, there's still busloads of boxes coming in, so you never know.
Yeah, so they're at. I'm trying to look. They just had a vote dump, and he increased his lead in Pennsylvania to 173,000. They're approaching 90% in Pennsylvania. You get into that 90%, it's really hard to manufacture.
Now you got to understand, it's like any problem. The first 90% of a task takes 90% of the time. The last 10% of the task takes the other 90% of the time. Now exchange time for votes, and you've got Pennsylvania.
All working class voters are members of unions, right? And so there's a huge portion that correct. And I think that gets overlooked. And while we can all say, but Donald Trump does absolutely nothing for them, that's true from a policy perspective. But they look around and somehow still they feel connected with his personality. They like the way he speaks. And he speaks to them and says, you are forgotten. You know what Joe Biden did? He forgave student loan debt for college educated people who have all sorts of job opportunities. You continue to be forgotten.
My gosh, these people.
It's unreal, isn't it?
It's just it's annoying and just frustrating that they just I don't even know what to say. I don't even know what to say to those kind of people.
Actually, she's actually spot on, because you think about it. Biden said, I'm going to spend billions, if not trillions of dollars for giving the loans of people who make 250 grand a year. Meanwhile, I'm going to completely piss on the guy who makes 80 grand a year, who never went to college. And, she's right on that one.
I'm very proud to be a Floridian tonight. According to Joy Reid, we are an extreme right-wing fascist state.
It's a pure Project 2025 in miniature in Florida. And that kind of extreme, sort of extremist right-wing fascist type government in Florida, does that make it a more attractive place?
Yes, it does.
You damn Skippy, it does.
Hey, well, from one piece of garbage to another, Florida's no better than, the Great White North. I'm getting a lot of congratulations from our neighbors in Canada here.
Nice.
They're very excited. And look, this means a ton to their country as well.
Sure.
They
economically.
And break the ties of Trudeau. I mean, it's a big glimmer of hope now.
I just want to say
that maybe this was never about policy. Maybe it's about cultural alienation from the pro-democracy coalition. I mean, I don't even know if you can call it the Democratic Party. Vice President Kamala Harris ran alongside Liz Cheney, and a whole bunch of people, large numbers of Latino men, mostly men, but women also felt no magnetic pull toward that coalition. And I think there's a lot to learn. I just read some comments Chuck Todd made that are similar to comments you made and that Ari's made. I mean, there is a story about realignment. And of course, the ultimate outcome is not known. But what we're learning about how people voted, they did not vote in along sort of even traditional party lines. I mean, your point earlier about Black voters, but there are policies that you're talking about that didn't make a difference in terms of how people voted, and then there are policies that mattered very much to how people voted, but just not at the top of the ticket.
Kamala didn't propose a single
4-hour-long line in Mount Laurel, New Jersey. We got a lot of complaints about the lines here. How long have you guys been waiting in line? Half an hour just to go about. Yeah, just 13 feet of it.
Yes, a half an hour. That's all.
And then you've got another 2 hours to go. Are you going to wait that long? Waiting a long time. How you doing? Nice to see you. You brought the chairs here?
Yes. We didn't know. We came and saw the mall, went back to Walmart and bought his chair.
You came first, came back. A number of people have come back multiple times. How long have you waited here?
Not too long.
Half an hour. How do you feel about the process?
Well, we wish it was moving.
I was just going to say
Percentage
real
reporting in
quick.
North Carolina. 76% reporting. You're down by 7. You're in a world of trouble. You're like, yes, it matters which counties, but you're still in a world of trouble. And in so much trouble that one of the organizations has already called it. Okay, now let's go to Georgia.
Yeah. By the way, Iowa has been called by CNN at least for Trump.
Iowa called for Trump, so there goes that nonsense. I'm gonna I'm getting revved up here on a significant rant. So, because Kamala Harris is not winning.
There's a lot of voting to be and states to be called, but right at this moment, this does feel more like 2016 than 2020. Right now, and look, there's a lot of voting to be and states to be called, but right at this moment, this does feel more like 2016 than 2020. Right now, and look, there's.
Okay, we are not white trash. We are Caucasian debris.
Hey, I'm a proud Trump tracker.
Hey, from deplorable to garbage in what? How many years? 8 years?
We are not garbage. We are debris. We are Caucasian debris.
Human debris.
Yes, human debris.
Caucasian human debris.
Yes.
CHDs.
All right, guys. I think I'm gonna go pack my bags for extreme right wing fascist Florida and move from Idaho because it's not fascist enough. But hey, thanks for letting me get on. Yeah, I really appreciate you guys.
You just know winter's coming. You're a smart man.
Thanks, Todd, man. It's awesome. See you soon, brother.
Appreciate it. Take care, guys.
Thanks,
Todd. Right, have a good one.
How do you read this? I'm going to stay on this theme for a moment and call this perhaps the greatest night the Democratic Party can ever have if they lose. And let me explain that. I was very troubled just over 100 days ago when they circumvented the democratic process and anointed somebody. The analogy is easy to a Super Bowl. You arrive at the Super Bowl game, and by any measure, this is the Super Bowl of global politics, the presidential race. Your quarterback, Biden, is injured. He's taken out of the game. You don't bring a quarterback in that's never, ever, ever won any game anywhere. You run a process. And they missed that opportunity. This is a chance for them to, I'm not saying they're going to lose, but I'm going to those percentages and saying they get to reboot. They get to go back to the center. They get to scratch this whole thing. And the influences of a Schumer or a Pelosi or a movie star or an Obama deciding to anoint somebody, those guys are gone in 4 years. They won't have that kind of influence. This could be great for America because I'm an investor. I have to work with who's ever in the White House in January. But I care about policy. And when I hear policies coming out of a party that are so twisted against the American way of life, like basically taxing capital gains that are unrealized, that's not America. Or price controls, that's not America. 28% tax rate takes us to the bottom quartile of competition. That's bad. We can't do that. That would hurt the country. And all I do is work with entrepreneurs that want to build businesses. There's a reason people come here under barbed wire and drown in rivers to get into America. It's the American dream. It's the only thing the president has to do is to maintain it. Those policies are against the American dream. And I have nothing against Harris. I mean, look, she did a masterful job in getting to where she is. It would be good for them to lose tonight. It would reset and reboot and get that party back to the center. It would be good for them. They may not want to hear that.
We don't.
But they may have to. You may have to deal.
This is important information in Georgia. I'm getting from Gabriel Sterling, the top election official there. The margin right now in Georgia is 118,000 votes, right? 100,000 votes are outstanding right now. This is what I'm being told from Gabriel Sterling. Now, he says the split will go marginally for Harris. So let's break down what we know about where some of that outstanding vote is.
What part of this math is hard? Trump is up by 120,000 votes. There's only 100,000 votes left to count. There's no way.
If 100% went to Harris, he would still win by 12,000.
Right. They can't do math.
No,
Chatham,
this is liberal.
40,000 outstanding, I'm told. This is a county that went to Biden in 2020. Carroll, outstanding, 18,000. This is a county that went to Trump in 2020. And then you have the blue counties of DeKalb and Fulton. DeKalb has 3,000 outstanding ballots. Fulton has 2,000 outstanding ballots. Again, just to recap, tight margin, 118,000, 100,000 votes still out in Georgia. And Gabriel Sterling says it's the split coming from that will be marginally, his prediction is for Harris. But this is what the data coming in is showing right now. Back to you.
John, do you have
Which is, it's so funny because they can't give a decisive, like, this is the data that's coming in. And what you're not saying, what are they leaving out? The fact that it mathematically doesn't make sense.
Well, if
has the conversation begun yet about Joe Biden and about the decision to ask him to step aside?
It will begin. It will begin depending on the outcome. And obviously, there hasn't been a race called yet. If this is not a Harris win, that will certainly be part of the discussion. It is. She's run a campaign over the course of 107 days. That is not something we've seen in history. And there'll be lots of questions about exactly that, the timing and the impact of that.
Well, Chuck was bringing up the history. I mean, in terms of vice presidents trying to win the presidency with a unpopular president, he said it's bordering on politically impossible.
Cry harder.
Can you circle back to that? Yeah.
Can you say unpopular president anymore?
She was ahead in Michigan, and now she is no longer ahead. Now Donald Trump is in the lead. Right now, not all the votes are counted, but right now he's leading in all 3 blue wall states.
Plus North Carolina, plus Georgia, plus Arizona, plus Nevada. We're not done with the count. We're not done with the count.
But this is right now the map of 2016.
No, this is the map. Check it out. 19 electoral college votes in PA puts us to 271. And I don't know, I thought I heard somebody earlier tonight say if we took PA, North Carolina, and Georgia, that we would get to the 270, and it doesn't matter what happens after that.
Yeah.
Who was that guy?
Arizona's going to go Trump.
PA is going to go Trump any minute now. And there's your 270 plus.
100%. And let me point out this in Michigan, because I've been tracking this while we've been doing this. Michigan is its 210,000 vote margin right now. They're like 70% counted. Wisconsin, 113,000. Those are getting to the point where they're not going to. He's going to win the entire Rust Belt.
Yes.
Sweep. He's going to end up with like 320 electoral votes. It's going to be a wipeout. He's probably going to, after they run up the score in California, end up with probably a 1 million vote popular vote win. There's nothing that they can argue on.
Yeah.
I honestly, the popular vote is going to go to Trump as well. We just won't know it 7 to 10 days. But electoral college is going to be well over 300. And the popular vote will go to Donald Trump, which takes away any opportunity for them to say, well, we got the popular vote and, you use this 250-year-old electoral college votes, which is an absolutely brilliant thing that the founders set up. But we have bigger things to worry about. Now we have to worry about what happens November 26th and January 6th.
Yeah.
Those are the 2 big dates.
That's right.
That's where our focus needs to be now, because if Murchison puts them in jail and they Epstein them, it's instant civil war.
So with that in mind, we've been talking about this because, as you guys remember, 2-3 weeks ago, I said, I think they've already conceded they're going to lose the election. I think they knew this weeks ago, and I think they've been planning for the next phase, which is the lawfare. They're going to unload with both barrels on lawfare and attempted assassinations. They're going to try and sell us that this is the most unpopular person in all of freaking human history, just like they've done it. But it was too big to rig tonight. It was just, they're not going to be able to make these arguments. And by doing so, they're going to further expose themselves. And if he can, well, here's actually a good subject for us to talk about. What does Trump need to do between now and January 6th, and more importantly, January 20th?
Stay alive.
Keep the body doubles out.
100%. I think we're all in agreement there. He needs to stop going in public, change his routine, and stay alive. Get us to January 20th, because I don't put it past the left to try all of this stuff again.
They're totally desperate.
So we've had some pretty in-depth discussions regarding Donald Trump's security after July 13th, after the one in West Palm Beach. We did not have Carl on during that time, though. And keep in mind that Carl has done a ton of training. He was a law enforcement officer himself, but he's done a ton of training for other agencies over the years. Carl, since we've got you here, I'd like to hear your thoughts on Donald Trump's security going forward. You must be on mute, Carl. We've got no audio from you.
Sorry about that.
No
problem. Button challenged. He's got to pay really, really close attention to his exposure level. First, he needs to get some sleep. He's put a lot of effort into this, and he needs to pay attention to what he exposes himself to over this next thing. Because the people that have come out against him, if they can't beat you legitimately, they're going to try and beat you with the rules. They're going to try and beat you with being creative. This is gamesmanship on a whole new level. And so what he needs to do is to keep himself safe. I know he's well protected. I have a very good idea of what's going on in his protection because it makes common sense. Jeff, I think you have a pretty good idea too. Yeah. And so the number one rule is you're not going to get hurt if you're not there. But he can't completely disappear off the scene because the American people voted him in because America voted for itself. And we want him to lead. So we want to be able to see him, but he has to be careful about how he does it. And he also needs to bring in additional resources that hopefully can be provided for him. If not, they need to be obtained.
Yeah. Thanks, Carl. Appreciate that.
Yep.
Look at the lead in Michigan, 210,000 votes in Michigan, 165,000 votes in Pennsylvania, 127,000 votes in Georgia, 193,000 votes in North Carolina.
Wisconsin.
119,000 in
That's
Wisconsin.
grown by 6,000.
So he's going to far exceed the 270 electoral college votes, and he's going to do it tonight. I was off by about 45 minutes. I predicted it would happen at midnight.
So I'll say this. Pennsylvania's shrinking a bit. It was up 218,000 about an hour ago. It's down to 260 or 165. They're trying to find votes. The problem that they're running into is we're at 89.7% counted.
Yep.
You're running out of time. You don't have enough. You're going to reach that point like they were talking about in Georgia.
Legit.
There's not enough votes left to make up the margin. That's where you're getting to in Pennsylvania.
And
CNN disagrees with you. CNN's mathematicians disagree with you.
Well, you'd have to say whatever's left, 100%.
Yep.
Would have to go to Harris. Not a single Trump vote. And then
nobody's buying that. Not even the people in the middle.
No.
Nobody's buying that.
Why is Nebraska not called?
I'm trying to figure out Nevada, Nebraska. Like this is either something's broken to the programming of those, but actually I haven't seen anything on Fox either. I've been kind of watching.
Well, Fox is getting their data from the same source we're getting ours.
Right.
SDN is Chris's company, so I think it's his fault.
Yep.
Usually.
Yeah.
Yeah. 100%.
Well, to be fair, the way the night started was completely my fault, and Chris is probably going to fire me now.
The Associated Press has Nebraska going to Trump, and he has 407,000 to her, 292,000.
Okay.
Wow. How is that even close?
So there must be something in the data collection here that's not showing up.
Yeah.
Broken feed or something.
Yeah. That's what I'm guessing.
Jeff O'Donnell would know what it is, but you're probably right. It's probably a broken feed.
Well, and Alaska, I mean, that's they're probably still voting because of the Aleutian Islands probably go into tomorrow, but that's 3 votes for Trump.
Yeah. It's getting kind of late, but I want to mention this, that we're doing some work with Advantage Gold, and we're putting on a seminar on November 21st, and we're going to cover the top 5 things you should do now that we're past the election, and guaranteed there's going to be civil unrest and all kinds of crazy shenanigans. So this webinar is really predicated on talking top 5 preps for you. Jeremy, awesome guy. He's buddies with that Jason, what's his name, that was a CIA agent that I told you about, Jeff?
Yeah.
Name's escaping me right now. But the reason I'm throwing this up now, y'all are going to hear a fair bit about this. We're trying to get as big of an audience as we possibly can for this. And there's a reason why that I shall reveal after November 21st. But if you like Survival Dispatch, you want to support Survival Dispatch, sign up for this webinar. If you don't go to the webinar, that's okay. The most important thing is signing up for the webinar. If you don't attend it, you can watch a replay afterwards. But we put together a pretty stellar webinar here on the top 5 things that everybody should be doing, top 5 preps that you need to start on ASAP as we go into this. Like JJ Carroll said, we're going to see uncertainty and craziness over the next few months like we've never seen in America before. So quick shameless plug for that. And actually, while we're over here, I'm going to pull up one of our sponsors, Sawyer. I don't know if you all know this, but Sawyer's American made in Tampa, American owned, and they have a foundation. The amount of stuff that they give to poor countries to provide clean water is absolutely unbelievable. These guys are a great all-around company and partner, and I'm really happy that we've teamed up with them. I can tell you that I cut one of their filters open, and I cut a bunch of their competitors' filters open, and was absolutely shocked at how little filtering was done in their competitors. And there's something like 500,000 types of bacteria, and or at least that's all they can test to, and their filters blocked every single one. So we'll watch this quickly, then back to our regular scheduled programming.
The Sawyer Mini is the most versatile personal filtration system available. It's the perfect solution for backpacking, hiking, hunting, fishing, scouting, international travel, and emergency preparedness. At a mere 2 ounces, the Mini fits in the palm of your hand and can filter up to 100,000 gallons of water from any freshwater lake, river, or stream. The Sawyer Mini has a 0.1 micron absolute pore size. It was tested to 10 million parts of bacteria and 1 million parts of protozoa without a single breakthrough. This is the highest level filters can be tested to, so we're confident these are the highest rates of filtration available.
Oh, you were pulling it up. Go over PA. Something just crazy happened.
220,000.
You went from 165,000 to 220. This is over. This is absolutely over. 100%.
Yeah, I just caught a tweet before we lit that Sawyer up saying that there was a massive data dump in PA that was going to be announced any minute. And clearly that's what it was.
Yep.
So Trump has proven to be the crypto president. Just to look at the crypto markets, Bitcoin's up at like over 10% at the moment. Shiba Inu, which is an Elon Musk company, is 10.19%.
What about Doge?
I don't have that information in front of me, but popular ones like XRP is 5%. Ethereum is almost 7%, and HBAR is damn near 13% up. And this is just a matter of a few hours.
Hey, I got something that just came up in PA that we need to share. Hopefully this isn't what it looks like, but moving trucks with ballots arriving at Philadelphia tabulation.
Actually, maybe wallets or something coming in right now. We see a police car escort
23 minutes ago.
Vans, but I do
Unreal.
come take a look through the window here because
They're going to run out of time. They're running out of time.
here in Philadelphia that is not there. Looks like
John, what's left as far as a hard number of votes left to count in PA?
I'm waiting on them to cycle back through. According to Fox, they were like 89%.
Okay. Just curious. I mean, I know everybody's tired. I'm beat myself, but I'm not going to bed, because if I go to bed with this map and wake up and it's blue in the morning,
yeah,
my watch will be going off nonstop. We can't let that happen.
Pennsylvania's at 89.8%. Trump has a almost 3-point lead.
And I don't know what to say.
Look at Nevada.
Oh, yeah.
And Nebraska's the only one left. That and Alaska.
Wow, 32,000 vote lead, but Nevada's saying that it's going to take them at least 10 days to count the votes there. They're going to cheat. They're going to cheat their ass off.
They're using dealers to count them or what? Come on.
Dealers count way faster than that, bro.
We've got a big abacus over there.
That's funny.
Unreal is what it is. Man, somebody's got to call this for Trump any second now.
Yeah. Hey, real quick, Chris, I'm gonna throw a couple of shameless plugs as well, real quick.
Let her rip.
Okay, you guys, hold up. Got a weird echo here. Righteous Savages is affiliated with Vertex. Vertex makes some of the best tactical clothing and bags in the industry. So if you want to get 20% off your orders, just go to their website and type in Savages 20 on any order. And then we have recently affiliated with Anderson Manufacturing out of Kentucky, Hebron, Kentucky. We have a 15% off Anderson. They make great AR-15s and at a very, very budget price. We're going to be doing some review work on their ARs here before too long. Just got one in the mail yesterday. And so you can get 15% off Savages 15 at Anderson Manufacturing. That way you can support us and get some good gear as well. That's all I've got. Thanks.
So I can't get it out of my head. The liberal girl on the tube there earlier was crying about women's reproductive rights, right? What the hell does that have to do with the way the country survives? I mean, really, it's all about jobs, a secure border, and education. You know?
Here's the reality. What's wrong with America is we're not having enough babies.
Yeah.
That's 100% what's wrong with America.
In our herd.
We don't have families. We're not building families. We're not building big families. We need to, Elon Musk has been talking about this ad nauseum for a couple of years now, that we need to be having babies. We need to be pushing large families and family units, because it's the only way a country stays alive. If you don't have kids and young people having babies, you just are not going to survive as a society. And it's just a broken thing. And the abortion issue is honestly, it is more of a societal issue. We've killed 60 million babies in the last 50 years. You realize how many jobs and how we wouldn't have to be outsourcing anything overseas if we had those 60 million lives? It's just a reality, man.
Or how many solutions to problems we would have had solved.
How many inventions? And not even that, the economic, that's 60 million tricycles. That's 60 million, baby beds. It's just insane when you start thinking about it. And you look at, Japan is much further down this path than we are, and they're at a negative birth rate, and they have been for a couple of decades now. And they're hemorrhaging to where their young people can't support their old people. And that's where we're going to end up. And their solution is to open up the borders and bring in people that don't assimilate to our culture, that water down our culture and destroy everything.
Yeah, I kind of apprehensive about the whole round them up and send them back down to the south of the border. Perhaps there's some form of test. Obviously MS-13, the dirt bags, the psychotics, that's a given. Sure, let's send them back. But I'm going to venture to say, let's say 60%. are probably solid individuals who really appreciate the opportunity. And maybe we give it some sort of try, because we're lacking. We're lacking in labor. We're lacking in a lot of things. I'm not for an open border, but I am for some form of organization and a merit-based, green card. Come into the country, give us your time.
That's the biggest difference, is that like I'm all for legal immigration. We should be bringing in people, but we should be vetting people.
Oh, absolutely.
And if we vet people and we bring in the best people that can actually build our country up, make our country better. This is a country of immigrants, 100%. Every one of us came from probably European descent.
Yeah.
And came over here on boats at some point. Our family history can be traced back to the lineage of Europeans. But the reality is, we need more of that, but we need it legally.
Yeah, my wife is Canadian, and we went through the whole process of getting her here legally and all of that. I don't have a whole lot of patience for seeing people skip that process. I mean, sure, is it broken? Probably, but man, there's a sense of fairness that needs to be there as well to protecting our borders, and you can't just walk into any other country I know of.
No, 100% agree with that. But if you have an Indian PhD computer scientist who has a brilliant idea and he wants to start a company and he wants to do it here, let him.
Absolutely.
I mean, Elon Musk is probably the most innovative person I've ever seen in my entire life. Well, he's from South Africa. Okay, we would have been foolish not to let him come here. Nikola Tesla was from Serbia, but we let him in, and he did great things. Alexander Graham Bell was from Scotland. He came here and invented the telephone. But when you have a MS-13 gang members and Tren de la Agua and all these guys, kick their asses down. But if you've got someone who wants to come here because they've got something to contribute, they like what America stands for, and they want to contribute, why the hell not?
Right. I don't know anyone who has a problem with legal immigration.
Yeah, I like merit-based immigration.
Absolutely.
You serve a purpose, and you can prove to us that you're capable. Hell yeah, you come stay at my place. But, when I see the teardrop tattooed under your eye, and
By the way, did you guys see this thing that came out? I need to try and find it, where this dude was walking around as a Kamala Harris supporter, was dropping off illegal immigrants at Kamala Harris, people with Kamala Harris signs.
Yeah.
So amazing. Like, the dude's like, well, we have a 2-year-old. Well, Hector's good with kids.
Yeah.
It's like, well, we have teenagers at home. Oh, that's okay.
He's dating one.
He's dating a teenager.
Girl. Yeah.
Chester here, you can trust him day or night.
Oh my gosh, it's just that level of trolling deserves a tip of the hat for sure.
So guys, one of your followers out there is texting me, and he says he wants to know what to wear tomorrow because it's his first Civil War. So if you could please help your audience out there figure out what to wear tomorrow.
Well, I'd rather help the audience think about what's ahead, because we had 88,000 IRS agents, shall we say, thrown at us, and I think they bought 1 trillion rounds of ammo and so many hundreds of AR-15 style rifles. Where is all that stuff right now?
But Chuck, did you see the videos of them in training?
Yes, sir. And
the last people you need to worry about.
Well,
I think the 12-year-old could probably take out about 50 of them.
Jeff, my concern is this. It's my understanding there's Connex boxes strategically placed near blue cities being monitored by local law enforcement that could very well contain this. And every damn border crosser who got the free, I'll call it an Obama phone, and the credit card is now on speed dial for the day that these guys lose an election. And now we need you. go take up arms, get in the Conex box, and now all of a sudden we've got anarchy. And I'm saying it dead serious.
Yeah. No, I hear you, but for the same reason Japan had no intention of ever invading the United States in World War II, it's like Yamato said, there's an American with a gun behind every blade of grass.
Yes, sir.
And it would be the same thing all over again.
Real quick update, guys.
Uh-oh. Still no Nebraska.
Pennsylvania, 224,000, so that's growing again. Michigan, 225,000. Wisconsin's up to 121. Nevada's at 34,000. Arizona holding steady because apparently they can't count out west.
They're incompetent.
Hey, can you go down to those polling places and teach them how to count, Jeff?
Note Alaska. Note Alaska. And look at Virginia. How close are we with Virginia?
No. Virginia's gone almost 200,000 votes in the hole there, so we lost Virginia. 50,000 in Minnesota. They still haven't called Minnesota. They said it's too close, and the city vote came in early there.
Oh, that'd be shocking if we won that because we never win Minnesota.
How funny would it be if Tim Walz was the reason you lost Minnesota?
A lot of Minnesotans do not like him.
Nope, they do not. Yeah,
can't imagine why.
I've been watching Fox going through these county by county. Some of the biggest blue counties are showing Trump with like basically neck and neck numbers. There's some that are blowouts still, but he's increased his margins almost every single county.
That's great. What a statement, huh?
He wins the popular vote. I mean, it's a statement already, but the cherry on top of this is him winning the popular vote.
Right.
That's the cherry.
And we're ahead by 4 million plus right now.
5 million now.
5 million and rising. That's great.
Yeah. I hope to God it's all over but the crying.
They just called Alaska for us.
Well, that would have been like 2 seconds after the polls closed. Because Alaska is about as red, it's like Wyoming and Alaska in a race for who's the reddest state. It's still no Nebraska. Fox has Nebraska. I think they gave Omaha to Harris and then the rest of the state to Trump.
I know we said something about this. It just confirmed. Benny Johnson put out Kamala's not speaking tonight.
No.
That means they know they lost.
Yeah, big time.
And she's probably drunk.
The strategy of not conceding, that bothers me.
Well, apparently what I've heard, like Hillary came out the next morning, but apparently what I heard is she was throwing and trashing hotel rooms when she found out she lost in 2016.
She doesn't take bad news well. Ask Bill.
So AP, if you go to AP on your Google it, they're calling it for Trump.
AP's calling the election?
No. They're calling Nebraska.
Oh, okay. I was going to say that's big news.
Yeah, nope. Sorry, can't go there.
Steve Days, Arizona, what you doing? It's possible you've only counted 1% of the vote in the last freaking hour, and that's actually true.
That's Phoenix. They suck.
There are suggestions that perhaps we need to annex Washington, Oregon, and California into one country and just remove them from the United States.
Yeah, no. Everything west of the Cascades.
Okay. You even got a place already picked out. I wouldn't give them that nice a territory. I was thinking fucking Western Kansas, Eastern Colorado,
That's an insult to Colorado and Kansas.
Well, no, because Eastern Colorado is kind of like Kansas for like 100 miles at least. If you set them all in there, you could get long shots. You see what I mean? I'm
saying you drop them into the Atacama Desert down in South America.
Hey, here's another big one. 70% of Wisconsin voters also voted to enshrine that only citizens can vote in their state.
What?
Nice.
Crazy talk. Yeah.
Todd Erzin, it's not a red wave, it's a Trump wave. Very important to understand the difference.
Yep.
And the difference is the Republican Party needs to figure out what Trump has tapped into. And they need to figure that out really fast in the next 4 years. And they've got to tap into that. Because the problem is, if you have a movement about one person and he's the one that's getting all the votes and getting out the vote, then as soon as he's gone out of the picture, you're right back to where you started. So we've got to figure out what he grabbed and what he got a hold of. I love it. I love it.
It's all about identifying the rhinos and eliminating the rhinos from.
And that's what people want more than anything. We don't want career politicians.
Yeah.
We don't want the Washington swamp.
Yeah.
Honestly, one of the biggest things I'd changed John Wheaton King for a day. One of the first things among many, but I would require that senators and congressmen need to govern and do all of their stuff from inside their districts. No more Washington, D.C.
Yeah.
No more centralized government. We have the technology to do it.
Yeah.
Do it.
Vote by Zoom call.
Yep.
Eliminate.
I'm even fine if they want to get together for an important vote. That's fine, but you don't live in Washington, D.C.
No.
The PAC money. The PAC money. We have
Yeah.
to.
Yeah.
Well, there's a couple of things that does. It reduces the ability of lobbyists to centralize their power.
Yeah.
And it
Well, they
keeps
don't
you
have to
from
walk very far. They can leave their Georgetown condos, walk 10 minutes, and hit 50 senators.
right.
You know, make them jump on an airplane and fly to Montana or Nevada or Florida. Make them earn it.
Yeah, the other thing is term limits. Term limits, term limits, term limits.
100%.
Every single government job is term limited.
Good enough for the president. Good enough for everyone else.
Well, you guys know the history of that. It was FDR. They saw that he was the closest that we ever had to a king outside of George Washington. But the difference was FDR had to die to give up his power.
He wanted to be king.
Yep. George Washington stepped away from it.
Yeah. Well, and the bureaucracy.
That's a good one, Chris.
We need to get rid of the bureaucracy and basically put term limits on bureaucrats too. You can only work for the federal government for 10 years or 15 years, and that's it.
So X has broken a record in usage tonight. Highest average was 6 billion users at once.
Holy shit.
Wow.
Awesome. And again,
Stocks in Asia, Charlie Kirk reporting that stocks in Asia rise as U.S. election results come in.
Yeah. Well, they know.
Yep.
They're not stupid. You know where stocks probably dropped? China and Russia.
I've seen that floating around. I almost put it up earlier. Yes, 100%.
He posted something earlier today on how real men vote for Kamala. And
you know what?
It was him and 5 of his bum buddies. Not one of them has shaved once in their life. There ain't a drop of testosterone there. They're real men.
I'm going to look in and see what he's saying. I bet he hasn't posted much here lately. America failed women tonight. Trump bullied, assaulted, and stripped reproductive rights away from women.
Tim Walz.
2 hours ago, Pennsylvania looking really strong for Harris. Oh.
I like how they keep pushing the the abortion issue as if it's not already a state's issue.
Right.
Yeah.
It's amazing.
You know, John,
honestly, overall, it's been going their way, much to my chagrin. They've won a lot of these state battles.
Here we go.
No, John,
Donald
you really just described tactical civets, their whole mission. It's basically their mission statement. Everything you said.
Donald Trump is on his way to declare victory.
But we are now hearing from sources
Nice.
that Donald Trump is making plans to come over here. Obviously, they have to prepare the motorcade for him to get in to take about a 10-minute drive over here where the convention center is. But Jake, that is a sign of how good the Trump campaign is feeling based on the numbers that John King just read there, that Donald Trump is preparing to come over here. He said earlier he had no speech planned. We'll see what he says when he's here. Christian Holmes, we've been watching, but we are now hearing from sources that Donald Trump.
So that's actually exactly the move. I was actually going to suggest this is the next move he needs to make.
Yeah.
Declare victory right now. He's basically got this thing sewn up and forced the media to lie, cheat, and steal this thing away from him. That's a bold move, but it's right in Trump's wheelhouse. And this is a completely different situation than 2020 was. There's like 90% of the vote in most of these states. It's not looking like the stuff that's left it's just growing. I haven't checked it in a minute, but yeah, 223,000 in Pennsylvania, 230,000 in Michigan, 125,000. So that's just growing.
Yeah.
16,000 now in Arizona,
Good.
35. So all of his leads are growing. They're not shrinking. So this thing's over. It's just the media will not. Oh, they just called Pennsylvania.
Oh, that's it.
They just called Pennsylvania.
Awesome.
It's over.
Oh, not quite done yet.
Fox just called it.
That's 271 is what it adds.
So
up
they
to.
have him at 267. I wonder what's missing.
Between Alaska and PA, my number.
I don't think they have Alaska in his. So because Alaska's 3, right?
Yes.
This
That's
is over. He needs one
270.
more state.
Alaska's 270.
There's what Fox is saying. And they've been dragging ass all night.
Yeah. Well, Fox on their live stream, they have 267 to 216.
Yeah, that's what I. Oh, hold on a second. I shared the wrong one.
Well,
I got
Fox
two that are the same.
stepped on their dick last time, so they're being cautious. I don't blame them.
Yeah, come on here.
We are on the verge, guys.
They got him at
Raise my
267,
beer.
but Alaska is definitely. They don't have Alaska yet, and there's no way in hell Trump's going to lose Alaska. He's already 56% to 38%.
At this point, I don't think there's any way he loses Michigan and Wisconsin, honestly.
Agreed.
Yeah, no, he's done. It's done. If he lost everything else and he wins Alaska, which he will.
Alaska's been called for him.
Yeah,
won
which
a
is
lot.
interesting
Fox News
because
it
it's
is.
not showing. That's
Fox News isn't showing it, but he's won it.
I just love that all the people who've been saying we have to abolish the Electoral College, we have to abolish it, they're going to have to eat a lot of their words with his popular vote victory right now.
Because he's
100%.
And there's 52 more votes out. If you look at Nevada, Arizona, Minnesota, Wisconsin, and Michigan, say they take Minnesota, you're looking at 17, 27, 37, 50, 42 votes. So he would be at 310, 312.
So at this point we have the Senate, but they aren't calling the House yet, right?
Yeah, let me look and see what they've got.
They had pretty much called the House.
Is that 54 seats now in the Senate?
Fox is saying 51-43.
51-43, yeah. There's a couple that are trending our way. They just haven't finished counting. Pennsylvania is one of them. Montana, and Wyoming, I think, are the other two.
I see that they're calling the House at 184 to 156.
We've picked up 4 or 5 seats in the House so far. A bunch of these are probably going to be safe seats, so going to end up probably with all 3.
Then they better get to work and not waste
100%.
like you were saying earlier.
Stop pussyfooting around and actually put the pedal to the metal.
Yeah.
Honestly, govern like Ron DeSantis.
Absolutely.
That guy is a ruthless governor in all the best ways.
I know Chris is mixed on him, but I love the guy.
Who's
DeSantis.
Yeah, DeSantis, he put himself ahead of everybody else by teaming up with Paul Ryan. You know him by the company that you keep. If he had waited till 2028, he probably would have been the next president, regardless of J.D. Vance. But teaming up with Paul Ryan, that was a bad move. And then his wife made a lot of really shitty comments about Donald Trump. He's done a good job for us here in Florida, but I would never vote for him for president, ever. Not after he stabbed Donald Trump in the back.
Undermined him.
I don't know. I'd probably vote for him over a Kamala Harris type.
Oh, yeah.
It wouldn't get that far because he wouldn't get through the primary. Oh, like Van Jones is having a meltdown. Let's see what this is all about.
I love it.
So do I. This is what I love about the stuff.
Because I'm thinking about the people who are not a part of anybody's elite,
who
are hurting tonight. There are African-American women who know a little bit about being talked down to and know a little bit about having their economic dreams crushed, who tried to dream a big dream over the past couple of months. And tonight they're trading in a lot of hope for a lot of hurt. And they were hoping that maybe this time, one of their own could be seen as worthy. And once again, they're facing rejection. And that hurts. They thought tomorrow morning they're going to walk out with their shoulders back a little bit, maybe able to breathe for the first time and feel like they belong someplace. They did everything that they knew how to do. And it's going to be harder than it should be tomorrow for them to hold their heads up. And they're not the only people who are hurting tonight. If you're a parent of a trans kid, your child.
They ran a horse for president. They can't understand why she didn't win.
So the Secret Service just moved an entire security detail into Mar-a-Lago.
Yeah.
And I'm reading that Donald Trump has now become the 47th president of the United States of America.
Over where we are right now. So there are 7 battleground states, and we have called, CNN has called, projected that Donald Trump will win 2 of them, North Carolina and Georgia. So of the 5 that are remaining, there's Arizona. Trump is in the lead currently with 0.72% of the vote. Pennsylvania, Donald Trump is in the lead with 2.6% of the vote. Wisconsin, Donald Trump is in the lead by 3.53% of the vote. And then there's Michigan. Donald Trump is in the lead with 6.12% of the vote. There's also Nevada, which I don't see on that list there, and I haven't committed it to memory, but there wasn't enough really percentage of the vote that had come in yet for us to be definitively saying anything. In any case, the point I'm trying to make is of the 5 battleground states that are outstanding, Donald Trump is currently in the lead in all 5 of them. And over where we are right now.
Yep. Political polls on X just called for Trump. DDHQ Decision Desk just called it for Trump, President of the United States. Looks like this is happening.
Good.
Awesome.
Well, they're not calling Alaska on Fox News, and Trump's up like 60-something%.
New York Times is projecting Trump as the popular vote winner.
Well, there you go. Yeah, Fox has him up by 5 million votes.
Yeah, Fox is saying he's just now 3 electoral votes away from winning the presidency.
But they aren't giving him Alaska, and he's up 56 to 38.
Which is stupid.
Well, it's Alaska. That'd be like saying we don't know if the Democrats won because California hasn't come in.
Right.
Yeah, I think he's going to win by. I'm looking at probably 50. Well, I mean more than that, but I mean, he's going to be 50 over at least.
He's going to win somewhere in the 320s, I think, in the electoral college, and then probably a 2 million vote margin in the popular vote.
Yeah, 17.
It's a wipeout. It's the red wave that we cautiously predicted earlier in the night.
Yeah, I think he's going.
Whoa! Time out. Who said that if we get Pennsylvania, North Carolina, and Georgia, that the race would be done tonight?
Yep.
I'm pretty sure I was the only person who said it was going to be called tonight.
It went over midnight, though.
You sure did.
I was off by 45 minutes.
It's 1:30.
I don't know, it's only 10:30.
It's only 12:30 where I'm at. So
no, I said midnight our time. It was 12:45. To all the people who said we weren't going to get an electoral college
to
tonight,
226.
you were wrong.
332.
So here's a tidbit. There's a reason Mar-a-Lago is called the Winter White House. I predict the Democrats will not exit the D.C. White House. Trump established a skiff in Mar-a-Lago. Why?
Because he's going to need it to rule.
You got it.
You know, Jamie Raskin's already said they're going to try and pull the old bullshit 14th Amendment. Oh, he's an insurrectionist.
Yep.
Democracy.
Hey, guys.
Make it interesting.
Guys, we are so back.
Yes. I just wanted to be so fucking obvious.
I'm so excited.
320 electoral and like 5 million popular vote. That they can't say this isn't the will of the people. Yeah, the hell it isn't.
Right.
On the off chance that any illegal aliens are watching Survival Dispatch News tonight, pack your fucking bags. You're going home.
Get out.
I can't wait to introduce you to my personal friend, Tom Holman.
All right, guys. I may call it a night.
Yep.
All right. We'll talk soon, Jeff. Thank you.
Great to see you, Jeff.
Good night.
Take care, Jeff.
Pleasure, sir.
See you guys.
Yes, sir.
Enjoy your evening.
Hey, brother.
They won't be able to sleep. we got to watch Trump talk, right? I mean, come on.
Oh, absolutely. I'm just waiting.
It's going to be incredible.
Yeah, totally agree. Just waiting for the feed to fire up from campaign headquarters. Shouldn't be long.
What a time to be alive. This is just the start too. You watch. Cleaning up this mess.
We now have a chance. We now have a chance that I believe would have been squandered in 2020 if that election wasn't stolen.
You're absolutely right.
If Donald Trump had won back to back, we would be seeing a Democrat president and executive, probably House as well, and they would undo everything that Donald did in 8 years, just like they did after 4 years. Now we got the chance to gut the swamp. We got a chance to pass meaningful legislation. And when I say meaningful legislation, I mean things like Donald Trump has proposed. If you're an illegal alien and you murder an American, you are going to jail for the rest of your fucking life. If you're an illegal alien, by the way, and we catch you here, you're banned from ever coming back into our country again. If you're some demented, twisted son of a bitch who tries to coax kids into cutting off their genitals because you're mentally ill and you want to pass your mental illness on to them, you're going to fucking jail. If you're a doctor who does a gender affirming care surgery, you're going to jail for the rest of your fucking life. These are the laws that we need. These are the laws that are coming.
Yeah, we can't look, we used to have institutions. We had places for these people. Now we let them walk the fucking streets. You have got to take accountability. You can't look at mental illness as just a social faux pas. It's not okay. It's not.
Gosh, Fox, how the mighty have fallen. They used to be the first ones.
Yeah. Let's say, hey, I hear Chris Wallace is crying again, so let's hear what he's got to say.
I mean, let's talk about the significance of a Republican Senate if, and I repeat, if Donald Trump is elected president. It means that they can confirm without any Democratic votes any appointment he makes to his cabinet, to the government, to the Supreme Court, should there be a vacancy.
Wipe your eyes,
It's an enormous
Chris.
advantage to a president. And at this point, we haven't talked about it much, but in the House, although that hasn't been decided yet, the Republicans have flipped 3 Democratic seats. The Democrats haven't flipped a single Republican seat. So there is the possibility here of a complete united Republican government with Donald Trump as the president and with a Republican House and Senate, which means that in terms of appointments, in terms of immigration policy, economic policy, environmental policy, you name it, he could have a pretty blank check. I mean, let's talk.
Super encouraging to see the country do that.
Check this out.
All right, Newsmax projecting
They called it.
Trump taking Pennsylvania 51 to.
Oh, I thought I was reading the thing that they.
that means he's the
They did call it. Newsmax has called the presidency.
Yeah, you're right. It's at the top of this one. Donald Trump wins the 2024 presidency.
This isn't.
So Donald Trump, according to our projections,
We are calling it 124
of the United States.
It's a Newsmax projecting President Trump. President Trump has been reelected.
Reelected? Elected for a second time, not reelected.
The dash matters. What do you mean?
They're reading in between the lines. There.
Freedom.
I mean, that's what they were trying to sell us, is that he was still president.
Black men.
Check that out.
Staggering.
Nationwide. I'm sorry to hear what you said.
Check this out. Trump took 23% of the black male vote.
Where's that from? AP vote cast.
And that has to be a pretty defeat for the mainstream media, who's just destroyed Donald Trump as a racist for all these years. And if you double the support with black people, and then you go up double digits with your support with Hispanics at the same time, and then run up the numbers with Jewish Americans here in the Northeast, that's a complete rejection of everything that they've been telling us about Donald Trump, and would explain why he's very competitive in the popular
And
vote.
the news cycle for how long?
There you go. Oh, wow. There's no way. Let's see if this guy actually says this. Check this out. The caption up top says, MSNBC, the voters picked Trump. It's now up to the deep state to stop him.
Unbelievable.
Fucking A. Let's hear if they actually say it.
The House, we're not going to know for weeks, but it's possible that Donald Trump and the Republicans will have a trifecta, as they did in 2016. In which case, the bulwark, against whatever overreach there could be, and whatever those depredations might be, and I think you're going to have a tendency to overreach if they do, is the kind of thing that's democracy between elections, which is the work of civil society, it's the work of the fourth estate, it's the work of institutions, it's the work of citizens. All that's super important stuff. We've seen it before.
Yeah, the work of institutions, they're going to be crushed. Absolutely crushed. That map is awesome.
So we finally get to protect our neighbors and our families and our towns. We can act locally and exercise our rights like normal, meant to be Americans now. I mean, it's awesome. Think about it.
I had an offline conversation with Tom Holman a few months ago. We were discussing how we're going to round up the resources to get all these illegal invaders out of our country. And he has a plan that he's working with a number of sheriffs, but he's going to go to every sheriff in the country and ask them to deputize and train citizens so that we have the manpower to get these shitbags out of our country. So I don't know about y'all, but if they're taking guys who are 55 years old, sign me up.
There you go.
I think now it's going to be, like you guys were saying earlier, time to start paying attention to what's coming, and to be as prepared as you can be and shore that stuff up while things are undisrupted for a little longer, hopefully.
Yeah. I mean, if you're not stocked up with some provisions and things, you're really now, especially, I think it's time you think about it.
Yep.
And I'm not saying get paranoid, but just get smart. You know, a lot of people procrastinate. And this certainly isn't, this is the start of the problem in terms of, you know, civil unrest, because they're not going quietly. They're just not. I don't think they'll leave the White House. I really don't.
And here's the thing, Chuck, is that depending on whose numbers you want to believe, what I feel are the most accurate numbers is that food inflation has been 31% compounded year over year since Biden was installed. So here's the deal. Food, shelter, water, ammunition, medicine. Those are the key things that you need to have stacked up. What else can you put your money into that will give you a 31% compounded annual return? Buy food that has a long shelf life. If the shit doesn't hit the fan, you still made a great return on spending your money on it now instead of, you know, not doing it. And if the shit does hit the fan, then you will be prepared. So,
well, and we have to defend what technically is ours, us deplorables, us garbage, us white supremacists, blacks, green. We got to protect our neighbors, our families.
We're all garbage, right?
Yeah. That's what they told us. Fuck them. It's not going to be pretty. It's not.
Yeah, Fox's front page now says that Trump is expected to address supporters as he's projected to win the battleground races. So they're starting to almost say it.
Well, I fear for his life now, especially between now and the 26th.
Ooh.
They've got to do something.
Fox is just a vomitous shell of what it used to be. It just, gosh, it makes me sick.
Decision Desk HQ can now project that former President Donald Trump will be our next president, the 47th president of the United States. DDHQ projects Trump will win the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, having just predicted that he will win Alaska. That will put him at 270, and that will win the Electoral College. Decision Desk HQ.
Now my only thing is I want him to win the popular vote, hands down.
Yep.
No arguments. You cannot say crap.
It's still over 5 million now, isn't it?
Yep.
It was like 4.8, 5 million, something in that realm last I checked.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the BBC has him at 66,400,000 to 61,339,000. So yeah, it's a solid 5. Even from them.
He should be speaking any minute. Just watching a bunch of people are actually in West Palm Beach in their texts.
So, you know, the other side's got to have a plan just in case this happened.
Oh, there's no doubt.
Right. So they've got a plan. And the only thing we can do is react to their plan because we don't know what their plan is. But this is a level of gamesmanship. So they had to believe that this would happen. So now the question is what are they going to do? And if they're already admitting that they have a deep state and that they're going to, they want the deep state to solve this problem, how are they going to go about it? So if you want to sit down and look at it, look at the tools that are available to them and what they would do to rectify the situation.
Yeah, I see a lot of the viewers are thanking us for hosting tonight, and we thank you for staying with us this late and participating.
Absolutely. Definitely.
Without you, we're nothing. So, do we peak out? Were we at over 3,000 viewers or?
Believe it or not, we're still sitting at about 3,600 right now.
3,600.
Awesome.
Well, look, we had the news faster than any of the networks. I mean, where
Yeah.
else do you get this? You know.
Hey, breaking news, guys! Kamala Harris to launch OnlyFans account following election loss.
Hey, check this out. There's a Antifa riot in Seattle.
Oh yeah, Seattle, huh? Of course there is. Look at these idiots.
If you interfere with the police, you'll be arrested. Move away. We encourage you to film.
Yeah, there won't be no babysitting these people anymore. They're gonna put the hammer
So
on them.
please move away from the officers while they're making arrests. We want you to film. We just want you to give them some space for a safe working environment. Standing on top of the police is not a safe working environment. Please give them a little more space. We encourage you to film. We want you to film. Please give the officers space while they're doing their job. Our intent here is to get back to a normal First Amendment event without criminal activity. The only way we were going to
And we're going to be selling this on our e-commerce store here starting tomorrow.
For sensitive. That's funny.
Dr. Jordan Peterson, thank heaven for working class slobs. Gladly a working class slob. Let's go, guys.
Wow, you should see Donald Trump is celebrating right now.
He deserves it.
We are going to make our country great again.
I don't care if I ever come down. Stop sobbing as a mystery, running with the crazy crowd. I'm climbing, going higher. I don't care if I ever come down. I don't care if I ever come down. I don't care if I ever come down. Stop sobbing as a mystery, hair always whipped around. So high up, got my chin up. I don't care if I ever come down. I don't care if I ever come
Wow, that was high energy.
I just sent you one of a meltdown. We've already seen meltdowns online. I just sent you one, Chris.
Front page of Fox News, Donald Trump projected to become the 47th president of the United States.
Finally. Okay. Yep. He's at 277 now. Wisconsin. He just won Wisconsin.
Nice.
That is awesome.
So Wisconsin put him over the top, huh?
Now listen to this. Michigan is currently at 240,000 vote differential.
That's amazing.
244,000 now.
Absolutely.
They won't call it.
All right. Here's the one from John.
I can't believe Trump's actually going to win this fucking thing. Jesus Christ, I'm so pissed off.
What the heck you got going on?
That's the typical white dudes for Harris.
White dudes for Harris.
I should have taken a picture today when we went to vote. There was a pop-up tent with two guys wearing shirts, white guys for Trump or whatever it was. And they weren't fat like that guy. They were bean poles. And they were sitting there like Justin Trudeau sits, you know, with his legs crossed like a woman and his hands on top of his knees. Just your typical betas, not an ounce of testosterone in them.
Yeah, that poor guy. He won't be around long. He's a heart attack waiting to happen.
Yep.
It's amazing how these people get brainwashed into this shit and they can't see the forest through the trees.
Ain't that the truth?
And they can be some of the smartest, nicest people you know.
Oh yeah.
But they get led.
I bet you Michigan gets called very, very soon. I told you guys once one falls, they're all three going to fall. It was within 10 minutes of Pennsylvania falling that Wisconsin did. Michigan will be in short order. And I bet you he gets Arizona and Nevada because they'll all of a sudden figure out how to count again.
Yeah, they're stalling for a reason. You know that.
Yep.
I despise this guy, so I got to hear how badly he's crying.
So right now, as things stand, I just came off the Young Turks show where I lit into the Democratic Party. Bunch of losers, corporate Democrats. I hate them. They've cost us election after election. They're corrupt. And they lost, it looks like, to a syphilitic clown, total moron, con man, Donald Trump.
Try harder, you fat tub of shit.
I think Steven Crowder has the best impersonation of him.
Unreal, huh? Yeah, so these are the other white dudes for Harris. Not one of them has shaved once in their life.
Okay, and I will just say this. I've watched some videos of these kids. Like, these kids fancy themselves as these amazing debaters because they get on TikTok and they debate people that don't know any facts. But when they go up against somebody that actually knows facts, they fall apart. Like this kid and this kid have some of the most punchable faces I've ever seen in my life. And they really need to get their butts kicked.
Agreed. Check this out. Dow Futures jumps 700 points as Trump takes electoral college.
Boom. It's going to be a good economy, guys.
The crypto market's going insane.
It is.
Things like XRP is up almost 7% right now. You've got it's everything's green.
Yep. Fox has called it. Everybody's posting it.
Yeah. Now we just got to keep them alive.
Amen.
They're going to put them in jail. I'm telling you, they're going to make the effort. The 26th. They won't stop because their lives are on the line. They don't give a fuck.
No, they will absolutely pull out every last stop to try and prevent him from getting inaugurated. Still waiting for a feed to come up at his campaign headquarters.
My watch is telling me I've been sitting for too long.
So now Donald Trump becomes the only man in history to have won 3 presidential elections.
100%.
Yeah. It's all coming out. They're going to expose him. I see you got, is that old bummer there watching the television?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Remember how they were saying how cocky he was yesterday and this last week?
He's looking at fucking death, too. Treason is a crazy thing for an ex-president.
Yep.
Well, he won't be running the presidency from his basement anymore.
Right?
No, won't be in Biden's ear, huh? He couldn't hear him anymore.
Yeah.
I'll tell you. What a Trump never let up. Never let up with that birth certificate and his Kenyan descent and all that. And he was absolutely right. You watch.
That's from
Remember
Danny.
You like that? I thought it was hilarious.
Truth.
You know, him and Big Mike killed the chef there in Cape Cod. Remember
Right.
the chef that was floating in the water?
Yep.
You
Martha's
watch,
Vineyard.
you watch when that comes out.
That's just a coincidence.
Yeah, I know. And it was just a coincidence, the tape that P. Diddy had.
Yeah.
Yeah, the 8-year-old boy.
It's just
And
like
Big
all
Mike-
those Clinton people that end up dead. It's just coincidences.
Yeah.
Happy little accidents.
Well, maybe they'll all surprise us and there won't be any pushback and they'll say, this is how you peacefully transition
You
power.
mean it'll be kumbaya? We'll all hold hands now? It'll be
The way they
great?
tell us that we're supposed to act when they win, but
Right.
we'll see what happens.
Here's the reaction in Hollywood, by the way. If I had to guess, I'd say some Trump supporters broke into that Democrat rally
Yeah.
because that doesn't sound like them.
I think they're all getting their flights ready to go. Didn't they say they would leave if Trump won? I mean,
You're right. Yeah.
Please, I'll help you pack.
It'll help solve the housing crisis, you know.
Jane Fonda run her dick liquor too, and she's still here, you know, so.
Don't let the door hit your ass on the way out.
Yeah, Jake, let me just give you a gut check here about what we are hearing here as we've been sitting here reporting from the Harris headquarters. And I think the operative word right now is silence. There's not a lot being said because the Harris team appears to be searching for bright spots in the map as these results very, very slowly come in.
Searching for bright spots and also very aware of the warning signs throughout the electorate in Virginia, in Iowa, in other places. I am told that Milwaukee and Detroit and Philadelphia, that is what the Harris campaign tonight is holding out hope for, more votes to come in. They have always said the blue wall was the most straightforward path. Now it may be the best, not only at all, because Georgia is also something that is developing tonight.
Yeah, I mean, I still hear from Harris aides that they feel good about Georgia, but it is very, very close. The blue wall still.
Boo. That's a beautiful sight right there.
Mm-hmm.
Key to getting elected president.
Well, I think obviously he's got his own unique style and he speaks his language. But I also think when we were talking about this earlier, I think Jim Messina was talking about it, that Democrats had made the decision to not basically just campaign to be anti-Trump. And for the last 10 years, it's been primarily anti-Trump.
What's the key to getting elected president?
Well, I think
That's funny. NBC just realized that Democrats not running an actual campaign and just making their entire platform not Trump is not a great campaign strategy. Man, come on. What's taking them so long to get there?
I don't care. As long as he's safe, man. Keep him in a titanium bubble.
Right.
You know, there could be a lot of shit. I don't want to go there. Dirty bomb, whatever. They're going to try something many, many times. There's no doubt.
For sure.
I just hope they didn't send the Secret Service detail from Butler, PA to Mar-a-Lago.
Yeah, they weren't really Secret Service, though.
That's right.
You know what I'm talking about. He's got his own detail, doesn't he, Chris? I mean,
he does.
Special stuff.
What a night.
It's I was happier about an hour ago than I am now. Now I'm just sober thinking about the possibilities, right? There's mountains to climb here.
Yes, there are. We still have over 3,600 people hanging in with us live.
Mm-hmm.
Here's one. Let's see what. Let's check this one out.
The Fox News decision desk can now officially project that Donald Trump will become the 47th president of the United States.
The former president's comeback will be complete with a win in Wisconsin, a state that he narrowly lost 4 years ago. He is now the second president in U.S. history to win non-consecutive terms. The first was Grover Cleveland in the late 1800s. Senator J.D. Vance will become the 50th vice president of the United States. Voters expressed deep frustration with the Biden administration, and former President Trump and the future President Trump overperformed in urban areas, particularly with men, proving that the strategy that they doubled and tripled down on over the course of the last few months absolutely succeeded and brought him back to the White House.
The Fox News decision.
Y'all, what? I got something for y'all to put on your socials.
Nice. I love it. I was just thinking about Elon's hat and dark MAGA and, you know, where that might bring us.
Oh, shit. I just realized I wasn't wearing my dark MAGA hat tonight.
Uh-huh. See?
What the fuck?
There you go.
Unbelievable. Got sidetracked there.
He keeps expanding his lead in Michigan. He's going to get the whole Rust Belt. 251,000 votes now. So they're saying he's going to end up with a massive blowout.
The chain.
Not sure what the music's like on this, but we'll check it out.
Oh, that's good.
Somebody's got a better memory than me. Explain the significance of that song. That's that opera song from the movie at the end, where the guy gets revenge or whatever. I just can't remember all the detail.
Oh yeah. So that is no one sleeps tonight, I believe. A different version of it, but very famous for the movie Some of All Fears.
That's certainly applicable for us. We ain't sleeping tonight.
When that movie, when the basically the climax of that movie happens, and they find all of the people that were behind the terrorist attacks and all that stuff, and they all get knives to the throat. So,
all right, yeah. What a great film.
Let me just point this out. That is the song that Trump chose to be the last song played at the Republican National Convention. There was a reason for it.
That's pretty gangster.
I'm just gonna say this. That Pennsylvania field back in July, when that bullet missed his head by centimeters from spraying his brains all over that stage, I honestly have to say that was the moment when he stood up and he pumped his fist in the air. I think me and Dave talked about this at the time. That was the moment that he sealed the deal, in my opinion. Everything else was just closing. He closed perfectly, but that was the moment when he stood and stared death in the face and stood up and pumped his fist and said, "Fight, fight, fight." That was the moment. One of the most iconic moments of my lifetime. Yep.
And I think, hey, John.
Yep.
When also even go back a little bit further than that. When he got convicted in New York, I think it was May the 30th, and on such a sham show trial, I almost think that was another moment too, where people were like, this is, you know what? All these politicians and people dance around with people's lives and livelihoods. And that was a big deal. And I think people saw that that's not only something that happened to Trump, but that might happen to me, and that might happen to Peanut the squirrel and whoever else. But there's a couple big moments over the summer, and you're right, that assassination attempt happening in Pennsylvania, like, they didn't want to admit it, but that was probably the moment. That's probably the moment this was all over.
Yep, I agree.
Yep,
I agree.
Yeah, I checked out here for a second. I was upstairs watching this on TV, and I don't know where you live at, but in my neighborhood, fireworks were going off everywhere like it was New Year's Eve. I'm like, if I hadn't lived in such a, uppity neighborhood here, I might have got the AR out and cracked off a few rounds here. But
let's go to the range.
Yes. Ooh, yeah. We might have some extra tannerite laying around somewhere.
Oh, yeah.
Pretty cool. I think tomorrow is going to be the biggest meme display in the history of the internet, and I can't wait.
Yep. Oh, the meltdowns are going to continue. I can't wait to see the view. I can't wait to see the view, guys.
I can't wait to see the airport.
The view tomorrow.
I can't wait to see the airport lined up with all the airplanes full of celebrities moving out of the country.
Here you go. Alex Jones. General Flynn puts the deep state on notice after massive Trump victory.
Yeah. Yeah, man. Obviously, there's going to be a lot of political ploys here with, they're going to try and get it to where, they set this up already that he's unstable and he can't be president. And so they're going to try every angle. But like you guys were talking a few minutes ago, I mean, this is going to be dangerous for him. And if I was his team, honest to God, I don't know if I would let him outside for the next 2 months.
Now's when he goes and hires Blackwater.
Yeah. I mean, you got to up your game here a little bit. And we got to at least get to the start line. Holy smokes, we've come this far. So hopefully they do not take that for granted.
What a night. What a night.
Yep. I'm excited to see, who Trump is really, he's talking about Elon and RFK Jr. and all these people, and nobody really knows what anybody's going to do. But the potential there is for a lot of people to start doing a lot of good stuff in a hurry when it comes to whoever's going to be in charge of, ICE and the border to, defense secretary, and who's going to be in charge of, all this other stuff that we need to get taken care of right now. That's going to be, it's a pretty, the potential here is big.
Yep,
for
absolutely
a lot of house cleaning in a hurry. I mean, you think of the people, the construction workers right now that know how to build a wall on the border. I mean, get your tools out because that's going to happen in a hurry.
Watch that Keystone Pipeline fire back.
Yes.
Up.
Yeah, you took the words right out of my mouth. I mean, you need to start, dusting those tools off right now. That's going to get fired back up. You're just going to see a lot of stuff. All the executive orders on day one from Trump. That's going to be significant. I can't wait.
Yep. I'm going to quote Ben Shapiro, who just posted 4 minutes ago. Well done, God.
Oh, what's that? He's holding up a Medusa head of Kamala.
Yeah.
Oh my
okay,
gosh.
so Michigan just keeps blowing out. It's almost like they just were like, well, we can't really fake these votes and switch them anymore. 271,000 margin now.
Wow, keeps getting bigger. Yeah, Robert De Niro. Here's the next thing. So right now, Robert De Niro and all the celebrities are at their producer's house, and they're all filming videos, begging the electors to not certify their election, just like they did before. Please don't let Trump be the president. This is going to be the end of the world. So they're doing that already, probably tonight.
I wonder. Sometimes I wonder, because these people can't be that stupid business-wise. I wonder how many of them actually just voted for Trump. How funny would that be?
Yeah.
They took a paycheck to endorse Kamala and then voted for Trump. I mean, they like more money in their paychecks.
Yeah. I don't think they've got that much integrity.
I guarantee you Joe Biden voted for Trump. I almost guarantee it. The way he's been sabotaging Harris for the last 2 months.
What's the conversation between those two going to be when Kamala comes back through the White House?
I saw it really funny when it was the famous news conference when Tom Brady, I forget who it was that walked in, but Tom Brady's just like staring at him and it was like tomorrow when Kamala has to go into the Oval Office for a meeting. It's just like awkward staring, like, good job losing that yesterday.
Yeah, so I don't know if you guys saw it on the feed or not, but so at her big, election night rally victory party she was playing at Howard University, the crowd there was huge. I don't know how many was there, but I saw a picture and it was a lot of people. And as this thing was winding down, like it wasn't looking so good, they just had some guy come out and be like, he just said, "Hey, everybody, just want to let you know Kamala's not going to come out and talk tonight. She'll have a statement in the morning." And he just turned around and walked off.
That was her campaign chair.
I'm like, you've got to be, she doesn't have the guts to come out and say, you know what, this is really close. We're going to keep counting the votes. It's going to take a while, and say thank you to all you 100,000 people are here. Couldn't even say thanks one more time. Like, even if you knew you're going to lose. But nope, just no show. I mean, that's when you talk about what somebody's really about. I mean, that says a lot.
Yep, 100%.
There you go. So I saw one article where there said like one guy went out and registered like 180,000 Amish people. Did you see that?
That's insane.
I guess I'm assuming it was real. It was actually a news article that was on X, and one dude drove around Pennsylvania and registered like 100-something thousand Amish people.
Scott Presler.
Yeah, I was getting ready to say that. The what's he called on X? The persistence. Yeah. That dude may have single-handedly flipped Pennsylvania. That dude worked his absolute butt off.
Yep. That's good. So what president actually last won the popular vote? Was it George Bush Sr.?
George W. Bush. Didn't George W. Bush win it
over Dukakis?
Oh, yeah, it was Reagan. That's right. Or no, it was George Bush Sr. Yeah.
That's a big deal. That hat in the tank really did it. Screwed him. He should have never done it. It's true.
Yeah.
I'm feeling unburdened by what has been done.
Yeah. That's going to live in infamy, isn't it?
Oh, I cannot wait to read this unstoppable stream of memes tomorrow.
Oh, that's going to be lit for the next week.
And
the meltdowns haven't even really started yet.
I know. Yeah.
Well, hopefully people will start to ask questions why the people, like, remember all the memes, like, I can't believe this many, 81,000 or 81 million Americans could be so dumb when Trump had the popular vote and all that, but now they're going to be forced to realize they won the popular vote and the electoral college. Hopefully they actually maybe examine where they're coming from a little bit. Let's hope.
Unfortunately, I don't think they will. They never learn this stuff.
No, they keep doing the same thing, expecting different results.
Well, it's the drones. It's the drones. It's the what they call NPCs. My kids call NPCs, non-playable characters.
Yep.
That's honestly, I think when it's all said and done, that's the realignment that you're seeing. You're seeing the NPCs on one side. That's why you're seeing people like RFK and Tulsi Gabbard move over, is because there's no there on the left anymore.
Yeah.
I mean, punk rock is the right. Honestly, it's the cool. Like it's the, you know, it's the thing you go into your professor and you're, you know, you got your jean jacket on with your, you know, with the collar popped up and you're just giving the bird to everybody. That's really right now.
So I just I see word that Kamala Harris has called Trump to concede.
Donald, I'm in my second bottle of wine, but I just like to say thank you for all you've done, and the passage of time has been the passage of time.
And oh yeah, Cardi B wants to say a few things too.
Cardi B.
Oh yeah, awesome. Yeah, John, don't act like you don't know what NPCs is, like your kids told you. You know all about video games.
I mean, I know all about video games. I'm not saying that. I just
hey, Elon's a big video game dude. He's
doing all right for himself. I mean, he's all right. Honestly, Elon Musk is probably one of the most innovative characters in maybe a century. As far as just a guy that thinks big and oh, that's good. Oh, that's good.
Nice.
That's a good one.
So I wonder how they're going to work this Elon thing. You know, is he actually going to have a federal government job, or is he going to help out on the side, just advising? You know, because they were talking about
is going to be put in charge of reducing the waste in government.
Head of the Department of Government Efficiency. Him and Rand Paul.
And Ron Paul.
Ron Paul, sorry.
Yeah. Which that may have actually tipped like a couple of million libertarians over to Trump at the last minute.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it's like the Republicans have become the party of like revolution almost. It's like, you know, anti-government and, you know, anti-bureaucracy and you know, been held down by the man for so long, and I think there's a part of the population that finally figured that out a little bit. And of course, Juan Williams on Fox News tonight was talking about how Trump won because white men did not want to vote for a black person or a female. And that was it.
It's always racism. It's always, you know, it's never our candidate just sucked. They were terrible. It's never that. There's always an excuse, and people are tired of it. People are tired of being blamed because they don't see somebody's good at their job, regardless of their race or gender.
I mean, just think Hillary Clinton tonight is probably thinking, at least I didn't lose that bad.
Well, in all honesty, she probably did. They just didn't cheat enough.
Yeah.
Harry Sisson, I'm so depressed at to see how many people voted for a felon, rapist, and fraudster who lies constantly. Many Americans failed their fellow Americans tonight. Wah, wah, wah.
So when is Trump scheduled to be sentenced for his 34 felonies? When are they going to try and put him in jail now?
November 26th.
That would be that'd be a bold strategy, Cotton.
That will kick off a civil war. And this fuckstick over here, Merrick Garland, he's going to fucking jail.
Wow, he's approaching 300,000 margin in Michigan.
Wow.
The floodgates are open.
Yep. Yep. I guess the pleading to the Muslim population and didn't work so well for Kamala.
There's your popular vote so far.
Jeez, 5 million ahead.
Freaking awesome.
And California's
smokes.
half counted.
Yes.
So that means that I'm about like 90% sure he's going to win the popular vote.
I'm 99% sure he's going to win.
Yep.
They're not going to keep cheating for the next weeks because they know they can't cheat enough to win. They lost it for college. They're done. So all the cheaters are going to go home and cry in their friggin' Wheaties.
Or they'll grab their Molotov cocktails.
And bricks.
Yep. Well, that's what Antifa's doing right now in Portland.
Crazy. Well, John, I'm going to jump out here and let you guys finish this up.
Yep.
And I guess
See you tomorrow, brother. We got another busy one tomorrow.
Podcast here in a couple hours.
Yeah, exactly.
Thanks, Dave.
Hey, Chris, everybody, thanks for having me, man.
Appreciate it, Dave. Thank you.
Yep.
All right, thanks.
He's not on stage yet. I've got a feed going on Fox News. I'm not going to share it, though, because they might end up nuking our video if we do. If we listen to the whole speech from Fox, there's a good chance they take our video down. So I'm just watching it because it's showing me that the stage is empty. As soon as I see him go up on stage, I'll find a feed on X. This guy right here. We can thank this guy for Pennsylvania and the whole freaking election.
Yep.
Scott Pressler. He has literally been working 18 hours a day for months on end, registering people in Pennsylvania. He moved to Pennsylvania, bought a home in Pennsylvania so he could vote in Pennsylvania. And he has spent like countless times, 7 days a week, 18 hours a day, getting people registered to vote. And that's where the edge came for registered Republicans versus Democrats. Scott Pressler did it all.
Yeah, he did.
It's amazing. The Drudge Report is saying that the world is in shock. They're mourning Trump's stunning victory. Yeah, whatever. Oh, right on. We got to listen to this one.
USA! 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 USA!
We're back.
So back.
That is an understatement.
Thanks, Kevin. One of our most loyal. Thanks, brother.
He is. Kev's a great guy.
Well, Chris, I'm going to sign off for the night. Thanks for having me. Great to see all of you.
Great to see you too, Danny.
See you, Danny. Good to meet you, brother.
Likewise.
Stay in touch.
Absolutely.
You'll never forget where you were
There you go.
the night this went down.
Likewise.
Ah, it's history. It just is.
Sure is. Absolutely it is.
Well, I know the Idaho results probably don't mean much to many of your viewers, but a real strong 2A supporter, Christy Zito, senator that I work with, she just took her seat again, 78%.
Nice.
To 21%. She did a good job. That's good to hear.
That's fantastic.
Yeah, we have a congresswoman who won her seat in Bruce's state of New Hampshire. So she was on a few months ago, and we gave her the platform to kind of tell about who she was and this and that. And she won tonight. So she already asked to come on the show this Thursday. So, she's all amped up. I thought that was fantastic.
Right on.
So if Trump wins the remaining states, which I think he will, 316 electoral votes. That's about what I said at the beginning. I think I said 315 or 312, something like that. So, yep.
I honestly, I've been watching some other feeds on X and stuff here. I think we, because we had the data from Jeff O'Donnell, we called it everything first. Pretty amazing.
There's no doubt about it. Yeah. And like 20 minutes ahead most of the time.
Yep.
Yeah, there were a couple things earlier, Chuck, before we really got into it, where we were pulling data from Jeff's application, and then I was timing it. And
he's walking out. He's walking out.
All right.
Upwards of 45 minutes. All right, let me find a feed here.
All right.
If any of y'all
Gosh,
can
Barron's so freaking tall.
Yeah. What's he? 6'10"?
He said he's 6'9". Trump said he's 6'9".
Yeah. If any of y'all find a feed quickly, send it to me.
I've only got Fox News up. I don't have.
I may have to share it just for the beginning, but I don't want to share it for too long because they'll say it's copyright infringement. So I'm trying to see if somebody's actually at it that's going to be broadcast. See, Brick Suit's there, and he was broadcasting earlier.
I'm trying to find one.
Yeah, give me a second here. Where's the volume here?
Where there's pride in every American heart, and it's time we stand and say.
Lee Greenwood's making a living off of him, ain't he?
That song playing right now is going to put a copyright mark against us. Within 30 minutes of ending this stream, we're going to get a copyright infringement from YouTube. Still have over 3,500 people watching right now live.
That's fantastic. Were you able to find another feed, John, or no?
Yeah, if you find one, let me know.
John's asleep. This is screw it.
Definitely don't let Ivanka back in the White House.
Thank you very much. Wow.
Oh, yeah.
Well, I want to thank you all very much. This is great. These are our friends. We have thousands of friends in this incredible movement. This was a movement like nobody's ever seen before. And Frankly, this was, I believe, the greatest political movement of all time. There's never been anything like this in this country and maybe beyond. And now it's going to reach a new level of importance because we're going to help our country heal. We're going to help our country heal. We have a country that needs help, and it needs help very badly. We're going to fix our borders. We're going to fix everything about our country. And we made history for a reason tonight, and the reason is going to be just that. We overcame obstacles that nobody thought possible, and it is now clear that we've achieved the most incredible political thing. Look what happened. Is this crazy? But it's a political victory that our country has never seen before, nothing like this. I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being elected your 47th president and your 45th president. And every citizen, I will fight for you, for your family, and your future. Every single day, I will be fighting for you, and with every breath in my body, I will not rest until we have delivered the strong, safe, and prosperous America that our children deserve and that you deserve. This will truly be the golden age of America. That's what we have to have. This is a magnificent victory for the American people that will allow us to make America great again. And in addition to having won the battleground states of North Carolina, I love these places, Georgia, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin, we are now winning in Michigan, Arizona, Nevada, and Alaska, which would result in us carrying at least 315 electoral votes. But it's much easier doing what the networks did or whoever called it, because there was no other path. There was no other path to victory. We also have won the popular vote. That was great. Very proud of that. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Now, winning the popular vote was very nice, I will tell you. It's a great feeling of love. We have a great feeling of love in this very large room with unbelievable people standing by my side. These people have been incredible. They've made the journey with me, and we're going to make you very happy. We're going to make you very proud of your vote. I hope that you're going to be looking back someday and say that was one of the truly important moments of my life when I voted for this group of people beyond the president, this group of great people. America has given us an unprecedented and powerful mandate. We have taken back control of the Senate. Wow, that's good. And the Senate races in Montana, Nevada, Texas, Ohio, Michigan, Wisconsin, the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, were all won by the MAGA movement. They helped so much. And in those cases, every one of them, we worked with the senators. They were tough races. And I mean, the number of victories in the Senate was absolutely incredible. And we did tele-rallies. We did tele-rallies with each one of them. And sometimes we did 2 or 3 and it was amazing to look at all of those victories. Nobody expected that, nobody. So I just wanted to thank you very much for that. And you have some great senators and some great new senators. And it also looks like we'll be keeping control of the House of Representatives. And I want to thank Mike Johnson. I think he's doing a terrific job. Terrific job. I want to also thank my beautiful wife, Melania, First Lady. Who has the #1 best-selling book in the country. Can you believe that? Oh, no, she's done a great job, works very hard to help people. So I just want to thank her. But I want to thank my whole family, my amazing children, and they are amazing children. Now, we all think our children are amazing. Everybody here thinks their children are amazing, but that's a good thing when you think they are. But Don, Eric, Ivanka, Tiffany, Barron, Laura, Jared, Kimberly, Michael, thank you all. What a help. What a great. My father-in-law, Victor, is tremendous, and we miss very much Melania's mother, Amalia. We miss Amalia, don't we, huh? She would be very happy right now, standing on this stage. She'd be so proud. She was a great woman, that one. Beautiful inside and out. She was a great woman. I want to be the first to congratulate our great, now I can say, Vice President-elect of the United States, J.D. Vance. And his absolutely remarkable and beautiful wife, Usha Vance. And he is a feisty guy, isn't he? You know, I've said, go into the enemy camp. And you know, the enemy camp is certain networks. And a lot of people don't like that. Sir, do I have to do that? He just goes, okay. Which one? CNN, MSDNC? He'll say, all right, thank you very much. He actually looks like, he's like the only guy I've ever seen. He really looks forward to it. And then he just goes in and absolutely obliterates them. Say a couple of words here.
Wild. Well, Mr. President, I appreciate you allowing me to join you on this incredible journey. I thank you for the trust that you placed in me. And I think that we just witnessed the greatest political comeback in the history of the United States of America. And under President Trump's leadership, we're never going to stop fighting for you, for your dreams, for the future of your children. And after the greatest political comeback in American history, we're going to lead the greatest economic comeback in American history under Donald Trump's leadership.
Thank you very much. He's turned out to be a good choice. I took a little heat at the beginning, but he was, I knew the brain was a good one, about as good as it gets. And we love the family, and we're going to have a great 4 years, and we're going to turn our country around, make it something very special. It lost that little thing called special. We have to make it so. We're going to make this so great. It's the greatest country and potentially the greatest country in the world by far. And right now we're going to just work very hard to get all of that back. We're going to make it the best it's ever been. We can do that. If we had to wait longer, I don't know. It was going bad, and it was going bad fast. We're going to have to seal up those borders, and we're going to have to let people come into our country. We want people to come back in. but we have to let them come back in, but they have to come in legally. They have to come in legally. Let me also express my tremendous appreciation for Susie and Chris, the job you did. Susie, come here. Come here, Susie. Chris, come here, Chris. Susie likes to stay sort of in the back, let me tell you. The Ice Maiden, we call her the Ice Maiden. You want to say something? Come here, Chris. Come here, Chris. Susie likes to stay in the background. She's not in the background. Come here, say something.
This wasn't expected, but I just want to thank, obviously, President Trump for this journey. It was a great one, and he's a hell of a candidate. And he's going to be a hell of a great 47th president. And this team that we had, the best team, and of course, even my boss, Susie Wiles, the best. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you, Susie. Look at her, she's shot. I've never seen her be shot before. Susie, they're great. Everybody up here is great. Everybody up here is very special. But the Trump, yeah, who did you say? Oh, let me tell you, we have a new star. A star is born, Elon. Now he is. Now he's an amazing guy. We were sitting together tonight. You know, he spent 2 weeks in Philadelphia and different parts of Pennsylvania campaigning. You know, he sent the rocket up 2 weeks ago, and I saw that rocket, and I saw it coming down. I saw it. It was, when it left, it was beautiful, shiny white. When it came down, it didn't look so pretty. It was going 10,000 miles an hour, and it was burning like hell. I said, what happened to your paint job? He said, we've never made a paint that could withstand that kind of heat. And, but I saw it come down and turn around. And it was, you know, it's like 22 stories tall, by the way. It looks a little smaller than that, but it's big. And it came down, and you saw that fire burning. And I'm saying, only Elon can do this. It must be an Elon. And I tell the story. I told it last night. I had a man on the phone. I had the screen muted, no sound. I was talking to a very important man, happens to be here. And that very important guy, one of the most important people in, I would say, the country, actually. But, you know, I was president, and now it looks like I was going to be maybe president again. So I figured I could ask him to hold. So I asked him to hold. And because, especially because you're going to be president again, they hold. So I took the phone down, and I'm looking at the screen. I'm seeing this crazy thing that's going around and coming down. It looks like it's going to crash into the gantry. And I said, oh, no. And I said, do me a favor. Do you mind holding for a couple of minutes? I want to see this. I thought it was a space age movie or something. I put the phone down. Bad part, I didn't pick it up for 45 minutes, and he was holding. But this spaceship came down, and I saw those engines firing, and it looked like it was over. It was going to smash. And then I saw the fire pour out from the left side, and it put it straight, and it came down so gently, and then it wrapped those arms around it, and it held it. And just like you hold your baby at night, your little baby. And it was a beautiful thing to see. And I called Elon. I said, Elon, was that you? He said, yes, it was. I said, who else can do that? Can Russia do it? No. Can China do it? No. Can the United States do it other than you? No, nobody can do that. I said, that's why I love you, Elon. That's great. And you know, when we had the tragic Hurricane Helene, and it hit North Carolina, they were really devastated. The water, this was a big water, as big as we've ever seen, water hurricane. It built lakes out of nothing. Fields became lakes, and the danger was unbelievable. And the people from North Carolina came to me and they said, would it be possible, at all possible, for you to speak to Elon Musk? We need Starlink. I said, what's Starlink? It's a form of communication. So I called Elon, and I'll tell you what, he had, and it was very dangerous. People would die. They had no communication. All the wires were down. I called Elon Musk. I said, Elon, you have something called Starlink. Is that right? Yes, I do. What the hell is it? He said, it's a communication system that's very good. I said, Elon, they need it really, really badly in North Carolina. Can you get it? He had that there so fast. It was incredible. So, and it was great. It saved a lot of lives. He saved a lot of lives. But he's a character. He's a special guy. He's a super genius. We have to protect our geniuses. We don't have that many of them. We have to protect our super geniuses. I want to thank some of the guys. You know, we have up here today the U.S. Open champion. He's a fantastic golfer, slightly longer than me. It's a little bit longer than me. Just a little bit. Bryson DeChambeau is up here someplace. What happened to Bryson? Where is he? Bryson. Oh, he was shot. He's hitting balls. Oh, he's on the way. He's hitting balls. Bryson. Oh, look at him. He had a great, got a great career going. Great U.S. Open, Bryson. That's a fantastic job. And we also have a man, Dana White, who has done some job. He's a tough guy. So Dana started UFC and came to me, do you mind if I use your, nobody wanted to give him Marines because they said it's a rough sport, a little rough. And I helped him out a little bit and I went and they said, this is the roughest sport I've ever seen, but I began to like it and he loved it and nobody's done a better job in sports. And you know, he's a very motivational kind of a guy, what he does. He gets these fighters and they really go at it. And it's become one of the most successful sports enterprises anywhere at any time. It's doing so well. I'd like to ask Dana just to say a couple of words because people love to hear from him. Dana, please.
Nobody deserves this more than him, and nobody deserves this more than his family does. This is what happens when the machine comes after you. What you've seen over the last several years, this is what it looks like. Couldn't stop him. He keeps going forward. He doesn't quit. He's the most resilient, hardworking man I've ever met in my life. His family are incredible people. This is karma, ladies and gentlemen. He deserves this. They deserve it as a family. I want to thank some people real quick. I want to thank the Nelt boys, Aiden Ross, Theo Vaughn, busting with the boys, and last but not least, the mighty and powerful Joe Rogan. And thank you, America. Thank you. Have a good night.
That is a piece of work. Now he's really an amazing guy. But most of all, I want to thank the millions of hardworking Americans across the nation who have always been the heart and soul of this really great movement. We've been through so much together, and today you showed up in record numbers to deliver a victory like really, like no other. This was something special, and we're gonna pay you back. We're gonna do the best job. We're gonna turn it around. It's got to be turned around. It's got to be turned around fast, and we're gonna turn it around. We're gonna do it in every way, with so many ways, but we're gonna do it in every way. This will forever be remembered as the day the American people regained control of their country. So I just want to say that on behalf of this great group of people, these are hardworking people. These are fantastic people, and we can add a few names like Robert F. Kennedy Jr. And he's going to help make America healthy again. And now he's a great guy, and he really means it. He wants to do some things, and we're going to let him go to it. I just said, but Bobby, leave the oil to me. We have more liquid gold, oil and gas. We have more liquid gold than any country in the world, more than Saudi Arabia. We have more than Russia. Bobby, stay away from the liquid gold. Other than that, Go have a good time, Bobby. We're going to be paying down debt. We're going to be reducing taxes. We can do things that nobody else can do. Nobody else is going to be able to do it. China doesn't have what we have. Nobody has what we have. But we have the greatest people also. Maybe that's the most important thing. This campaign has been so historic in so many ways. We've built the biggest, the broadest, the most unified coalition. They've never seen anything like it in all of American history. They've never seen it. Young and old, men and women, rural and urban. And we had them all helping us tonight. When you think, I mean, I was looking at it, I was watching it. They had some great analysis of the people that voted for us. Nobody's ever seen anything like that. They came from all corners, union, non-union, African American, Hispanic American, Asian American, Arab American, Muslim American. We had everybody, and it was beautiful. It was a historic realignment, uniting citizens of all backgrounds around a common core of common sense. You know, we're the party of common sense. We want to have borders. We want to have security. We want to have things be good, safe. We want great education. We want a strong and powerful military, and ideally we don't have to use it. You know, we had no wars. 4 years we had no wars, except we defeated ISIS. We defeated ISIS in record time, but we had no wars. They said, he will start a war. I'm not going to start a war. I'm going to stop wars. But this is also a massive victory for democracy and for freedom. Together, we're going to unlock America's glorious destiny. We're going to achieve the most incredible future for our people. Yesterday, as I stood at my last stop on the campaign trail, I'll never be doing a rally again. Can you believe it? I think we've done 900 rallies approximately from them. Can you imagine?
Wow.
901, something, a lot of rallies. And it was sad. Everybody was sad. Many people, I said, this is our last rally. But now we're going on to something that's far more important, because the rallies were used for us to be put in this position where we can really help our country. That's what we're going to do. We're going to make our country better than it ever has been. And I said that many people have told me that God spared my life for a reason. And that reason was to save our country and to restore America to greatness. And now we are going to fulfill that mission together. We're going to fulfill that mission. The task before us will not be easy, but I will bring every ounce of energy, spirit, and fight that I have in my soul to the job that you've entrusted to me. This is a great job. There's no job like this. This is the most important job in the world. Just as I did in my first term, we had a great first term, a great, great first term. I will govern by a simple motto: promises made, promises kept. We're going to keep our promises. Nothing will stop me from keeping my word to you, the people. We will make America safe, strong, prosperous, powerful, and free again. And I'm asking every citizen all across our land to join me in this noble and righteous endeavor. That's what it is. It's time to put the divisions of the past 4 years behind us. It's time to unite. And we're going to try. We're going to try. We have to try. And it's going to happen. Success will bring us together. I've seen that. I've seen that. I saw that in the first term when we became more and more successful. People started coming together. Success is going to bring us together, and we are going to start by all putting America first. We have to put our country first for at least a period of time. We have to fix it, because together we can truly make America great again for all Americans. So I want to just tell you what a great honor this is. I want to thank you. I will not let you down. America's future will be bigger, better, bolder, richer, safer, and stronger than it has ever been before. God bless you, and God bless America. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Good stuff.
Good
Donald
stuff.
J. Trump, the man who will be the 47th president of the United
You only gonna get, this is it. You're only going to get this once. That's it for him. You think about it. 900 plus rallies for an old guy like that. That's impressive. Very impressive.
He was still on stage last night at 2 a.m. He called his family on stage at 2 a.m. He just kept going and going and going. He started
And he
his,
gets up at like 6 a.m. He gets like 3 hours of sleep a night, if that.
he started the rally last night at midnight. I can't remember. I think it was in Michigan. He got there at midnight, started the rally, spoke for 2 hours, invited his family on stage. The guy's incredible.
Fellas, I'm out.
I gotta go.
Yoda, it's a pleasure, sir.
See you guys.
Chris,
See you guys
John,
tomorrow. Thanks everybody for joining.
all the
us on
audience out
stream.
there. Hey, we love you guys. Thanks
Yep.
for being with us tonight.
Now let's go do the work.
You got it. Take care,
Please.
gentlemen. Bye-bye.
Like, share, comment, and subscribe, and God bless America.
God bless America.
If you carry a firearm and discharge your weapon in self-defense, you could face hundreds of thousands of dollars in legal fees and expenses. So carry the protection of CCW Safe, Self-Defense Legal Services membership. Upfront payment of all criminal and civil defense costs with no out-of-pocket for members. Unlimited defense budgets, unmatched legal expertise. Carry the same level of support police officers have. Carry CCW Safe, the highest caliber.